Welcome everybody to the final day of Mythic Dungeon International Group B. I'm your host, Stowe. Along with me are Mix, Dratnos, and Tettles here for our final day of the group. As I just said, it's going to be fun because you know what? Our top 4 seeds made it through to the final day, but it was almost not the case because we saw some extremely close matches in the elimination bracket. I think we're going to see some very close matches today as well. Dratnos, how you feeling coming into this one?
Well, you know, it's early, but I'm excited for some MDI as always, so that kind of counteracts, even though it's not gamer hours yet.
At 10 a.m. is pushing it a little bit, isn't it? Although, no, it's, well, what time zone are you in? You're in West Coast
10 a.m.,
time, right?
yeah. Pacific time,
okay.
Yeah.
But Makes, you're like way ahead of that. You're on EU time, so it's already like far into the gamer day already.
Basically in the future, yeah, it's 7 p.m. for me.
So you're awake by now, I can probably guess. Yeah.
I'm awake by now, but I think I might have been awake for the same time as you, Doa. So, yeah, we are all very awake and ready for game 1, I'm sure.
Gamer hours. Tettles, how are you feeling? Rate your awakeness on a scale of 1 to 10.
Like an 8, probably. I feel pretty good. I don't.
I wonder. I'm just wondering why you looked around. Like, was there like were you expecting to see a guide or something like that to like reference? Like what?
I'm gonna be honest. You caught me off guard, having me rate my awakeness. This is not something that I anticipated talking about today.
It's like you've never done a show with me before. Come on, you should know by now. But let's talk about our show that we're gonna do today. Obviously, we have 4 teams remaining. We've got Perplexed versus Donuts in the upper bracket semifinals, and then the lower bracket we're gonna see EMPYREAN versus Direwolves. But before that, I believe we've got some stuff to look at from yesterday. There were so many games. There was so much that happened. Who wants to jump in first and talk a little bit about this?
So
yeah, don't all jump in at once. There we go.
This is
Donut,
B-roll
right?
of Donuts. Yeah, this is B-roll of Donuts. But at the bottom lower third, we have Perplexed and Direwolves. So I guess
a lot of teams.
To start
like I
with
said.
the upper bracket, we had Donuts and Perplexed making it out of the upper bracket. Perplexed played a really close series versus the Direwolves. One that I think if you ran it back multiple times, if you ran that series back probably 3 times, there was a chance that Direwolves could have 2-0'd Perplexed at least in one of those. Now, for the Donuts versus EMPYREAN series, Donuts kind of gave it to EMPYREAN. That one was a lot less close, and it seemed like that's going to end up making up for... Donuts really owned EMPYREAN, and so I think that's that'll make up for a really interesting upper finals between Donuts and Perplexed.
Yeah, going back to that Perplexed versus Direwolf series, I mean, it was actually 2 maps in a row where Direwolves seemed to be the faster team through most of the dungeon, right? And then it was just like a disaster on the second to last boss, a disaster on the last boss, and that was enough for Perplexed, of course, to win. But yeah, we were really close to living in an alternate timeline where Perplexed were in the lower bracket, which would have been crazy. Luckily for them, though, they got to stay in the upper bracket.
There was a 1 on the awakened category in this one.
Yeah, exactly. This was
to be fair.
So we investigated this. This Hersha not getting a beam from either side here, apparently that's just random. That just, like, this isn't like some kind of genius strat hack thing. It's just sometimes this can happen on this boss, like 1 in 100 times, and it just happened for Donuts here. So very fortunate. It didn't really end up mattering too much.
It seems like it has something to do with keeping the mobs in combat and with bolstering. It's a combination of both. It's some weird interaction.
Interesting.
And it seemed, and I like to talk to the Donuts guys, and they also didn't exactly know what was causing it either.
Yeah, I think in general, we're very close in terms of team. You already mentioned it. We have the Wolves and Perplexed that were super close yesterday. But then Perplexed also went back and ran some dungeons that Direwolves had previously locked a really good time into and like undermined that time. So I do want to say that Perplexed for me still is looking like the strongest team out of the 4 remaining. But I feel like the Wolves and the Donuts are super, super close to each other. And I'm really curious to see our very first match of the day, because we haven't seen that at all yet, which is going to be the Algathar. Anybody could still get the fastest time there, right?
True.
Yeah, that's right. That's our first dungeon today. Yeah.
We also had some eliminations yesterday as well. We had Boar's Money Crew, Cement Gaming, Who Let Them Cook, and Ducks Can Fly, all departing us in very varying ways. It seemed like some of these teams, especially Boar's Money Crew, really had a closer series versus Empyrean than I necessarily anticipated. Now, I can't tell if that was because Boar's Money Crew was playing super well or Empyrean was playing a little bit worse than expected, because Empyrean coming into the weekend, they should be fairly solid looking at where they're seeding, and then Boar's Money Crew is like the 21st seed over the weekend, and so that should have been like a pretty big blowout in favor of Empyrean, but it was a little bit closer than I think we necessarily anticipated, and so I'm kind of worried for Empyrean in their first matchup of the day, but hopefully they'll be able to kind of recover from whatever they were battling against yesterday and kind of show how they are rated and seeded so high and kind of be the team that we expect.
Yeah, yesterday we also saw a lot of exciting off-meta stratagems, such as the Arms Warrior. This composition, you can look at all the classes in this one. Something that we haven't seen too much out of the, like say the Echo comp last week, right? Prot Warrior, Healer was a Shaman or an Evoker, and then the other 3 DPS you were seeing Unholy, Shadow, and Feral. Here, just completely different takes on things from some of our teams, and worked out really well for some of them as well. They're making it fairly deep into that lower bracket. Got a lot of different gameplay this season with how well all the classes are balanced and how well these teams are able to figure out, hey, what's the strengths that that our specific comp offers us. So it was really cool to see that out of a lot of different teams yesterday.
Yeah, and speaking about Cement Gaming, they actually went to Twitter after yesterday saying like, hey, we originally just did this for fun, but it actually was so much fun, we're definitely going to be back. So hopefully a team that we can look forward to in the future, or maybe even the last stand as well. But yeah, Empyrean, where you can see them here in their Azure Vault. You said it before, I felt like this one was really close, but of course there was also a very unfortunate wipe that happened for Empyrean in that second boss room where they had to run all the way back, and the fact that they still managed to eke that one out definitely speaks for their route.
Just talking about that Cement Gaming bit that you were talking about, where they're going to be back and they're going to play again. That's kind of how MDI starts for a lot of teams, right? Like their first time doing the MDI isn't always going to be successful. We saw this from like Sloth, which was formerly like Reload Gaming. They ended up starting off a little bit slower. They had enough fun and stuff like that, and they performed well enough, and then they decided to do it again and again, and then eventually they got good. And then at some point, you end up with teams such as Empyrean Gaming, who have been playing together for a year, Direwolves, who have been playing together for 2 years, Donuts, who have been playing together for a year and a half, and then Perplexed, who have been playing together for 4 years, which are all at the top of our MDI weekend for Cup B. And so it's like, yeah, these teams were going up against teams with massive amounts of experience in MDI and TGP and variable formats. And so it just takes time. And I think that like if Cement Gaming are going to continue to play together, put in a lot of work, we could see them being potentially one of the top 2 teams out of their Cup weekend. It just takes some time, though.
Yeah, and it seemed like they were having fun too when we were seeing like some of the webcam shots of the players yesterday as well. They didn't seem like they were taking anything too hard. They certainly had to support a chat too, which always helps.
Yeah, they had chat engaged, I want to say.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, they did end up going down to Direwolves, but I'm sure they're going to be back. I hope they do come back for the last stand, but we'll have to wait and see if that happens in a couple weeks. But for now, I think it's time to look ahead to today and our first match in particular. I don't know if we're going to throw the bracket up there or not. We can kind of check that out as well. But we've got Perplexed versus Donuts coming up for our first one. And that's going to be interesting. There's a bracket. Obviously, you can see Empyrean versus Direwolves down the lower bracket. But Perplexed versus Donuts. Perplexed has been looking extremely good. You know, we did generally agree that they were going to come in as the favorite in the group. But Dratnos, you picked Donuts, actually, to come out on top. So what is it, do you think, we're going to see from Donuts that is going to give them the edge? Or have you kind of revised that thought after seeing a couple games so far?
Yeah, so I picked Donuts because, like, that's my region, right? That's a NA team. I got a guildie on that team. That's But after watching this weekend, I kind of think I'm not even sure Donuts are going to make it out of this group. I feel like Direwolves in the lower bracket are going to be so strong. So I'm a little bit worried for Donuts that this might be lose the upper finals, lose the lower finals, and depart and have to come back in the last stand. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm really impressed by Direwolves so far. Again, like, they almost 2-0 Perplex. They were so close to doing that and being up there in the upper finals, and I think they are going to be a monster in the lower bracket.
So you're basically thinking Donuts needs to win this upper finals, otherwise it's serious jeopardy whether or not they get out of the group.
Yeah, I think obviously them winning the upper finals would be the best way to do it, but if they get to the lower finals, of course they have game against Direwolves, but I'm not actually even sure that I'm not sure what percent of the time they win that. I'm not sure if it's over 50. But we have to see the upper finals first. Of course, Perplexed coming into this series as the favorites, but not necessarily unassailable favorites or anything. And we start off with Court of Stars and Azure Vault removed by these teams, so we're going to see Algathar into Temple and maybe a decisive Shadow Moon.
I'm going to be honest. If you're like a Donuts fan, I absolutely hate this Court of Stars ban. I know I understand like why they would ban it. It makes sense. Like if they hadn't practiced it a ton, if they didn't think that their route was super good, it makes sense that they banned it. We've seen Temple of the Jade Serpent be one of the most popular dungeons across the whole entire weekend, and we've seen both of these teams run it, and we know that Perplex is a little bit faster in Jade Serpent. Like obviously this isn't like the end all be all, but that dungeon is just, these teams have had to play it so many times that they should be very consistent in that dungeon, and I think that like maybe banning the Jade Serpent for Donuts as opposed to banning that Court of Stars could have been a bit more lucrative strategy, especially since we saw Direwolves have the blueprints for success in how to beat Perplexed in Court of Stars.
I mean, I think, like, if we're looking at timers, the Perplexed Temple was at 14 minutes 35, and the Donuts Temple was 15 minutes 16. And even though that's 45 seconds difference, roughly, it still is pretty close. So maybe that ban is better than it is. But first, we're going to head into that Algathar.
We're underway. First map of the day. Let's see who gets the lead.
All right, so both teams are going to be collecting their pledge pins from these different Dragonflights, collecting whichever buff they want. Looks like Donuts grabbing a lot of that verse. Perplexed immediately are just going to shroud across here.
I'm surprised. Okay, I thought that they were going to go right, but they had 4 of their members grab that versatility buff. That's so interesting because on live keys, not very many classes grab that versatility. Typically, you only grab it if you're looking for maybe like a survivability bump on Croth. But look on the left side of your screen here. Perplex has already grouped up the 3-pack on the Veximus platform, and Divine goes down. Oh my gosh, those battle axes end up killing off Divine. They may be able to get a battle res off. I don't know if this is going to be recoverable, Dratnos. With all of the casts going off from those Mana Fiends,
no, it's not.
From those elementals, it's going to be a full wipe for Perplexed. Let's go to the right side of our screen here. Is Donuts going to be able to pull this pack off? They're doing a very similar pull to what we saw from Perplexed.
Yeah, Donuts notably, though, have 5% more verse from those pins, so they haven't died. Having a nice time here sorting this pull out. And the Sanguine Healing is getting a little bit out of hand, but it's not the end of the world here. They got to make sure they focus on the mobs that spawn the boss. You can have these worms live a little bit longer, right? But you want to make sure that you get all of the boss spawning mobs killed as a priority, and it looks like they have them almost all taken care of. Perplexed, on the other hand, are calling an audible. They are saying, all right, our shroud's down. We're just going to go do Overgrown Ancient now. We're going to do the dungeon in a different order because of that wipe, which I actually like this quite a lot.
Donuts sanguined the absolute hell out of this Ravager, by the way. They killed it back up to 80% HP or something like that. They're going to have to kill 2 Ravagers, which is a lot of damage.
It's not bad.
On the group. It's not good.
Well, it's funnel. If you think about it, it's a little bit of funnel, sort of. Now, what they've actually done there, they let Veximus absorb one of those first set of orbs. That's actually a good strategy because that messes up one of the later overlaps that you'd get between Mana Bombs and the pushback, the Arcane Fissure. So that's something you can do on this boss. Is you let it absorb like 1 orb on pull, 1 orb at 2 minutes, and you get slightly better overlaps, and then you don't have to do any more of that unless the fight goes to like 4 minutes.
Bro, I think Timber might have hit rewind at 1% HP on his health. I thought he died, but he rewound his whole HP bar.
That's what it's for.
I mean, the danger of this pull, the Foragers on top of the Mana Bombs are actually extremely dangerous. And the reason for that is because the Foragers will periodically leap to random targets and do a little bit of damage to them. If you have like multiple of them leap on one of your players while they are taking from that Mana Bomb and say they don't have like a strong personal or defensive up available for them, they can potentially die. Now, Donuts, Now it's just 40% of Veximus's HP that they have left to deal with on a 23. This, for this level of team, should be fairly solid. They're in a great position, though, with that wipe from Perplexed off the first pull.
Yeah, because Perplexed have been forced into a slower path through the dungeon. We have to assume that the right plan is a little bit slower than the left plan, and also they didn't get to do that big pull with all their cooldowns and with Lust, whereas Donuts obviously got a pull with cooldowns and Lust. So Perplexed are going to try and recover this. They're going to start an Overgrown Ancient, and we're not really going to get a good idea of exactly how far they are behind until the two teams kind of reconvene and start pulling Echo Knights at the end of the dungeon. But you got to assume this is like a minute and a half at least in favor of Donuts right now.
One of the things that we had talked to the teams about specifically is like, I mean, they also lost their Lust. I don't even know if a minute. I think a minute and a half might be generous. I think they may have lost more. But we talked to the teams about the routing between the differences between right versus left side, and we know that the right side route is normally seen as 20 or so seconds slower just due to backtracking. Across the whole entire dungeon. So that's on top of, the 25 seconds of death penalty, on top of losing our Lust and all of our offensive CDs, on top of all that running. I think that there's a chance that they lost, maybe even 2 minutes, upwards of 2 minutes here with that wipe.
How do Donuts have Shroud again? Did they Shroud earlier?
No.
They invis spotted the start. Okay, and now they Shroud this.
Yeah.
Okay, so watch what they're going to do here. Yips gets off his mount so that he can get Tricks of the Trade cast on him and sent up there. And now Stove on that Rogue is going to be pulling some mobs as soon as Yips gets in combat with this Sentry. And because Stove used Tricks of the Trade, those mobs are going to get threat on Yips instead. And they're going to immediately snap up to Yips and bring some extra mobs into this Guardian Sentry.
There generally are only a couple of packs that you can snap to the tank.
This is a lot of them.
You normally don't want to snap the Patrol. I think that the Patrol is the big one that you really don't want to snap. Like, it has the Battle Axe and it has that Scepter. On top of that, the Ravager does an insane amount of damage. The Foragers, like the 2 packs of Foragers, are fine. And then the pack with the Manifestation Elementals is also okay. You just need to really make sure that you're getting kicks as often as possible.
Yeah, they also need to make sure here that they are not Sanguine healing the Sentry. If they do that, this was not a time game. But look at that beautiful Evoker knock, or potentially a Typhoon as well, being used by them to keep these mobs away from the underneath of that Sentry as it's dying. Death Grips coming out from Cryptics as well, just crowd controlling and gatekeeping those mobs. Now, this Expel Intruders circle, it looks a little bit scary. It looks like they're all standing in it, but you can actually line of sight that, so that's what they're doing around that pillar there. And Guardian Sentry now nearly dead for the Donuts.
I think that how they did this was... I think it could have been a bit faster, right? They could have had a little bit better uptime if they kited well. They could have done a couple of different stuff. Oh my gosh. But I thought that they played it super well. Look at what Stove is doing. He's tricked Yips again. And I'm interested to see what he is about to snap to this Croth platform. All right, so it looks like he's just throwing his weapon at...
It's
all
like
of the Lashers coming? All right, let's cut to the other members of Donuts real quick. Let's see how many mobs are about to snap to them.
What are these plants doing here?
Some of the Lashers are porting in with the birds. More of the Lashers are porting in now. I think it's going to take a little bit of time. You have to be very careful about not getting meleeed to death by these Lashers, because how some of the snapping works is mobs can potentially evade out for a couple of seconds once they snap, and so you just need to be super cautious of that. Now, this Lashers plus the Gust from these Alpha Eagles, very, very, very dangerous casts. You need to make sure that you're dodging out of the way of all of those. But I think that the biggest thing that you're looking to funnel down is this Alpha Eagle. And so with this group, funneling down this Alpha Eagle will spawn the next wave of birds, and the Lashers will just continue to get cleaved down over time. I love this.
Yeah, so we see 2 vile Lashers in here, right? Those are the big ones. Is there a third coming, or is it just 2? Because that means there's still going to be some left in the Overgrown Ancient area, and the thing that I wonder about is, are you actually removing a pull from the Overgrown Ancient area, right? Or are you just changing one really big pull to one big but not as big pull, right? Like, if you still have 1 Lasher and 6 of the insects floating around there, maybe they can sneak around and, like, Timber can add some Echo Knights to that pull and they can make it bigger that way, but I'm a little curious about... The only way you save time, right, is if you actually have removed a pull from the dungeon, right?
Well... Actually, I do think that this should, in theory, be slightly faster, right? And the reason that I think that this should be slightly faster, even if they don't remove a full pull, is because in in the interim of like the additional birds spawning, you have other mobs that you're going to be able to hit, and so that's going to be able to like kind of speed you up. Additionally, in like the Overgrown Ancient area, you're not saving a full pull, but at the same point, I do think it's a little bit of a time save. Now, I think that you've correctly identified that it probably should have been a third lasher. Like, I wonder what the difference like between 2 lashers and 3 lashers is on this kind of thing. That feels like no diff to me, but I could.
Yeah, it's possible that they didn't come like that. It just didn't end up working. They ended up dropping combat or something. I'm not sure about how intricate that window is. Of course, you only have 6 seconds while Tricks of the Trade is active, and you need to tag everything you want in those 6 seconds as well. So, yeah, I'm curious how that was planned. Maybe this was part of the plan, though. Maybe that's the idea, and maybe they'll have something really cool to show us in the Overgrown Ancient area later. But yeah, like you said, worst case, they at least were doing some efficient damage during this whole moment, right?
But yeah, I mean, I think that not standing around waiting for birds to spawn is like 100% a time gain. Now, I am interested in seeing if they're going to pull like Echo Knights into the other lasher. That seems like that could maybe be a little bit. There has to be a way that they're going to be doing the Overgrown Ancient area a bit more efficient, because I think that, like you correctly identified, that one lasher by itself is not going to be. It's not like a great pull. All right, so now Donuts are on to Croth. I still think that Donuts are somewhere in the order of multiple minutes ahead, and it may be somewhere around 3 minutes after we've seen them merge successfully some of those trash packs together and do some excellent snapping. Perplexed also has recently started Croth, have the boss down to 95%, but the two teams have notably gone different directions, which Perplexed full wipe that they've incurred and 2 additional deaths on top of that are certainly putting them in a position where they're hoping that Donuts have a full wipe on a boss, probably, for them to be able to catch back up.
Yeah, this is definitely a big advantage that's been opened up here by the fact that Donuts have been having their run not just clean, but also fast, right? They've also been having these big snaps working out for them, right? And that's, That's a very dangerous position for Perplexed to be in, and Donuts looks like have really come to win this match in particular, because of course, if they win this one, they're all the way into Global Finals already. This is a Global Finals invite match. Of course, the losing team will have another chance at it in the lower bracket, but really would rather avoid having to do that. Would really love to just be having the rest of the day to prep for the finals of the weekend. That's a nice glory and prize money match, but not an invite match. Both teams working on that Croth encounter, and its Donuts are actually going to be ahead on even killing the boss.
Yeah.
And if you look at count, they have 20% more count. The percentage is a little bit misleading, right? Because it's not just, the dungeon is kind of on rails in some spots, and some of the mobs that you just have to kill give different amounts of percent than each other, but I would say Donuts here have more than like a 20% advantage on the count, because the mobs that they have in their future are very easy to pull all at once, whereas Perplexed are more of those scepters, battle axes, mobs that you can't really pull too many at the same time.
I think it's funny that Donuts... Okay, so we send out like this pre-weekend survey, right? And one of the questions on the pre-weekend survey... Is that intentional?
I don't think so. Oh, maybe... Oh, wow, maybe. Can we go look at what Timber's doing?
Snack and Timber? Yeah, what are they doing?
Yeah.
They both essentially suicided into the tornadoes, didn't they? He looked like he jumped into it.
Watch, and I bet what Timber's going to do is set up the Echo Knights coming into this
Echo Knight pull. Oh, God. Okay, holy moly, this is actually
maybe.
Bad.
It would be really funny if it was just a mistake, but let's see where Timber goes. If he jumps around to the right here, then that's the way to get the Echo Knights added. Okay, it looks like he's just rejoining the poll for now, so maybe not.
Maybe it was a bit of trolling.
maybe it was a little oopsie instead. That's a cool idea, though.
If you think about it, there's no way that 10 seconds, like the time that you would have to save for him to for him to spend 10 seconds on something is almost certainly not worth. That's almost certainly just like a mistake. What's Stove doing?
Okay, Stove. What is Stove
Bingo.
up to? Well, if I had to guess, this looks like a disconnect to me.
Well, I hate to see that.
That's very bad news for Donuts. They're actually still fairly ahead, so if he can get reconnected soon. So maybe Timber did die to get that Echo Knight pull going, and then maybe Stove DC'd, and they were like, okay, we'll just play it safe, wait for Stove to get back, right?
Perplexed wiped. Let's play this a little bit safer. Stove will come back in a second.
Surely.
Could be the play.
We will see how this works out, but They are going to be able to activate the boss soon. Still no stove in sight. Looks like they're just going to have to proceed here with 4. And, okay, do you think the Donuts are far enough ahead that they can win with 4 players from here? Let's look at where Perplexed are at, right? Perplexed still have Veximus. They have the pull before Veximus. They have Veximus, and then the 2 teams will be... So I guess Perplexed have a pull and a half of disadvantage, plus 25 seconds of death timer, whereas Donuts' disadvantage is they only have 4 players, right? That's the thing that's working against them.
As the most experience of playing MDI with 4 players, I think that they have enough time, but I'm not positive about it.
Yeah, I actually think so as well. I think Donuts
is not good.
Well, you get less lashers, right?
Is that how that works?
Yeah, don't the lashers spawn under players?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
Stove.
Maybe,
okay, Stove is back. He's got a debuff. Oh, unless he gets the debuff, Nate.
But,
oh no! Oh, dude. Oh no!
Through the wall either. Okay,
that
so
is
in the bad
tragic.
news, he's dead for this whole boss. And the good news, Perplexed have messed up far more than Donuts can, even for manning this boss.
Oh!
I think that they're still okay.
Tunnels.
Now, that's not great, but we have a B-res.
Okay, Cryptix is down. That's a battle res. We do have another one. We do have another battle res available, so that is good.
Yeah. We just have to
now the death timer difference is only 15 seconds in favor of Donuts.
If Donuts can kill off Overgrown Ancient, they still win. That is the general conclusion here. They are still something in the order of maybe 2 minutes ahead of where Perplexed are currently. Now, if they just have to make sure that they get this boss killed off. And this is a very daunting task. I remember this boss walled a lot of people, including myself.
Oh, look at
first week of the
Perplexed!
expansion. Perplexed are having a mistake on Wolf Disco died during their... They relusted this Veximus triple pull. This is one of the most dangerous pulls in the entire game, especially so on Sanguine, because your kiting has to be perfect. Swag going down, Ricing going down. This is going to be a full wipe for Perplexed again, Dratnos, I think. Well, the trash is low.
Divine tries to keep it going, but is going to go down. And yeah, Perplexed adding up to 12 deaths here. And wow, 23 Fortified Algathar Academy is not messing around. That pull is so unbelievably sketchy. And Donuts, even with a player dead and missing for 5 minutes now, are going to be able to keep this clean. Stove is going to be able to go get rezzed. You can see their Smacked ran over towards where Stove's body was to get that res. Look at that beautiful dress that Smacked is wearing as well. That is some nice transmog. Rarely get to see it because he's usually in cap form, but that is has some lovely attire. As Donuts now getting their next pull set up at 67% count. They are going to need most of this area to finish their count.
I wonder how much they're going to pull into the last boss. Now, this is a strategy that we've seen from teams, and it's a question of like these Invokers and the Echo Knights can kind of be annoying, but you can pull... I think it's reasonable to expect these teams to either double or triple pull this trash into the final boss. It's going to save you up a decent amount of time. Dude, look at how big this pack is. You almost never pull this many Invokers on live into one singular pull.
Well,
this is crazy by Donuts.
Oh, Cryptic's going down. That's really bad because that's a lot of their damage here. That's actually going to end up costing them a battle res. And they're sort of moving this now towards the stairs. One thing they did, though, they pulled an extra pack than what you can normally do, but they sapped an Invoker in it so that they didn't actually bring that Invoker in, and they'll be able to do that Invoker later, either at the end of this pull or into their next pull. But yeah, this is a very dangerous pull, especially with Sanguine. You can see they're going to have to start rotating Nox as these mobs start dying to avoid Sanguine showing up on the healing meters. Death Grips are coming in as well from Cryptix, but the Death Grips are also needing to be used against the casters here. Wow, beautiful positioning, though, by Yips, keeping these Arcane Whirlwinds out of where the Sanguine is going to be, and that's going to mean they get to save some of their Nox here. With an Evoker and a Druid, they do have 2 knockbacks in this group. And there's Timber's Evoker Racial, so now it's just going to be Smacked Typhoon, which actually was used a little bit earlier, so probably on CD right now.
Yips is unbelievably
beautiful grips,
good.
Though. Wow.
And Prot Warrior meta fits him so well. That's one of the tanks that he actually ends up playing the most. I remember the first season that he swapped to tank for M+. Like, he's like a long-standing DPS main and like a PvP player. The first season that he wanted to tank M+, he just decided to play a Prot Warrior and then ended up being one of the best tanks in our region. And it's just like, he's always had a Prot Warrior that he kind of plays on and off ever since. And then now Prot Warrior's back being meta, and it's no surprise to me that Yips is doing quite well in that class. Oh, dude, look at how Donuts are like, oh, we're winning this match. Perplexed wiped again. No need to take the smash into the last boss.
Let's keep our pull sizing such that even if 2 of our players DC, we are going to be fine. That's what Donuts are saying here with this one, because there's no way that they aren't ready to pull this into boss. And actually, looks like maybe they were just waiting on some coolies before doing it, because they are setting up to go into boss here. Now they don't have A-Bomb Limb. They have most of their other CDs though. Incarn included. Nature's Vigil's rolling, but is now expired. So this is actually going to be somewhat dangerous for Donuts. One could imagine them wiping to this.
They have like Rewind and Emerald Communion and stuff like that from the Preservation Evoker. I think that they should have a decent amount of healing throughput even without that Nature's Vigil. Smacked that was a sick Typhoon by Smacked, and a great reposition from Timber as well with that Wing Buffet.
Yeah, very well done, especially on this boss that grips you under it, right? It can be very difficult to reposition mobs right as that's happening. But you can see even more enemies are actually chaining into this pull from outside, potentially gotten in combat through a CC, right? Like sap him, run next to, get in combat with the sapped mob
or something.
Blind, and then run next to it, get in combat, and then when the blind breaks, the mobs come and join the pull. And that's going to be a really cool way here for Donuts to preserve multi-target for as long as possible on this boss. You can see Smacked is doing a lot of damage here. Now, some of that is AoE, but a lot of that is actually bites just being dumped into the Echo of Dorogosa because there are those extra mobs nearby to stick that rip on with Primal Wrath.
One of the big things, too, is it's not necessarily just for preserving multi-target funnel. It's also, in addition to that, like Sanguine management. So they have the Sanguine that's already despawned, right? It did time out, and so pulling it in this disjointed way just makes it a lot more safe for you to not just heal up the boss in any capacity. It just lowers the variables for you to be able to make a mistake.
The downside is, if the boss gets any Sanguine healing now, and it heals from 40% to 100, that is going to be really bad. Oh no, 48? 40, 51, 54, 58. All right, that boss healed for 20. That boss healed for 9 mil, so that is a downside of setting it up like this, but they have managed to stop the bleeding now, or... Yeah, I guess the bleeding is pretty accurate here with Sanguine.
I think I understand why Cryptic said that this is the map they were the most worried about.
Yeah.
You just knew.
The thing is that, and I think what we've seen here is it's not just Donuts that have volatility in this map, right? I don't think there's any teams in the world that are going to have a clean, reliable 100% strategy against 23 fortified Algathar Academy. Like, this is just such a high key level and such a scary set of affixes.
Looks like Donuts are going to be able to get this boss down here in just a couple of seconds, barring a catastrophe.
No way they could wipe from here.
No way they could wipe from here. They have one battle res. There's no way they could wipe from here as Echo Dorogosa dips to 15% HP. Donuts are going to be downing it. This is really good. I think that for Donuts to be able to win this series, I think that they needed to take this Algathar Academy. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I don't love the Temple of the Jade Serpent second map, and so I think that Donuts being able to take down this AA, even with the DC, you know, not everything worked to perfection for them, but a win's a win, especially whenever you're up against Perplexed, and I don't think you can be too upset about that.
Sure enough, boss goes down, Donuts takes the victory, and that was a bit of a wild one, wasn't it, Mix?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think rocking up to this dungeon's expectations were pretty high, since it's basically the most difficult dungeon we have, I think, this weekend, in terms of what you actually need to pull off. And Perplexed showed why it's so volatile right at the beginning, using Shroud, using Bloodlust in this triple Veximus pull here, then unfortunately wiping. All of those cooldowns are gone. Your Bloodlust is gone. Your Shroud is gone. You cannot replicate. They then reacted by choosing a different path, which makes absolute sense. But in the meantime, Donuts sped past them with several really cool things. And I think you also mentioned that on broadcast, since we were able to actually see it. There were some snapping here onto that Guardian Sentry from Stove onto Yip, allowing them to not do one-mob gaming, which is something in the MDI, if you want to avoid at all times. So they were able to have all of these arcane foragers here, and then there was some more snapping in general throughout that dungeon here onto the birds, and then later on as well. I think it looked like, even though it is a fortified dungeon, the bosses were really, really brutal, and the fact that Donuts in the end were able, here you can see the snap, but they were able to pull off a 4-man on the Ancient Overground. Now, that boss has been nerfed since it first appeared in Dragonflight, but in my head, it is still like one of the scariest bosses that exist, and the fact that they played it with only 4 people and Stove being locked outside, I think speaks extremely to the skill of this team and what they're able to do. So that was really, really cool to see, and I'm very happy they were able to pull it off. Unfortunately, at the very same time, there was some trouble for Perplexed, who redid that Veximus pull and unfortunately re-died again. So that was basically everything then. I felt like for a second there was a moment where they could have come back, because this boss fight obviously was 4 people. It's just going to take you so much longer. But because they wiped again to this pull here, that was basically it. And just looking across the board, from what we saw from Perplexed, now I don't want to just assume things, but we've seen Perplexed in other dungeons, and it didn't feel like this dungeon might have been one they spent too much time in.
I got some confirmation that the Timber Death on Croth, by the way, was intentional. Now, this is just assumption. I'm pretty sure they had to pivot out of whatever they were about to do.
Yeah,
because of Stove DCing, but the Timber Death was intentional. I expect that was going to be some cool snap with like Echo, some cool pull with Echo Knights, and so Donuts could have saved potentially multiple minutes again on top of like whatever they lost from DCing, just by being able to do that strategy as well and merge some more packs.
Well, it's interesting because Perplex obviously coming into this one, the upper seed, the one they expected to kind of go through a little bit. And we were kind of talking while this dungeon was going that, like, Perplex, even if they drop this particular one, can still feel pretty confident going into the next 2 dungeons. But that said, I feel like, Dratnos, it may still be a little bit risky to, go down 1-0 or 0-1 in this series against a team like Donuts, even if you feel like the stronger team.
Yeah, I mean, even if you like your chances in Temple, even if you think you're maybe a minute faster in theory, that's also a volatile dungeon, right? There's also a lot of stuff that can go wrong there. There's also a lot of ways that dungeon can lead to disaster, and so you're in danger there. And even if you win that, then you're going to Shadow and Burial Grounds, which is another dungeon where you think of Shadow and Burial Grounds on live, and you're like, oh, a nice little Shadow and Burial Grounds key, right? A relaxing keystone. But then at MDI, it's just 40 packs onto first boss, right? 40 mobs into second boss. Third boss, you're pulling these like 4 spiders, 4 bats, 1 worm pull before it, and then of course you got those 2 blueberries at the end, which without any assistance are terrifying and call for bloodlust. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of ways that this series can go wrong here, and Perplexed are now in this territory where 1 wipe in the next hour and they probably are in the lower bracket, right? Whereas Donuts, they can give one of these maps and still be fine.
Right, and I wouldn't want to be the team that meets Direwolves in the lower bracket, and
right.
I feel like maybe we need to give EMPYREAN a little bit more credit when we're talking about that. Obviously, Direwolves coming into this match that we're going to see a little bit later today, looking like the stronger team. Obviously, EMPYREAN still has a chance to move on there too, but I think a lot of people expecting Direwolves to be the ones waiting for whoever loses this one down in the lower bracket finals. So I wouldn't want to be that team.
Notably,
right?
The team that wins this series here will have their ticket for the finals already. So this is incredibly important. And if Donuts are able to get that 2-0 here in Temple, which just based on the dungeons that we saw from these teams and the times that we saw from these teams, the Temple is a little bit more Perplexed favored. That would be crazy good for Donut fans. So maybe we're going to see that happen. I think this one's going to go Perplexed, and we will see that SVG, just judging by my feeling. But I'm happy to be what's the word?
Disproved? Proved wrong?
Yeah, there you go.
So then,
my English.
What do you think? What do you think is the Donuts win con here? Then, do you think that they just hope for a Perplexed mistake? Do you think 45 seconds in a dungeon that is 14 minutes long is just like not something that you realistically can make up?
Well, the thing is, they knew that they were going to play this dungeon most likely for an entire day, and I assume they looked
Sure.
at ways on how to make their run cleaner and faster and better, and like get up there with Perplexed. I think that has to be their game plan, and then if Perplexed have an oopsie, of course that's going to favor you, but first and foremost, they need to have looked at their own strats and looked where they could shave off seconds, and even if it's like 5 seconds in every pull, that would already be the dungeon timer that Perplexed had, right?
The last boss, I think, could be a potentially pretty pivotal moment
go.
too, where if we see Perplexed cut off a phase.
All right, well, we are underway right now. Both teams setting up a massive first pull. Perplexed busting out that Warlock selection, whereas Donuts instead have the Shadow Priest, a little bit more of a standard one, I'd guess, although we've seen a few Warlocks from a few different teams.
Yeah, so I haven't had the chance to talk to the Perplexed guys this weekend, but I had talked to some of the other teams, and they were speculating that the Warlock is brought here mostly due to the ability to have like stops from the Infernal, the Blasphemy, the Shadow Fury for some of the larger pulls that they're doing. On top of that, the Destro Lock also is an insane amount of damage. It's not just like the most popular pick. More often than not, we see like a Shadow Priest, but the amount of stops and control that Destro Lock provides on top of top tier damage really helps, especially at this 22 key level.
Yeah, both teams have made it very quickly into Wise Mari. It's actually going to be Donuts that are 4% boss damage ahead right now. Both teams, of course, have committed their Bloodlust as well.
Ooh,
so we will see how this works out here, and whether Perplexed are going to be able to accelerate in boss damage. It is, of course, a Quaking Tyrannical 22, so Wise Mari does not mess around.
Dude, I actually really like what Perplexed is doing. So they have these droplets alive for funnel. And then in addition to the droplets being alive for funnel, they also have a droplet banished off to the side, and that's going to allow Wolf Disco to get better Havoc value. So that Destro Lock actually gains a decent amount of single target damage just by having an additional target that he can Havoc. Not only is it better for shard generation, but it also gets some bonus intellect whenever he has Havoc out on a target and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's called Rolling Havoc. It's a
Yes.
talent that he selected that is giving him extra damage every time he does duplicate a spell with Havoc. So it is a single target gain by quite a bit. Even if you don't have that, it's a single target gain
It's a
because,
lot,
like you said,
actually.
that shard gen. But yeah, especially with that.
It is very powerful. Both of these teams are probably going to kill Wise Mario around the same point.
Yeah,
we're
look
going
at
to be on to that Strife and Peril area. What do you say?
Look at the Perplexed damage acceleration here. I mean, right? They pulled Wise Mari a couple seconds later than Donuts, but they've actually caught up on damage here, and they've actually talented a little bit more for single target than Donuts have as well.
Yes.
We saw this out of them before, but they got the Goyle, Summon Gargoyle talented on the side of Swag DK, whereas Cryptic's playing a much more standard, just like AoE focused build, has the extra point in morbidity and stuff instead. But yeah, that is a huge single target choice for Swag. Especially if there was a power infusion to pair with it, but even without one, they're still gonna get some more single target out of that.
So I was DMing with Mikkel, one of the former MDI players, about it because he's like a long-standing Death Knight main. He was telling me that it's like a pretty significant single target damage gain, and like Swag is one of the only people who's been playing that Goyle like at all. A lot of other people have been preferring other builds that are a bit more or a little bit more AoE focused, a little bit more funnel damage focused. Whereas Swag really busting out that Goyle. I think we saw it in another dungeon as well, not just this Temple of the Jade Serpent. But I think that it just proves that players adapt their builds for what their composition needs a lot of the time. And it's not always just going to be this one clear-cut build that you see every single time. What did Ryson just do? Did he tag that pack? Oh my god, he did.
Yes,
look at this.
it does
Look at this
look
on the
like
left
it.
side for Perplexed.
Wow.
He tags that pack with like a flame shock, and then all of this trash, including the Hosen and the bird and everything, groups up perfectly for Perplexed. This is going to be insane for them. And on top of that, they have that gate dropped as well, to where they're able to just, after this pack goes, we just gate across and we're good to go.
Nasty quaking timing. Divine is under a lot of pressure here. All of his cooldowns have now been expended. He is being forced to back up a lot of mobs here. They've dealt with those exploding shot, but
Divine dies.
It's going to go down. That's going to be a battle res, but Swag is going to die as well. Shine also, Wolf Disco. Ryson now kiting to try and save his life here, but Divine rejoins the party. Actually didn't get the battle res as well, just hit release and tried to rejoin. And now Ryson is asleep from the talking fish casting on him probably. And Divine now trying to keep this pull alive, but this was Donuts' opportunity. Donuts are now on boss already. They're pulling that 3-pack into boss instead, and Donuts were already 7 seconds ahead after first boss. This was going to be really close. I think Perplexed had a slightly faster plan there, but this chain-wiped catastrophe might be just enough for Donuts to win this one.
Oh, they're getting corpse camped.
Yeah, we've all been here. Whenever you're hitting release spirit and you're immediately in combat, you know your key is not going well. This does happen to me all the time.
Is that door closed for Perplexed?
Which door? The door. Oh, that door over to the side? Maybe. Yeah. I don't know if that's.
Huh?
I don't know what's going on with
I
that
can't
door.
tell
We'll
if
see.
it's like a visual bug.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not. I'm sure that would be wild if the door just randomly closed. It does look closed. We'll see if they're able to walk through it later.
I'm not making it up. It looks closed.
No, it does.
Right?
It does look. It's not just the one behind them, but the one to our camera's left right now.
They're not attacking mobs anymore. Like Wolf Disco isn't casting. I wonder.
Okay, they finished wiping now.
So what's the
A Thundering Stun comes out. We'll see what happens here for Perplexed.
Is it open again? Okay, it's open again.
It is open. All right, they are good. What was happening with that door? I wonder. Either way, it's not like the door closing caused the problems here, right? It's not even clear.
Yeah.
Maybe the door is just closed until you walk close to it or something. I actually have never looked at that door before.
Oh,
but
dude, makes okay. Thank goodness Makes pinged us. Makes pinged us in the talent channel, and she said they got in combat with Strife and Peril. So they hit the Quill Feather. That's what it was. So they killed the Quill Feather in advance, which is like a pretty common MDI strategy because you don't want to waste the time for RP. But the deal with that is like once the Quill Feather dies and like the RP is activated, Strife and Peril just combat you, right? And like there's not really much.
That's why they weren't able to release, right? It's because they were in boss combat, yeah. So they just had to wait for the boss to reset.
And this is news to me. That door closes whenever you're in boss combat. We were in unforeseen territory, I think. This makes way more sense now. Thank you, Makes, for telling me exactly what that was, because that makes way more sense.
All right, so Donuts have got 50 seconds of death timer now. And they also are still gaining time advantage over Perplexed as well. Looks like they're going to be able to walk around. Actually, a really good patrol on that Shambling Infestor. They're not even going to need to pull it to the side and meld. They're just going to walk right on past. And they are setting up their courtyard here. Now, as far as Donuts are ahead, if they wipe in this area, they are going to lose so much time. So they're actually not going to pull the courtyard all together all at once. They are just chilling. They're going to be fighting just the Shambling Infestor and like 3 packs at once. So still quite a dangerous pull.
Yeah, Perplexed are still a little bit slow though. Look at this. They're instead of doing a large courtyard pull, they're doing a medium-sized courtyard pull because they saw that there was a catastrophe on the side of Perplexed, and now they're kind of instead of doing this all at once, they're chaining it a little bit. Now this could be a bit dangerous because we want to link all of the lesser Shaws exploding, but with the way that they're chaining it, they should just be able to top their party in between hits.
Yeah, Spirit Link Totem is unbelievably powerful against those Sha because 1 or 2 players with defensives or death strikes in there keep the whole group alive, and it really goes a long way towards stabilizing. So they've done a really good job here. Donuts are likely to chain this last Minion of Doubt into the rest of the pull. There is a Mistweaver that they skipped past that is still in combat with them, but you can see Timber landing the re-hex on that mob as it walks towards them. They'll probably be bringing that into the boss fight, but they don't want to deal with it right now. Those curses that it puts out are pretty dangerous, and it's free to do it during the boss is the theory, right?
We also know that Timber goes and tags the other patrolling Mistweaver and Monk in that other area as well. He ends up kicking the Mistweaver and then decursing himself, and they pull that into the bottom 30%.
Oh, look at this gateway from Perplexed. Another beautiful gateway spot in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Another reason to bring that Warlock.
Warlock is really good. Perplexed are, I don't say closing the gap because I think that Donuts were specifically kind of slowing down a little bit, but Perplexed are putting themselves in a position where if Donuts wipe to probably the last pack of trash before the final boss, there is an opportunity for Perplexed to be able to come back here, I think.
Now,
Assuming
there is
they
a
don't wipe
fear
this,
that has
which
gone
they have
off for
full fear.
Perplexed.
This
That's
is gonna
not
be a
very
wipe.
good.
Yes.
That's something you'd really want to avoid if you were Perplexed here, and so that's going to be another 15 deaths. 14 deaths there, because a Shine melded into Prowl. Good play by a Shine, that's going to save 1 death, but man, this is turning into a bloodbath here, and Perplexed are just in so much pain. Donuts, on the other hand, entering that Jade phase of Liu Flameheart. This is the most dangerous part of the fight. This is when your tank is in a lot of danger, and everybody else in your group also has to avoid being caught off guard by those Jade waves.
I think that sometimes, like, whenever we're watching teams play, we kind of just expect them to be super consistent. And if you really think about it, Perplexed, as a team, has been one of the most consistent teams in MDI history, right? Like, they always play super well, especially whenever a lot is on the line. And so the fact that they're having mistakes in Temple of the Jade Serpent, I think it just proves how difficult the strategies are that they're trying to implement. That pack, with all of the lesser Shaws and the Hosen and whatnot, is insanely challenging to be able to perform well.
Now, one of the benefits of Night Elf is Yips actually just melded there when one of those Jade Serpent Strikes was being cast on him, so a nice little piece of mitigation that's brought by that Shadow Meld, just preventing that cast. Really cool little bit of tech there. You're all gonna have to clear Thundering.
Okay. Boss has been pushed.
Okay, now
we're gonna see. Watch Timber. If we can get the Observer on Timber, that would probably be ideal. He's gonna be pulling this trash pack that's patrolling off to the side. He's going to kick the Mistweaver and then dispel himself to get that pack grouped up. And Yips is then going to meet the pack once it's at the doorway.
Yeah, here it comes. Those mobs coming in. Just 1 Mistweaver, 1 Guardian. Not too dangerous here. You do have a Curse Dispel in the form of Timber. You also have Smacked with 1 if you want, but with just 1 Mistweaver, it's always going to be Timber. Forced to cast that as the healer. Smacked is staying DPSing for now, of course. And other than that, these mobs don't do too much. They do put your tank in a little bit of danger with the Setting Sun kick that the Guardian does. That's a healing reduction as well, so you really don't want that during the Jade phase of this fight. So that's why you're seeing Donuts wait until this last phase of the fight to do this.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, just them honestly meleeing on your tank while he's got that healing absorb. Front Warrior not especially adept at being able to tank, tyrannical Liu Flameheart whenever they're in that Jade phase.
Yeah. That is, it's one of the most challenging. It's got to be. It's that and Bear that are the hardest to tank.
Right?
That. Yeah.
It is not great at dealing with that. And Restoration Shaman, not especially known at being able to heal your tank a lot whenever they have that heal absorb.
Yeah, Healing Surge is kind of OP for it, and Spirit Link is as well if you have that available. But of course, with the way that Donuts are planning to use this dungeon, those Spirit Links are all committed to the Shaw explosions, right? The Shaw explosions in the courtyard, and then it's going to be the Shaw explosions in the next pull, right? So Spirit Link is not something that they had free on that boss as they start this room, and they're going to do it in 2 pulls rather than in 1. Again, they could probably do it all in 1 if they wanted to, but they know they're really far ahead, and they know there's just no need to go so aggressive here. Just play it safe and collect the win rather than risking anything here, and they're going to hit the heroism on the double pack here.
The heroism, oh no.
I mean, it's literally the ability that was used there. Timber's playing a Dwarf Shaman.
Yep, this is true. A Dwarf Shaman with a recalibrator to the Night Elf model.
Yeah, of course, you gotta use those atomic recalibrators before your key starts. I wonder how long has been lost before keys starting this season just due to teams rolling their appearance over and over again.
What appearance do you look for? I look for one specifically.
I'm looking for Kultiran Male.
I'm looking for Male Panda.
Oh, that's a good one as well, yeah.
I look for Male Panda, and then I like to backpedal on Male Panda because I got a funny animation.
They do, yeah, that's really good. All right, so here go Donuts into Shaw of Doubt, the last boss. It is a tyrannical key, and they don't have their lust because they use that lust on that massive bull. So this is a somewhat scary thing, especially if you got a Quake like this as these Bounds of Reality are spawning. You can see those fragments are now a little bit... Actually, they're still beautifully stacked because they snapshotted where everybody was a little bit before everybody had to flee there. So they're going to be able to kill off these fragments nicely. We also do have Ursul's Vortex, Death Grip available for them as well, so doing that to group them up is going to be nice and something they can do, and then hit them into a shockwave or a stun totem, something like that.
You actually got a good tip for the people at home. Whenever we go into that reality phase, that bounds of reality phase, once the boss finishes his cast is when it snapshots the position of where your ad is going to get knocked back from, not where you are like whenever it comes out of your character. So you want to actually be a little bit stacked beforehand. But one of the notable things is, like, since it snapshots your position, you can walk away from where they're spawning in advance and avoid one of the melees. Because, like, as they come out, they melee you while they're still in the air sometimes. And so, like, if you do just, like, walk away, like, a bit in advance, and then, like, you could pre-deploy CC such as Ursul's Vortex to keep them grouped up and whatnot, then you can avoid that taking any of those incidental melees.
Now, both of our comps do also have a dispel for the double debuff thing here. There's a mass dispel for Donuts that they'll have for every other cast. Perplexed, on the other hand, have imp dispel, which is better and will be available every time, right? So nice little ways that these comps will handle what is otherwise a pretty scary tyrannical mechanic, right? Like, if you have to heal one of those out of every set, that is a lot of mana that's going to be required to be spent by your healer. You can see Timber already has a lower mana percent than the boss health percent, which is always kind of a scary place to be as a healer, right?
Yeah, at the same point, though, I think it's kind of common to see these MDI healers healing on 0 mana. I mean, we saw Disc Priest yesterday healing this whole entire boss at 15% mana or whatever. I mean, Timber in the last dungeon was at 10% mana on that Preservation Evoker for all of Echo Dorogosa. I think it's fairly common to see healers basically healing the MDI without having to drink at all. That's one of the big things. Is, like, there's no time to, like, sit down and drink as a healer in the MDI. We have to pull next, and so it's something that they learn over time. Is like, okay, how am I supposed to heal this fight with 15% mana and really make it
Donuts,
work?
they've actually missed the push here on that last Bounds of Reality cast. We know that Perplexed in their best run were able to beat this cast, which is crazy. Donuts have the boss at 6% on it, which is still very good. But it does go to show, this run is actually a bit slower out of Donuts than even their best from yesterday or from 2 days ago. But with Perplexed having so much go wrong here for them, that's all the opportunity that Donuts need to seize the advantage, to take the win. 2-0 in the series and a crazy upset for our North American team.
Yeah, absolutely. Donuts have done it. They're going to the MDI Global Finals, and they're going to our group finals a little bit later today. But I think this is the first time this weekend that we've had a lower seed beat a upper seed, and it was crazy on the Perplexed side. Just a lot of stuff happening that you do not necessarily associate with a team that's as good as Perplexed. So wow, a bit baffling. Makes, what did you make of that one?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, Donuts, the first North American team that's going to qualify to the finals, definitely has to be a light of hope for all our American friends. I do wanted to talk about some things you guys already mentioned. The Rolling Havoc for Wolf Disco, I thought was super interesting. I mean, we saw that Warlock prior in that temple do really, really well. The way they held onto the droplets, and then later on always managed to have like a second target that he could Havoc onto and get that int buff was really, really nice. And you also mentioned it, Tattles, for all my DK fans out there, Swag running that Gargoyle together with the Festermite build is a little bit Frankenstein-y, I think, but it definitely worked. It worked here, and it worked in that Ruby Life Pulse that we saw it in as well. Just giving you that extra single target with that Gargoyle is going to ramp so hard with anything and everything you have. Even better if you have a Shadow Priest, but not going to happen for these teams here. Unfortunately, you said it already, Perplexed, not really living up to the hype, the expectations. I'm not sure what's happening today. Maybe they need another coffee or a good break. Maybe they've been practicing too much. But in this dungeon and the prior dungeon, there was a lot of oopsies and things going wrong. And even though they tried their best to recover it, it didn't really work out. We started strong with this massive pull here. We added all of this together, which I thought was amazing. Then tragedy unfolded. The Vine Field went down in this pull, causing the rest of the team to kite out. I think Swag went down and Shine went down as well. So Resin Wolf Disco kited out the trash, which absolutely makes sense, right? You want to walk towards your healer. And then, unfortunately, they killed that scroll as well, got in fight with Strife and Peril, which closed the door. They had to die, full wipe. I mean, they couldn't even release because they were in fight with a boss, costing them endless amounts of time. And Donuts they played a little bit safer, but they got through just fine, right? And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes it is all about not making any mistakes with whatever tack you have and playing that one clean.
Bro, this is just what happens whenever you're playing at such a high key level for MDI this season. This is one of the highest key levels we've seen for MDI in a while. And so, like, you know, doing dungeons on this 22 and 23 level, it just opens you up to a lot more variability and vulnerability whenever you're doing these pulls. That pull, by the way, in the Strife and Peril room that Perplex were doing, if they pull it off, I'm pretty sure they win the map basically just off of that. That doing all of that trash in one pull and what Donuts did in effectively two should have saved them, you know, somewhere in the order of 30 seconds by itself, allowing them to win the game. But at the same point, it's just so dangerous on your tank. It like that Hosen especially is just beating up your tank. He's got that enrage on him the whole entire time. And like Divine goes down, and it's just the dangerous part of that. Now, if Divine was able to just like live that for a couple seconds longer, maybe cycle back to his CDs a little bit better, I think maybe we'd be singing a different tune about Perplex being able to tie up the series 1-1, but it just goes a little bit wrong, and then they full wipe because it's the 22.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes to show how much of a knife's edge these teams are walking in the MDI, right? You can have a team that looks spectacular all weekend because they are really that good, but these dungeons are just like so punishing sometimes, right? Where one small mistake, one error, you really get to see the knife edge walking, the plate spinning that's going on, the chainsaw juggling that these teams are doing to try to put up these times. And yeah, sometimes things can go wrong, even a couple dungeons in a row. But when we look at the bracket, though, now, you know, before we were like, well, I mean, you got to be worried about Direwolves. I think now Direwolves has to be worried a little bit about Perplexed, because now Perplexed is going to be the team coming down with a vengeance. So we'll see.
I mean, I had
EMPYREAN obviously. What? Go ahead.
I had talked to 40. He messaged me during that game, and he basically said, I don't want to go against Perplexed again. Like, they played against Perplexed. If you look at it in the quarterfinals, and even though that was a really close series, they lost 2-0. So having Perplexed waiting there for the Wolves has to be something they're thinking about, that's going to be on their mind in the next series. Of course, they got to beat EMPYREAN first to get there. And EMPYREAN, I mean, after what we've seen with Perplex and Donuts, we might even see a 2-0 EMPYREAN. Nothing is safe here.
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, it might be opposite day. It might be the Bizarro realm we've entered. And it might just be that EMPYREAN are just going to play it better, too. Because yeah, we have seen them get this far. Obviously, they're the team that people would say are the underdogs in this next match. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. And like we just saw, the unexpected might happen. So that's gonna be an exciting one to look forward to. I'm hyped about that match. And then the rest of the day just got a lot more interesting, didn't it? But we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's going to be our lower bracket semis. It's going to be EMPYREAN versus Direwolves here on MDI. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few. Here we are getting ready for match number 2 here at the Mythic Dungeon International final day of Group B. Doe, your host here, along with Mr. X Makes and Zyronic. And we just saw a bit of an upset. We just saw Donuts take up Perplexed 2-0. They're going to the finals today, but they're also going to the MDI Global Finals, our first North American team to get through there. A little bit surprising, but both these teams are really good. I'm curious, so before we get into this next one, I want to hear impressions on that last series. I'll start with you, Zyronic.
Ooh, that was interesting. You know, while we were watching that, I was actually watching it in one of the watch parties, and Genji was talking about how Perplexed is just one of these teams that's always been a team that has absolutely insane time trials times, but for some reason, just whenever they get into matches, it can be very feast or famine with them. They can sometimes just not have the greatest runs, and unfortunately, that's just what happened for them in both of those maps. We know that their times are definitely, like, amongst the best of the weekend, especially that Temple of the Jade Serpent, but it looked like, you know, after yesterday, they for some reason didn't like their temple time, even though it was like a full minute faster than Donut's time was. They tried to make it faster and just went for like a pull that was like too crazy. It almost seemed like they were going for a global finals strategy when they were still in the group stages. But I mean, like they were going for too much too soon. Like you have to make sure you qualify for globals first before you go for the global strategies, right? It was really, really bizarre, but they find themselves in the lower bracket. We're not going to see them just yet, but I mean, they've got to play. They got to play for their berth, which is kind of scary, right? For a team of that caliber.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Looking at these bans, I did expect one team to take out the Algothar Academy just because, I mean, we saw that dungeon just now. It is definitely a scary and a big dungeon. A little bit surprised EMPYREAN chose to go with the Shadowmoon Burial Grounds because they won in Shadowmoon Burial Grounds yesterday. Now, of course, their time was slower than the one of the Direwolves, but the same could be said for the Temple or the Court of Stars. So,
Yeah, I agree with you. I actually thought maybe they would get rid of the Temple because we've seen them kind of have some difficulties at times on Temple throughout this weekend thus far. And for EMPYREAN, they mentioned, we talked about it before their match yesterday, they didn't love the Azure Vaults. The Azure Vaults the other day, I know against, I believe, it was Boars, it went a little bit sideways. They actually were behind by a lot. They ended up, having an early wipe. They ended up making up some time, but then right before Azure Blade, they end up having a wipe in that room with the Lieutenant, trying to go with a big pull. So this is actually a pretty scary series here for EMPYREAN.
Yeah, there's like the combination in Azure Vault of like scary pulls and mobs, but then also things can just kind of go wrong when you're dropping level to level. We've seen that too. We've seen, mages and priests forget to help their teammates float down safely and instead just let them drop. So you just never know. This dungeon has a lot of dangerous stuff in it, whether it's the mobs or your own teammates sometimes. So we will see who is able to take this. They were faster than Perplexed in some of the dungeons before something happened. They were faster than other teams before something happened. Yesterday, I think, looked more smooth, right? Of course, we know what this team is capable of, but they just got to avoid those catastrophes that we see pop up every once in a while for this team. And the way they happen to Direwolves is different than the other teams in the MDI, it seems like. It seems like it's more inexplicable. Sometimes it's on them, sometimes it's not. So we'll see what happens in Azure Vault. But as the teams load in, I'm curious. I'm curious who's going to get through, because you can't count EMPYREAN out, right?
I definitely
of
can't
course not.
count them out.
Yeah, but I think Direwolves is definitely the favorite, though. I would say Direwolves is like clearly the favorite in this one.
Of course, yeah.
but it is a very volatile dungeon. I mean, we saw that from EMPYREAN yesterday. They had a really good route, but then in this particular room here that we're seeing right now in the preview, they ran really big with that Lieutenant because they didn't have that porting point yet. They wiped there and had to run all the way, which cost them like 3 minutes? I don't know. They've been running forever. So I feel like it could go either party's way. Now, am I hoping that the Direwolves take this one? Yes. But I'm also hoping that we're going to get a very close head-to-head race with EMPYREAN. And maybe, who knows what happens in the other dungeons. But Azure Vault is definitely a dungeon that it could be anybody's game, I'm pretty sure. And off we go to the races. Teams looking exactly the same in terms of class choice on both sides here.
Yeah, and already getting right back into it. We didn't quite cover this, but we covered it a little bit. This was that match yesterday in which Boar's Blending Crew was able to take a match off of EMPYREAN, so we fully expect EMPYREAN to have looked at their routing here and gone for a much safer strategy moving forward. Hopefully they've got it figured out, and we'll be able to see in the dungeon right now. Already, I believe, though, Direwolves going for a slightly larger pull on the right side, pulling in those rocks. You can see those Crystal Furies they have in there, as well as the large crystal as well. It's going to be very scary. You have to make sure they don't actually get hit by those piercing shards. Chompy does get hit by one of the frontals there. He does have that bleed on him. You can see it's ticking for quite a bit of damage, but the Nature's Vigil's doing work keeping him alive here. And they're almost through the most dangerous part. You can see they've got a trail of Spiteful Shades trailing behind them here. Just have to make sure they don't get thwacked in the head by one of those.
Yeah, just a quick note, left side is EMPYREAN, right side is the Direwolves overlay, is still being updated right now, I'm sure. There was one death for EMPYREAN on the left side. Their DK Heart went down. They were able to just recover that very quickly because, of course, you can release and be right back with the team, but it is going to be 5 seconds penalty as these teams chew through here. And you can see the difference in pull right now in the overlay. It's 28% for the Direwolves versus 1683 for EMPYREAN. So a big lead in trash already on the side of the Direwolves, but EMPYREAN still have their Bloodlust available, and it is a 22 Tyrannical, so they might just send it on the boss, and that could turn things around.
Definitely could. That has tended to be the faster strategy in this dungeon. It's what Echo did last weekend, so we're just kind of assuming as casters if Echo does it, it's probably the faster strat. 12% trash is a lot to gain from using that Bloodlust, though. And remember, this is a fortified scenario, so that trash does have more HP than it usually does. Got to keep an eye on the health bars for EMPYREAN here, as those Lasher debuffs are stacking up, and the Grievous is ticking on the group, but Tien's able to heal those off. They should be in a safe spot right now. As long as they get the rest of the Mystic Vapor kicks, they should be totally fine. But that extra healing has meant that Tien really hasn't been able to do much damage here, and Direwolves is, once again, pulled ahead on the trash damage here. They're going to be on to the boss first.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was confused by our overlay after saying it. It is, of course, a fortified, not a tyrannical key. But yeah, actually interesting. In that series that EMPYREAN lost this Azure Vault, they had a similar Bloodlust where they pulled it rather late. Boar's Money Crew, sending their Bloodlust right away, got another one towards the end of Umber Skull on what they actually won then. That Bloodlust made them burst through the boss and come in before EMPYREAN was able to do that. Now, of course, they had a lot of time lost, but if you get another Bloodlust here, if your time looks like you get another Bloodlust, then maybe it makes sense to just send it first. We're going to see how this one ends at the end of the key, of course. Bloodlust now definitely being used by EMPYREAN, and both teams are trying to chew through a Laymore, who does have substantial amounts of HP.
And you can see that Bloodlust has pulled EMPYREAN ahead on the boss here. They are definitely chunking this a lot more faster, a lot quicker than Direwolves. Already pulled ahead on boss damage, but that Bloodlust has just not run out. So, you know, it's only really pulled them neck and neck with them. Not quite sure if that seems like it's worth it. I mean, because, like you said, Direwolves is going to get that lust up earlier on, so they'll have it available for more points in the key. And, you know, because these teams are higher seeded than the teams that we've seen most of our Azure Vaults from this weekend, we would expect this to be a sub 20-minute key, so you're probably only getting 2 Bloodlusts anyways. So, yeah, I don't know. It seems like the AoE lust on trash is probably a little better, I would have to say, because they're neck and neck and they have more trash, right? That's just, they're ahead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see where they go next. The last time we saw this key, both of the teams opted to play the crystals. Now, the crystals are very good percentage for pull value and pretty easy to deal with, given the factor that your tank survives them. You can see Direwolves already moving very close to the door here, making sure they're not spending any second running that they didn't need to without any trash. Chaz being carried here by Holo's rescue, and in we go. They're going to go for crystals as well. The Whelplings have been pulled, making sure that these Furies here get in fight. And now look at Jack's HP bar. That is the one thing you want to keep your eyes on right now. This is going to hurt him particularly, and everybody else needs to watch their feet, of course, because these Furies, they can do some frontals, and these also are rather dangerous. Interrupts need to come in with the elementals that now have been added on top of the pull, and on the side of EMPYREAN, we're going to see the exact same thing.
Direwolves so far have
that's
done a
done.
good job of AoE disrupting pretty much every single one of those piercing shards before they go off, so none of those debuffs have gone out on Jack. He doesn't have to worry about that damage. This is actually great. Not a single one has gone off the entire pull. They have so much AoE CC in their group that they didn't have to worry about that debuff a single time. That was textbook from Direwolves. No issues for them whatsoever. Same pull nearing completion for EMPYREAN here, and they've also done a great job of making sure they don't let any of those go off. Wow, both teams just putting on a clinic here on how to do that pull properly.
Yeah, now we are entering the ring, and in that ring, we're going to have another set of abilities like the one before. Right now, it is going to be the Elementals and the Curator. Curator has a lot of HP. It is fortified, so you're going to need to choose through that, making sure that you don't spend a lot of time just DPSing that one mob. You want to have something to cleave onto, which is exactly what they're doing with these Elementals, but they need some interrupts, so that is coordination A1 that you're seeing right now on both sides. AoE CC is being deployed by EMPYREAN, and then after that I suspect we're going to see some jumping action. And if the past has told us anything, you're never safe when you're jumping from high cliffs, I guess. Sometimes people forget levitate, sometimes people forget slow fall, then you don't get life grip. There's a lot of dangers to this, and I just hope our teams can get through it unscathed. Here they go, Chaz going down first, but the rest of the team follow suit. Of course, Holo and him don't have any problems, but Chaz now needs to grip 40, and he did that perfectly. Team is safe and sound, moving on to the next area.
EMPYREAN going for a jump of their own now. They're not notably jumping to the second boss room area. They do need to make up that trash count. At 8%, they have to get on the second story here. So they have an entire extra trash pack that they have to add to their route. This is going to set them behind incredibly far from Direwolves. Probably over a minute behind, but it's up to Direwolves to make these pulls work. This is a massive pull. Like, almost all of the trash packs in this room are on the tank right now. Got to keep an eye on Jack here. He does not want to get hit by too many of those ice cutters here. It's going to be rough, but looks like they're doing a pretty good job of keeping him alive here. Nature's Vigil actually was saved until later in the pull, just now being popped to help him out here. They should be safe.
Yeah, I think so, and that is the pull that EMPYREAN wiped to in their previous series, so we're gonna need to see if they can execute it just as beautifully as the Direwolves have done right now. Looking at the overlay, they have 3 minutes on that Bloodlust. I suspect we're gonna see it come out when they do the Frog pull, which is another very big and scary pull, but for now it's going to be Azure Blade, and here the DK can really shine because those Draconic images will always be on boss instantly due to Death Echo, which allows him to have 2 charges on that Death Grip and just always be able to get them into boss fight. You can see it right now. Really, really nice little tech, making sure you're not too busy interrupting something that's not on your tank, on your boss. But now we go into the face, and this one, it hurts, even though it is a fortified key. But EMPYREAN is into that big pull, and they need to survive this if they want to pull even with the Wolves.
Yep, dangerous phase here. Lots of AoE group damage out on Direwolves, but like you said, we need to focus on EMPYREAN. This is where they wiped yesterday. Massive pull. It looks like they've gotten through the worst of it, though. They've used pretty much every cooldown in the book, actually opting to save the Nature's Vigil, so they're going to have that for the first intermission phase. But yep, that pull has gone well for them here. Direwolves through their first intermission phase, and I was actually surprised. I thought that every trash mob in this room socialed when you pulled the boss, but it did not, and now once they're through the intermission, they can easily pull that trash into the boss and cleave everything down. The main thing here is to focus on that mana bar at the bottom of Azure Blade's HP bar. They want to try to kill the boss off before that mana reaches 0. If it does reach 0, he will run to the middle of the room and start another intermission phase, which would cost them a lot of time. They'd have to cleave down 4 of those adds again. They really need to focus as much damage into the boss as possible, so they skip that intermission phase.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of leeway. You can see that Jack is going to tank the boss far on the side here, might even walk a little bit further with it, making sure it has travel time, but I don't think it is needed. Even if it does, it starts casting, and before the cast is through, you can still finish it off before going into phase. So they were, I would say, super safe here with the DPS that they have, but we can see Bloodlust is coming ready in 35 seconds. There's going to be some skipping action here for them now, and after that, I suspect we're gonna go big. 75% trash on the sides of the Direwolves. Still a little bit more than EMPYREAN. Of course, they haven't pulled all of the trash just yet. They're now adding it onto their face, which is actually pretty scary for them.
What did Chompy die to just now? He just randomly died while the pull was being pulled together. He must have pulled aggro on the breaker or something, because you definitely don't die to a frog stomp. That was really weird. They did battle res him up, but the important thing is they only have that one other battle res for the rest of this phase here, for the rest of this instance. So, like, that's actually really scary. I remember when we saw Echo pull off this pull, they used both of their battle reses just setting up this pull, so this is a very, very dangerous pull. They're going for absolutely everything. The main things to look out here are the breaker casts here. That shoulder slam on one player will do a ton of damage. In addition to that, the Bestial Roar is a lot of AoE damage on the group that they have to worry about, so there's a ton of damage. They're going to be focusing down those breakers as quickly as possible in order to reduce the amount of damage they do to the group. But the entire time, these frogs are not going to make it easy. They're going to be casting stomps all over the place. So let's keep an eye on how Direwolves deals with this pull.
Yeah, they're just waiting for everything to actually come in and be damageable. And now you can see defensives are being used. Vampiric Embrace, Nature's Vigil, everything's being popped, making sure everybody survive as they are finishing off everything that is in here. But the Horde keeps running. The Spiteful Shades, of course, show up once something goes down. So you're not just finished yet when you remove them the first time around. AoE CCs coming out of Direwolves, making sure that the frogs stay where they are, but there is only so much CC that the team has, and there's way too many frogs for them to get everything under control. One more time, trying to keep everything in place. They're very, very low, and I think most of the HP bars that we can see right now are the Spiteful Shades. Now, on the other side, Empyrean had one death on this boss fight here. Heart, unfortunately, went down, and I think they got a second phase as well, just judging by the mana bar on Azure Plate as they move forward. So they're falling even further back. Direwolves now have 100%. You can see the Mind Soothe being used to skip over here, then allows them to actually use the book and travel over. And now it is only boss fight into boss fight for the Wolves, and then that could be their first match point.
Yep, this is great. They're putting on an absolute clinic. They're picking up where they left off yesterday. We thought their runs were so clean and probably some of the best routing in the tournament. And they've really shown in this dungeon why they are one of the best teams in this tournament. Honestly, they looked like the best team in the tournament. They should, for all intents and purposes, have 2-0'd Perplexed, but there were these weird, just really uncanny mistakes that happened for them in both of their runs that caused them to lose that series. And they've got to fight their way back through. I mean, this is all kind of setting up for a really, really interesting rematch between this team and Perplexed in our next matchup, if Direwolves does make it through this series, to see who gets to qualify for the second spot to Worlds. But they do need to finish off this series first, and that's what we're going to watch them do here as they get into the main phase of Telesh Greywing here. Of course, they want to try to skip as many of those intermission phases as possible, and it looks like they might.
That's exactly why they're using Bloodlust, too. So right after the boss came down, they're deciding to use that Bloodlust that they've been holding on to for a couple of minutes now, making sure that they have as much damage as possible going out on Talash. Now, it might not be enough. It might get very close here. 15% remaining. The bar is nearly full. The boss is going to jump back. But still, they did do substantial damage to Talash, and they will kill him. Once he comes back here, it definitely was close. I really like that Bloodlust, but I would have liked it even more if they were able to one-face that. However, boss is going to go down, and they will move on to Umble Skull. Now, on the side of Empyrean, we are seeing a very similar pull to the one that Direwolves just pulled off. All of these frogs are in fight. They still have their battle res, so they've been playing super safe, but it does seem like they have a little bit less frogs on their plate.
Oh, they've started the boss before the DK has gotten here on the book. Let's see. Okay, they've got the rescue from the Evoker to get him into the boss. Perfect. Nice. There is a very weird thing that can happen if you have the Thundering debuff from getting stunned while you're in the book. You just stay on the book for forever. So I really don't like seeing people take the book when you can just jump down, but I guess it's a DK. He doesn't have any way of saving himself from the fall damage, right? He has to pretty much just depend on the Levitator or grip from the priest, so may as well take the book. They're so far ahead here. All they have to do is make sure that they don't die to these detonating crystals, and they've got a great group comp for dealing with that. Check out Hollow already. He's just deep breathing to help the team out, make sure those crystals die. These crystals are going down very, very slowly here. That one on the boss is not taking almost any damage. There we go. Now some focus coming in from the Shadow Priest, and it shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. I'm going to do that 2 more times, and then they're pretty much through this dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. The hardened crystal is always the one that has the most HP, so gonna, by nature, usually live a little bit longer, but they were able to get that one down. Now they're also getting thundering, but the boss is just gonna do those crystals based on HP, so they can't skip any of those. They need to get through them, and thundering being cleared right before they spawn, of course, is going to ensure that you don't have that buff. But see, they spawn so beautifully this time around, allowing all of the AoE spells to actually get in there. Now they're going to need to DPS the boss once more. They're going to get one more crystal phase, and that is going to be it for the direwolves. I think so. They need to run away from these orbs, make sure nobody gets hit here. A little bit of slow being deployed onto the entire team. 1 more percent, then the crystals come back. Here they are. And that is the last crystal phase. Look at how beautiful they spawned. Holo supporting, like you said, with that fire breath, making sure they slowly tick down. And now it's only the hardened crystal remaining that they need to DPS.
A little bit, got a little burst damage at the end there. That was kind of too close for comfort on the fracture, but they do get it down.
Calculate it.
And Umbral Scroll does go down. That's going to be a 1-0 victory for Direwolves, and a very, very convincing Azure Vault. That was 4 minutes faster than any time we've seen this weekend in that dungeon. These guys are definitely proving that they're one of the best teams of this weekend.
Yeah, it's like they took the other days and they just kind of went Super Saiyan coming into this one. That was extremely smooth, and if you're Empyrean, it's going to be tough to catch up and try to tie up the series in the next one, barring any sort of unforeseen thing that might happen in that next dungeon. But yeah, Direwolves coming in strong, kind of like we expected, huh, Matt?
Yeah, and for Empyrean, I think really when you kind of look at their strategy from the start, I think Zyra, you mentioned it, where Direwolves, they had that extra pack into the first boss, where Empyrean then had to stop on the ring and pull another pack, and then Mix mentioned it, they actually missed the damage check kind of on Azure Blade on the boss. They actually lost, I believe, their DK, and then they got the extra stage at 17% left on the boss, but just really clean play out of Direwolves, which is something we've seen really most of the weekend. It's crazy they come in here. This is what I think the 9 and 10 seed, but a lot of us would favor Direwolves. Where Empyrean, I think it's just really just kind of those two decisions, right? Where they didn't pull that extra pack on the first boss, they have to pull one on the ring. I believe this is kind of one of the packs they end up having to pull, or it may have been on the ring below this, but clean up there. They did that lieutenant pull that they weren't able to execute the other day. They actually did get that down. They lost somebody on the boss, and maybe you're able to make it a little bit closer, but Direwolves setting a fantastic time here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was really, really nice, and I'm looking forward to the next key that we are going to see from the Wolves. Should be very exciting. I mean, we talked about it. I don't think that key is going to be Empyrean favored either.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at their results over the weekend, right? That was one that did cause a few struggles. 7 deaths in their match against Boar's Money Crew yesterday. They had another one where it was... actually, they did a 1-death one against Who Let Them Cook. That was a pretty solid one, but it's been up and down, I guess, is the final takeaway from our huge sample size of 2 maps from this weekend. But
yeah,
we'll see. It definitely hasn't been the fastest.
but also it's just we haven't seen TJS from Direwolves yet. But actually, we did see it in the lower bracket yesterday. Their time, even with mistakes, was almost a minute faster than what we saw from Empyrean, right? And we know that this team, like Mr. X was saying, is their runs have been pretty much the best in every dungeon that we've seen all weekend. It's just a matter of, can they stay clean the entire dungeon? These guys play clean 95% of the time, but that other 5% just has you scratching your head. It's man, these guys are so good. What happened there? It's really confusing. But these guys are nuts. If they can put it together, they're clearly the fastest of the weekend so far.
There are some really nasty pulls, though, on Temple of the Jade Serpent that can, have your dungeon go sideways, straight away, right? The first pull, right, if you don't execute that, Wise Mari. And then even, how we saw, Perplexed, right, in the last one, they had, the unfortunate scenario of, they end up having, the boss, kind of pull onto them, as they're, trying to back out. They lose a player, they're in combat,
crazy.
The door closes. Yeah, we're like, Temple of the Jade Serpent, like, and that's like just before you even get to the courtyard, where if you're trying to do that all in one pull, could be really devastating. So it's a scenario where, like, if Direwolves, like, I think you don't really change anything up. You kind of keep, like, doing these, like, big pulls you've been executing really well. But Empyrean, on the other side, you're like, hey, we're only maybe, like, a white from Direwolves, like, executing on one of these behind from being able to take this map.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, I was talking to 40, like I said, and he was saying that particularly that all of the court pull, so everything around Liu before you actually activate her, has been going wrong a couple of times for the direwolves. And as a DK, that usually doesn't affect you because you have Lichborn, so you don't get feared. So it's him standing there with like Death and DK, everything prepped, ready for those big pulls. The rest of the team running off to Nirvana, not able to keep the pull under control. And he's just like, hey guys, I wanted to do this. Where are you running to? So we'll see if that happens. I sure hope it's not the case, but it could be a 1-1 if that does happen.
For a class known for its like relentless advancing in the lore, right, where DKs just slowly come forward inexorably, they do a lot of like waiting for everyone else in dungeons, don't they?
Really? I feel like
not
it's
so much,
everyone
yeah.
waiting on the DK, no?
Well, or like
Sorry?
makes
DKs are
sense,
so
right?
slow.
The DK hangs out, and then
Yeah,
they bring things back, and it's more like I'm inevitable. It turns into I am just chilling. Or vibing, as the theme has been this weekend.
I kind of agree with Zyro. I'm usually always like, where is the DK? Like, they're just
You're doing it wrong. You got to bring it back to the DK.
They'll get there
I don't know.
eventually,
I
right?
mean-
Saying. All right. Well, we're going to the Temple of the Jade Serpent. We all know what happens here. But will it happen better for Direwolves or Empyrean? Direwolves looking to go on to face Perplexed, which I would love to see that rematch, actually. That it was a 2-0 for Perplexed before, but that was a very close series. And I know Direwolves wants a chance again. But at the same time, I know they're also a little bit nervous about it because that was a series that they got 2-0'd, too. But I think it'd be entertaining, so we'll see if we get there. That said, Empyrean, obviously, if they can come back and win this series from being a map down, that will be equally impressive. We'll see if they can pull that off, but they're going to need to dig deep, I think.
I mean, they have done deep all
definitely.
weekend.
They have, but we are into the kill, into the key, and both teams are not moving away. They're playing the same comp once more. You can see the tanks setting up what is one of the biggest pull this weekend. Everything before Wise Mari is coming together here, and they want everything and more. Look at the teams. Bloodlust is pumping all of the externals, all of the additional healing, both sides putting out that vampiric embrace and the nature's vigil, trying to assist the healer, making sure that everybody gets through here, and it looks like they're doing a really good job. One more surging from both sides. The ripple goes through, and the teams have both finished it off, but Empyrean first to Wise Mari.
Empyrean already onto the boss here, a little bit faster on that pull. You can see there was a little bit of a slight difference in cooldown usage from the rest of Shaman Hollow, opting to save that Ascendance for when the second set of corrupted droplets come around the corner. But the end result is roughly the same for the two teams. Trash goes down, nobody dies, all of your cooldowns are expended, and everyone's happily on to Wise Mari here. This is where a big difference can be made. This is just a long boss, right? Tyrannical 22 boss. Wise Mari, I will continue to say this until the end of Season 1. Wise Mari is the hardest dungeon boss in the game. There is so much that can go wrong here. Every single one of these debuffs will chunk your players for so much damage, and you really don't want to be moving around a lot on this boss. If you ever accidentally step off of one of those platforms while those waves are coming out, it is just a pure one-shot here. Also a Hydro Lance plus the debuff, also a one-shot with no personals up. It's a very, very annoying boss, but it's annoying in its simplicity, right? Dodge the wash away, don't get one shot by the debuff. But when you give raiders a simple fight, they think, oh, I can maximize my damage, but you really can't ever let up on this fight. It's very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
But teams are keeping it very neck and neck.
Absolutely. I was just looking over the gear, trying to figure out if one of the healers was actually running that invigoration trinket, and it is being run by no one, to my surprise. So we have... Oh no, yeah, there we go. Tianzu is actually running it for Empyrean, and it's not being run by Holo. So we saw this trinket on the healers being used to burst down the scroll before Strife and Peril, just to get that started as soon as quickly as possible. And I'm surprised not more teams are picking it up, and it's cool to see that Empyrean are doing it.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see how that plays out for them here. On this boss alone, you can... I mean, the thing that I'm looking at right now is Direwolves have essentially, like, caught... Well, okay, they caught up, but now they're behind again. It's been neck and neck the entire boss here. The fact that it's so close when Empyrean pulled the boss first, though, just kind of shows you the caliber of these two teams. Like, two of the top 4 teams of the weekend definitely both deserve in their own right to be here, but they're playing for the opportunity to get to Global Finals, and unfortunately only one of them gets to play for that. But here we go. Empyrean open up the gap a little bit. Boss went down. They're already on their way towards the second boss room with a very, very, very small 8-second lead. Let's see if they can hold on to that here.
I just want to note it that 40 is currently at the very top, like at the very start of the group. He's the fastest. Now Holo sped past him, but DK not slow, at least not right now for the Direwolves. But Empyrean, like you said, they're starting off and they're going big. This pull has cost tanks and teams their life again and again in this MDI. You can see SLT coming out of Tianzu, making sure that the team for now is protected. Chaz actually going down for the Wolves, pulling aggro there. It seems like at the very beginning, not ideal. Battle Rest has been used, making sure he's back with the team. But this pull is not over for either side. SLT now coming out for the Wolves as well. Stay in that if you can. It is quaking, so sometimes teams unfortunately have to move to the side. You can see Chaz actually DPSing the scroll right now. So that means they now need to stay in this corridor and make sure they move forward, not backwards, else we're going to see a repetition of what happened to Perplexed. Same thing happening for Tianzu, who is now DPSing that scroll down with the trinket that we mentioned earlier, but both teams seem to get through this pull rather unscathed, making sure that they don't die here as more and more is being added. The Tigers come in, and they are moving towards Strife and Peril.
I mean, this is definitely a very scary moment for Direwolves here. Every single time one of those golden barriers goes off on that golden beetle, you're going to see their HP bars drop a ton. AMZ being even committed to that one for Empyrean on their side, and it still chunked them for 30 to 40% of their HP bar. We have to keep an eye on that beetle cast. They want to try to prevent as many of those casts as possible. It has that barrier on it right now. There's the explosion on the group. Everyone dropping to half HP. Bleed even going out on Chaz, who doesn't have Dwarf Racial to get rid of it. Nature's Vigil also being used here. From Chompy. They saved it from that previous pull, so they're going to be very, very safe for the duration of that. But man, this pull cannot be understated how scary it actually is. There is so much damage going out in the group that kind of goes away once you kill the beetle off, but still, it is just a very, very scary moment. And you have to consider as well, Direwolves, they don't have that safety blanket of the battle res. They're not going to have it for pretty much any of the scary moments in this dungeon. They're certainly not going to have it up for the courtyard pull, so they have to play everything so safely. They really cannot make any more mistakes for the rest of this dungeon here, or Empyrean will very easily take this dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. You're so right. But just looking at the boss HP, it seems like Direwolves have pulled ahead just a little bit. Now, there is going to be those 5 seconds penalty that will play against them, but still, in terms of dungeon progression, they are moving forward and have overtaken Empyrean. Now, the boss is not dead yet, but we know that the Wolves go really big in that court area. They pull everything and more. And I'm curious if Empyrean are going to do the same thing, or if they maybe play like donuts and decide to go for a safer yet more consistent technique, making sure that they don't have any oopsies. On the other side, they do have that battle res, like you said, so they could go a little bit more crazy. We're going to have to wait and see how this one goes as the Wolves finish off here. Strife and Peril ticking down to dots, 10% ahead of Empyrean, who are now also trying to finish off the boss. Really nice with Thundering coming in here for both teams, allowing them to get a little bit of an amp.
Yeah, it looked like Direwolves had the added advantage of dealing with that book a little bit more quickly than EMPYREAN. That's why they had the boss RP started beforehand. It actually pulled ahead so much on the boss. Just a little bit of extra planning ahead. But I believe that everything in this dungeon is going to come down to this pull in the courtyard here that Direwolves and EMPYREAN are both ramping up for at the same time. They have the CC in the back. 40 does take a melee from that mob in the back. He might have accidentally pulled aggro while starting to ramp damage on it, but he's okay now. His tank has aggro on it. Everything is now stacked up together, and we're off to the races. The main thing to keep an eye on is the damage on the group here. Once these mobs start to go down, those minions of Shah are going to explode for massive amounts of damage. AMZ already popped for the group here. I believe we'll see Spirit Link go down here in a second. There it is, just to keep everyone alive. Chaz does go down through the Spirit Link, though. There's no battle res for them. They have to finish off this trash pack with only 2 of their DPS alive, and that's no Vampiric Embrace on the group either. He didn't have it up yet, but I mean, still, no healing on the group is really, really unfortunate for them. Let's see how it goes for EMPYREAN on their side, too. Now, just now getting to those explosions. It looks like they do have the healing for it. Looks like everyone's still alive, so EMPYREAN does have that extra player, but Hollow's got down and out for Direwolves, too, now. Oh man,
yeah,
they instantly released.
Had nearly a full team wipe. They only have Jack alive on the side of Wolves, and he's going to die as well. That pull has gone tragically for the Wolves. They will need to run all the way back, and it seems like EMPYREAN has done it. They finished it off cleanly. There is only Spiteful Shades remaining now, adding those Mistweavers from the side as Leo Flameheart is being pulled. The Wolves have lost all of their time advantage, 30 seconds against them on the clock. I don't think there's much coming back from this, but we have been surprised in that last room before, so we're not going to call it before the day has ended, but definitely a very, very tragic turn for the Wolves.
Oh man. You know what I think it was, looking back at the VOD? I think it was just a Vampiric Embrace diff. EMPYREAN Shadow Priest had their Vampiric Embrace active for the entire duration of the beginning of that poll, helping keep everyone topped, helping heal through those explosions, so that they had a little bit of extra group healing when they had the Spirit Link and AMZ out. Chaz's Vampiric Embrace, it wasn't up until like 10 seconds after he died. So not having that extra healing, just, man, that ruined the poll for them. That was really unfortunate. And again, that's one of those head-scratcher moments from Direwolves. This team has looked so good all weekend. They can do these big pulls. We know they can, but it's just sometimes one weird cooldown timing goes wrong, and it just spells a massive, massive wipe for them. And they really didn't kill that much of the trash either, right, Mix? They only killed all of the minions. So they still have to deal with all of these major mobs in this room, and going for this big pull without all of that extra funnel is just incredibly dangerous. But this is what they have to go for to try to pull themselves back into the dungeon.
I mean, they have most of their defensives available again, SLT notably being the only thing that isn't there, but they do have HCT for themselves if they wanted it, not being used right now. For now, it is going to be the healing of Chaz and Chompy supporting the team here, making sure they get through it now. Healing Tide Totem also coming in for Holo, trying to keep the group alive, and it seems like this time around the pull is going much safer for the Wolves. But of course, EMPYREAN already has gotten the boss down tremendously, and they don't have the 7 deaths against them. So even if the Wolves manage to somehow catch up and pull even, they're still going to have 35 seconds against them. That's really important to understand here. So we're going to need them to somehow be like a minute faster in the next room, which I don't know if it's even possible unless EMPYREAN decides to pull several packs, whereas the Wolves go all in one. That could be the only turning point in this match here. I don't see anything else unless like one of the teams wipes, of course. But yeah, definitely something we're going to need to look out for now, as the Direwolves have managed to clean up that courtyard and are on to the way of Liu Flameheart's Yu'lon.
Yep, and it looks like EMPYREAN is through the dangerous part of the fight too, now into the Yu'lon phase, like you mentioned, so no more Jade Serpent strikes for them to worry about, where your entire tank's HP bar is just an absorb shield. Yeah, it's just going to come down to this last trash packet. Honestly, if I was EMPYREAN in this situation, I would heavily consider just taking it easy here. You could probably just do the first 3-pack on its own and then pull the rest of it with Lust, and you will probably still win this key. Let's see if they know how to make that change here, or if they're just going to go all out for it.
Yeah, we're watching. Their tank is in fight, and it seems like they're going slower. Now, this could be the comeback of Direwolves. We have seen similar situations before, but they're still in fight with the boss. They need so much more damage out of nowhere. I don't know how they were going to do that. I don't know how they're supposed to come back from this, but this is their only chance if somehow they're so much faster in this room that Empyrean is now strutting through. That first pack is nearly dead. You can see the water speaker dropping in the background, and in the foreground the Guardians are also dying. Now let's see how we move on here for Empyrean, just dealing with the Spitefuls, making sure they're not in the way, and now they're going to go for the double pack, which is still a very scary pull, and a lot can go wrong here, so we're going to need to keep our eyes open for it as the interrupts come through. Tidal Burst is going to be under control for Empyrean, and it looks like so far so safe. Empyric Embrace on top of everything, the knock-up coming out as well, and most of the stuff that they're in fight with is slowly but surely dying hard, taking so much damage here, but they didn't even use Bloodlust. They're saving it for the boss. Their tank dropping really low there for a second, but they are able to recover it, and I mean, this is looking beautifully clean from Empyrean.
Yeah, that was a very scary moment there, but yeah, the tank maybe got a little bit too egotistical there at this last second. Like, oh, I'm not taking any damage, I can tank this. Oh wait, never mind, I'm good. I gotta get out of there. But they're good to go. And the important thing, though, is they've saved the lust for the boss here. They will also be able to skip another intermission, and they need to take care of all of those tiny little advantages, because Direwolves is now through Lou Flameheart. And we know from what we've seen from them here, they are going to be pulling that entire trash back. So if Empyrean has any mistakes here on this boss, Direwolves will be right there, right behind them, ready to take a free win. But yeah, this is not the most dangerous boss with the comp that they have. They just have to make sure they play every single one of these intermissions incredibly clean. The damage output on the group is so high here. You do not want to get meleeed by your Figments of Doubts. You have to keep an eye on the pulsing damage from the Shaw of Doubt as well.
Oh, the
They're getting through that
wolves!
phase very cleanly, but Direwolves.
But Jack goes down. They were trying to just pull everything with boss in an attempt to come back here and save some time, but it all went wrong. Jack going down immediately, Bloodlust being lost here, and that is definitely the end of it. Empyrean, unless they somehow magically wipe here, are definitely winning this map here and sending us into game 3, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all she wrote for this dungeon, right? Committing the Bloodlust there and then instantly having deaths. You're not going to go for that pull without Bloodlust unless you're... I mean, Perplex does it, but all of the cooldowns being committed, Army of the Dead... Yeah, it's a rough-looking spot for Direwolves here. But, you know, at least they know at this point, like, okay, we've probably lost this dungeon. Let's relax, let's reset, let's mentally get ready for the last game here, because this is a very important game, right? If they are able to take this series, we know that Direwolves matches up very well against Perplexed. They need to win that third game to give themselves a good chance to go to Globals. So this is a good moment for them to be like, okay, relax. We know we've lost this. Let's move on here. And yeah, it doesn't really matter what happens here. Chompy does go down at the start of this pull. We shouldn't worry about that whatsoever. Empyrean out of their second intermission. Bloodlust popped. They're going to be burning Shaw of Doubt here. They should skip the next intermission and take this map easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I liked that they were open to sending it, to be honest. Like, they knew they had to pull everything with boss, and they tried, even though they knew they would probably fail. I think that is something you have to respect, and I'm happy that we're going to get a third map, but you can see Empyrean pumping that boss here. The damage is insane that they're dealing out right now. They're probably going to get one more phase, if I'm not entirely mistaken, or they might just finish the boss before that. Here we go, Master Spell one more time. Close. Coming out, dealing with the debuffs. Yeah, it is. But even so, 5%, even if they should get another phase, I don't think they will. I think they're gonna manage one more percent. Yeah.
Oh no, they got
They're
it.
getting it. It doesn't
well, no, the
matter.
boss takes 90% reduced
there.
damage. They have to kill it, but yeah.
Defensives are there. The boss has ticked. So, like, I think even if they at this point said just send boss.
No, they can still wipe, Makes. They can still wipe. No. Okay, they're good.
Nah, it's the 1-1 between Empyrean and the Direwolves.
Yep, Empyrean playing it clean in Temple of the Jade Serpent, and Direwolves a couple little wipes there, but it's like we've said so many times over the weekend, it does not take much to put you permanently behind one of the teams, especially this far into the weekend. Mr. Exo walking through that one. Break it down for us a little bit more. What did you notice in that dungeon?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of interesting things in that dungeon. Really, I think for starters, right, kind of like going in order, where Empyrean actually was able to make it to that first boss, Wise Mari, a little bit faster than the Direwolves. Direwolves like makes up some of the damage, like they kill it within like 5%. And I think Zyro mentioned as we went in towards like the second boss, they actually for Direwolves, they actually had the Shadow Priest do some damage onto the scroll versus the healer from Empyrean. And Direwolves actually, even with getting to that area slower, they actually get onto the Peril and Strife way faster. They have like a 15% boss damage advantage before Empyrean even pulls it. So right there, they kind of like make up some time, Direwolves, after maybe getting that first boss a little bit slower. But I think we kind of like foreshadowed it maybe a little bit, where Direwolves like a little bit scared about that courtyard pull, maybe some issues. They lose Chaz, they lose Hollow, no B-res there, and Empyrean is able to execute it, and that's really kind of the key at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. And we did say going into this one, Direwolves were the team that everyone was kind of keeping an eye on. They've looked so good throughout the weekend as far as their times go, but you can't count Empyrean out. They're a group of really talented players. They made it this far, and they're making it competitive. But Zyronic, we're going to that Court of Stars next. That might get a little bit wild.
Court of Stars is one of the most, I think, unexplored dungeons in terms of strategies in this season. I have heard so many interesting ideas about what you could do in this dungeon in terms of just insane strategies, but we haven't seen anybody really go for anything too insane. But you have to remember, this is one of the dungeons that Direwolves just looked so at home in. They looked like they were just going to wipe the floor with Perplexed, and then they pulled trash with the second boss on accident. And it was like, guys, do you not know that socials with the boss if it's too close to it? They looked so at home in the dungeon. They were pulling mini bosses with half enforcers, and they were pulling trash with mini bosses. They were doing so much more in that dungeon faster. And yeah, they do know now. But still, it's one of those head scratchers. This team is so insane, but sometimes just the weirdest things happen to them, and it's really kind of inexplicable. They're in a good spot to win this series, though. They are very, very good at this map.
Yeah, just looking at the two Court of Stars timers between Wolves and Empyrean, the best time that Wolves ran in that Court of Stars is 17:09, and the best time that Empyrean ran is actually 18:51, so nearly 2 minutes slower than Direwolves in a good run. Now, that good run was without that social pull, so they showed they can do it without it. But we're going to look forward to what the teams have in petto for us, I'm sure. I'm really looking forward to this dungeon. It always makes me really excited because there's lots of stuff we get to see.
Well, it's important to mention as well, that Court of Stars that I'm talking about, where they were up against Perplexed, they were on pace for sub 15 as well. So we know that they have stupid fast time in that Court of Stars if they're able to pull it off. And I think that's going to be the story in this dungeon. Is Direwolves able to live up to their capabilities, or is there just going to be a random wipe at some point in the dungeon that's going to leave you confused? I mean, Empyrean, they're definitely good enough in their own right to win a map, but it just seems like Direwolves is just a little bit a step ahead of them in terms of actual routing. Just can they pull it off?
Even with losing the first map on the Azure Vaults, I feel like this is the best we've seen from Empyrean, really, throughout the weekend. They've had some up and down series, but I feel like in terms of playing against obviously the toughest competition they played against thus far with Direwolves, they've really put together a really nice series.
I have a leak for this dungeon from one of our Chinese friends. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a class that we have not seen yet in the MDI. I might be wrong. Have we seen a Hunter yet? Well, if we haven't, we're going to see one right now. We're going to see one right now.
I hope you're not just teasing us,
of a Hunter. I'm not.
Don't
I have
play
a screenshot
with my heart that way. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we should see some fun classes all across the board. I think so, because Direwolves also notably choose to run Vengeance Demon Hunter in this dungeon, which is something we also don't get as much showtime of. So that's something we can look forward to as soon as these teams are ready. I hope that Hunter is really going into play. We can see a leak. Maybe they're just teasing, playing with their feelings. I wanna see it before I believe it.
Yeah, the hunter pick is really interesting. I'm excited to see how they make use of that. Where I think we talked about how the Vengeance Demon Hunter the other day with like the different sigils and silences here like could be really effective. The hunter, I know Zyro mentioned before, like maybe there's some interesting strats people have, like a hunter coming out and doing something a little bit more interesting. Definitely would kind of speak to that.
Some funky trap tech or something. We'll see.
Did you notice in our like preview for the dungeon here, they're really highlighting that blacksmithing trap? Do we have the trap active on Tourney Realm? I don't remember if we do.
No, we don't. We
don't? Okay, all right. So the hunter doesn't do that. Okay, but that would be cool if it did.
Yeah.
But unfortunately not.
I mean,
okay, we'll have to see what the strengths are. I'm curious.
They will have the same events, in case anyone is wondering. I know it comes up in Twitch chat every now and then. They have the same events in that area before Telixay, which is going to be the damage orb. They have cooking, they have brew, they have the engineering, and the healer event. So that's everything that both teams are going to get just to keep things fair across the board. And unfortunately, not the blacksmithing trap, which I personally really like. It feels good to like crank on the metal, make the enforcer come up here into this deathly trap, but not going to be an option.
Well, we're moments away. Oh, here we go. It's time. That is indeed a hunter
There it
over on the
is!
side of Empyrean. So we'll see how this all pans out. That is going to be interesting. Well, Direwolves, Empyrean, trying to get a chance to play at Perplexed here in the lower bracket. We'll see who takes it.
Absolutely. And we're into the races on the boats. Now, that hunter, I'm going to keep my eyes open for it because I'm a huge fan of playing classes that are maybe not as favorable, but they definitely thought of something here with it. So let's see where this goes. Both teams have arrived at the corner here and we'll move on. The traps are being pulled out on both sides, not dealing with that guard here as they move on. Now, we know the wolves, they skip across the waterfall here and go into a pretty big pole with only one construct, which is a pole I really love. Empyrean pulling with the Manic Grief Torch in this starting area, but it seems like the hunter keeps on running back there and adds more onto the rest. You can see a second construct coming in, and that is actually a lot. You need so many interrupts for these to make sure everything is under control. And, Zyro, they're also playing with the Disc Priest.
Oh, Disc Priest. Interesting. Okay, so they still think that the power infusion is extremely valuable for the Unholy DK, so I would imagine that's why they're playing the Disc Priest. Also, no, they should be able to get access to the damage buff from the DK, right? Because he should be playing Belf, so that's not an issue. That's just a raw we want disc action coming in from Empyrean, but it looks like the pole is just so small. We need to keep an eye on Direwolves here. This is what they do to get so far ahead in the dungeon against everyone they played this dungeon in. So much trash onto the boss here. They let an explosive go off in the back, but the Nature's Vigil and VE instantly top the group off anyways. They do not care about chip damage on the group here. There are so many of those Duskwatch guards in here, just kind of trailing behind the tank here, but it's not an issue for them. This trash pack went down instantly for them. Meanwhile, the smaller pull for Empyrean is not going well for them. Heart has gone down.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but of course, back with the group nearly instantly. Now there's a lot of explosions on the side of Empyrean. They need to get that back in order. A little bit of Sanguine Acre healing hasn't hurt anyone just yet, but the Direwolves are taking so much damage as well. They are now finishing off the Arcanists and the guards that they have in this poll here, and there's a lot of Sanguine Acre healing on the sides of the Wolves as well. Looking at 10 million, maybe it has gone off onto the boss here, which is really unfortunate, but of course they're not going to stop. They're still way ahead of Empyrean right now, and even though I'm so excited about seeing the Disc Priest and the Hunter, they need to pull the gas. They need to get in there and speed up to get ahead. But 40 going down for the Direwolves. They do have that battle rest. They're going to pick him back up. They are in fight with a boss on top of everything here. So now no battle rest is available anymore for the Wolves.
Another hinder goes off. Another hinder goes off. Chaz is stunned. Does he get hit by the knockback? It looks like he's fine. He had to just disperse up. That was a scary moment there. They've got 2 of those Dusk Watches up, the Vigilant ones. They cast that Hinder cast. If that goes off, their targets get stunned, and that's a very easy way for a player to go down. I imagine that's what happened to 40, and that almost happened to Chaz here too. But now, with those 2 mobs dead, they should be mostly fine here. They just have to do 25% of the boss's HP here, and they're good to go. They're a little bit close to that Arcanist patrol, but I think that they'll be totally fine here with all of the trash dead. A massive, massive pull here from Direwolves. Not without mistakes, and they're going to have to play it safe with no battle reses. Of course, you have to remember every single one of those mini-bosses when you're in combat with it counts as boss combat, so you can't release. So if they do have any mistakes on any of the mini-boss pulls that they like to chain into other things, they aren't going to have that battle res available. So they really need to play it safe. It's almost like it's the exact same thing that happened to TJS, right? Small mistake early on, commit the battle res, and then later on with no battle res, you just get hosed.
Yeah, absolutely. But it seems like they're able to finish off this boss fight. Gyardo has gone to drink some poison. Holo casting another hex, making sure they're not gonna get trouble with that one back there. And now the team has run off to actually do some trash, if I'm not mistaken. We know that Chompy's on the way to open them the door to that big area before Talixay. And the rest of the team is maybe or maybe not doing trash. The last time we saw them in here, they weren't doing trash. I feel like they could do even more here, but it seems like they're just walking a little bit. They had to wait for a patrol here, rather unfortunate. And Jack using that cage one more time, making sure they're not going to get infight. And yeah, no trash for them. Door has been opened. Just run around these mana worms. You don't want to fight these, as they now are able to get in there. And Chaz going right for the healer event from the start, making sure they get their first enforcer. Also spawned. He didn't. He just pulled the enforcer. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, but here we go into another massive pull here. We know they pull this second boss room area extremely aggressively. All of those Blazing Imps on top of 2 Inquisitors with the Construct as well. Have to make sure that charging station doesn't go off, or this trash pack will last a lot longer than you initially expected it to. Also, if any of those Ice Storms go off from the Inquisitor, or a Searing Glare could easily one-shot a player in the group. Hollow, worst case scenario here, dies, onks into another death here, and then the Ice Storm is just going off on the group here. It's going to kill everybody. Can Jack stay alive? Everyone will be able to release here, but that Inquisitor has fully healed in the Sanguine Puddle. They're going to chain machine gun releases here, but now that Amakutya is in the group, there will be no more releasing allowed. This is going to be a full wipe. It's a full wipe. Fortunately, okay, this is really bad. Lots of deaths on the board. 45-second death timers that they have to worry about. But Amakutya is here. They can still pull it. They can still tag it. They can get their count somewhere else. This is really, really unfortunate, though. 45, now 55 seconds of death timers that they have to worry about. But they are actually so far ahead in this dungeon, I don't know if it'll matter. Like, they are actually just so far progress-wise ahead of Empyrean. Empyrean hasn't even spawned their first mini-boss yet, so we'll have to see if Empyrean will be able to capitalize.
Oh man, oh no, I'm at nearly a loss for words. That was so tragic. Once more, it's always like you see the wolves go, they have this really cool technique, but executing it just becomes a coin flip. I don't know how. That Ice Storm, you can CC it, you can grip it, you can stun it, you can do so much with it, and both of them getting it cast through was really, really terrible. I think it was maybe due to the Sanguine Puddles that they were like, yeah, maybe let's not stun it here. But then both of them did so much damage. We're going to have to hear from an analyst and see what happened there with those 2 casts and how that actually came to be. It was definitely super, super unideal for the Wolves, but a chance for Empyrean to get their reverse sweep, because they're now also on Amakutya. And you'd think that Direwolves are so far ahead, but looking at percentage, Empyrean has already pulled ahead, and they have nearly a full minute that they can lay back into because of the deaths that Direwolves have racked up. I feel like they'd really need to have tragedy happen to them in order to lose this match. I don't know how they can lose this.
Oh no, I mean, this is just wild that this is happening to Direwolves over and over and over again. We have to keep an eye on Empyrean now. They're just now getting down Amakutya on their side as well, and because of the wipe from Direwolves, Empyrean has caught up and also passed ahead in trash count. While Direwolves was wiping, Empyrean went and dealt with a dock pull, so that gave them a large amount of percentage here. And a couple other things as well for this group. We're actually noticing that on Empyrean's side, the Hunter is the class that is receiving the power infusion a lot of the time. They're really opting to get as much single target focus damage as possible, which is what the Beast Mastery Hunter is incredibly good at. It's one of the highest potential single target DPS specs in the game, even in dungeons. So yeah, I mean, they have a very, very real scenario here where Empyrean could unbelievably take this series and move on into the lower bracket finals.
Well, sometimes, slow and steady takes the race, and that's exactly what Empyrean have been showing off. They don't go for the super volatile pulls, and when they do them, they execute them super clean. So you have to give that to Empyrean at least. Overall, their routes look a little bit slower, but the way that they play them makes them so good in the overall, and you can see it right now. They're just advancing based off on that. Direwolves are trying to recollect here. They're pulling the harbor area, trying to get some more count for this Court of Stars as Balgar is moving in. This is something I love about their route. If you're comparing these two teams right now, on the side of Empyrean, we have Balgar, nothing else. They still need more count. They don't have enough to pull the bosses and move on just yet. And Direwolves deciding, yeah, we don't know that we have enough count, or we know that we don't have enough count, so we're going to pull this harbor area into Balgar, making sure we're not doing single target onto one mob, but actually utilizing all of the AoE and cleave damage our team has.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on a few things here. Those impending doom debuffs are very, very dangerous in this situation here. You need to make sure those don't go off with too much damage on the group. You need to make sure that the Nightfall Orb gets interrupted, which is already dealt with. The Arcanist is dead. And then, of course, you do not want to Sanguine Heal Belagar, and they've done a great job of that. But let's switch our attention over to Empyrean, who have gone for a massive pull of their own. 2 trash packs on top of a Fellbound Enforcer. Most of it's already dead here. This is going so well for them. They came into this dungeon and it almost seemed like they were just trying to have a good one. Oh, everyone gets hit by the detonation here. Tien's going to have to do a lot of healing to keep the group topped, but it looks like he's going to be able to heal through it here, and they're already onto their last mini-boss here. Direwolves has already spawned theirs too with the RP, so they're not going to make this easy for Empyrean. This is still a neck-and-neck race, and they have the remaining trash count they need. Oh no, when Empyrean's had a death on the mini-boss too, they're going to have to commit a battle res to the Hunter. He has to wait to take that res to, because it's where the Crushing Leap was going to from this mini-boss. Man, that was a rough moment, but both teams are back now stable. They both have 1 battle res on the board, but the big glaring difference has to be those death timers. Direwolves has to somehow do this dungeon 50 seconds faster than Empyrean, and I don't know how they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that exactly is the big reason. Looking at the percent, it seems like Empyrean are finished. I think they need 93 and they have 94. So we need 93, 68, they have 94, and Direwolves also have that count racked up. Nearly the same pull for both teams, and just looking pretty much the same on both sides as well. And like you're saying, Direwolves need 50 seconds faster time. You can see Jack is just zooming into Talexi as Chompy takes so much damage, but he's somehow still alive. I don't know. He was on 1 HP. I need somebody to tell me how he survived that. What happened there? That was crazy. But somehow they managed to get it. They would have 1 battle res as well. But Talexi now being burned down by the Direwolves, and they do have battle res available due to a different timing. Now the question is, would you send it here, or would you still rather hold on and save it for Melandris?
I think you save it for Melandris. I think you have to save it for Melandris. You know you're going to have every single one of your cooldowns available for that boss. And I think it's just a more dangerous boss. So, yeah, it looks like that's going to be the play here. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure the single target comp from Empyrean is better. That BM Hunter, you know what, while it might not be the most insane overall class, when it's getting power infusion, its single target damage is going to be absolutely insane. So, dude, Direwolves is in a really rough spot right now. I mean, they did pull the boss like 10 seconds ahead of Empyrean, but they still have to come up with those death timers. Now, they do have one very slight advantage at this point in the dungeon. They do have access to the Demon Hunter, right? When they get all 5 of their clues, they can Spectral Sight and instantly find where the spy is. Empyrean doesn't have somebody in their group that is capable of doing that. No Paladin, no Demon Hunter. So, I mean, there could be a scenario where Direwolves gets very good spy spawn, and then also Empyrean has an issue doing the game. We'll have to find out. That's going to be coming up here soon, but we'll see a very real comparison of how close together these two teams are once the boss goes down here. Talexi going down momentarily for Direwolves here, and will stop the clock whenever it goes down. Oh man, they really do not
There
have an
goes.
advantage here. They're just neck and neck.
No.
It's like a 45
It's like
second
3
advantage for
seconds.
Empyrean. Man.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Direwolves are on the run to find the spy. If they're super quick with it, maybe they can still take this one home, but it looks like Empyrean is going to do it. Both of the teams are rushing to the spies to find the clues, to figure out where the spy is. You can see Jack taking part, making sure that the ones that are far off get solved quickly, because he is the one with the most mobility, and it seems like he's already in Spectral side.
They got it.
Have
and it's
found
upstairs
it.
too.
So
That's
they
really
are
good.
moving on. Now, where is Empyrean spy? Do they have it? Seems like the hunter might know where it is. Looking.
They're looking.
They
They
don't
haven't found
have
it
it yet. Oh, is that it? That can't be it, Zyro.
Oh, have they found
Come
it?
on.
Guys, you
Where's
gotta
the
find
spy?
it.
Find it.
The seconds are ticking.
Where's the
This is the
spy?
worst case scenario. Did they find it? They must have been upstairs.
I think
must
they
found
have
upstairs
it. They're
already.
running up. But why is the tank not
Well, the
running?
warrior's still looking. He's still looking. They haven't found it.
Oh, no.
Guys?
Oh, no.
What is going on?
They have it now. They have it now. Okay, they have it now.
They have it, but how much
The
time did
Warrior's
they
gonna
lose
be
just now?
back with the team. What the heck? The Warrior is going to be back with the team, but it's going to be a few seconds. So even
can't pull
with
till he's here.
Leap, they can't pull until he's here because he is
Go
a
grip him,
tank.
go grip him, go
So
grip him.
yeah, that's exactly why Chanzu is here, trying to save some time here. Leap of faith him in exactly. They are going to be just in time for when this noble gets active to actually do something here. But in the meantime, the direwolves have chewed through
see.
that mini boss.
16,
Durant
15
has
is when they kill
already
it.
been killed, and they move on to Melandris. They do have that bloodlust that they held on to, and if you're looking across the board, they have most of their offensives available. There is one PI that's a little bit late, I guess, but they're gonna need to do it without or hold on to that bloodlust for more than a minute, which I don't think is going to happen. Now, there's a little bit of roleplay, but of course not too long for now. And this might just be the difference between those two teams. If it comes down to that spy game, I'm going to be so shocked. We're going to need to see exactly how the time is, Saru.
The mini boss went down at 16:15 for Direwolves. It died at 16 on the dot for Empyrean. So Empyrean somehow still has a 15-second advantage here. Somehow, some way, they still are in the lead. The power infusion not going to be available for a minute into this pull for Empyrean, whereas Direwolves is up right now in about 20 seconds. So man, this is going to be a straight DPS race. Direwolves has to somehow find 15 seconds worth of single target damage in order to win this dungeon and move on to the lower bracket finals. Otherwise, they're out of the tournament, and Empyrean is in a great position here. They have some of the best single target DPS classes in the game. I would argue that their comp is probably even better at dealing with the boss here, and they're on the boss, and you can see the difference between the two teams. 20% ahead for Direwolves. This is going to be a flat-out DPS race between the two teams. The Bloodlust not yet popped. Look like they're saving it for every single cooldown in the book for Direwolves, though, where it was popped on the poll for Empyrean.
They've been waiting for the PI on the sides of Direwolves. A difference between those two teams. They did not want to pop that Bloodlust before. Every single spell was available to them. All of their cooldowns now being sent into the boss, and you can see how it melts down. The hunt also being used by Jack here, trying to make the most as a tank in terms of DPS. But Empyrean, of course, they're also on that Bloodlust, now getting PI and everything else ready for the rest of the team. You can see the Feral now going to blast his cooldowns into the boss as well, and it is going to be a photo finish. I don't even know where this one's going to end, chat. I'm sorry, but Advisor Melandris nearly going down for the Wolves. 13% remaining. Both teams have a battle rush should one more oopsie occur, but I really hope that's not going to be the case. Maelstrom coming out here. This one hurts a lot for the Direwolves as they try and get through it. 5% remaining. The cooldowns have run out. The Bloodlust has run out. It is all just natural damage going into the boss, and they land at 1848. Oh, that is, I think Empyrean still has this one. Look at them.
No
They're still
cooldowns for
going, 20%
Empyrean.
remaining. 40 seconds on the clock that they have to finish this boss.
No deaths can be had here. Every single second matters for Empyrean here. 12% of the bosses, all you have to live through the shifting, slicing maelstrom coming out, doing a ton of damage, but everyone is still alive. Boss down to 10%, 20 seconds to do 10% of the boss's HP. That's nothing for a squad like EMPYREAN, and Direwolves is going to be upset in the lower bracket. Too many mistakes from a team of their caliber, and EMPYREAN is going to find themselves in the lower bracket finals against Perplexed.
Wow.
What is serious
I
from
cannot
EMPYREAN?
believe the end of that map. Holy cow. I mean, Direwolves, what a heartbreaker for them. EMPYREAN takes it, but Direwolves really doing their utmost to bring it back, but it was just seconds too late. Even with the Oceania secret spy working for Direwolves there, giving himself up right away, EMPYREAN still manages to take it, and does it with the Beast Mastery Hunter as well. I mean, I said this one was going to be wild. I did not expect it to be wild as it actually turned out to be, Mr. X.
I mean, that was just chaos at the end there, right? When they're not finding the spy, it was kind of like, what is happening here? Like, is there some type of issue? But for EMPYREAN, bringing in the BM Hunter, like Zyra mentioned, insane for like single target damage, and you see it really kind of like shine on specifically the final boss and some of these mini bosses as well. And then they also have to bring in a Disc Priest with it too, which I actually thought, the Resto Shaman brings like pretty nice damage there at the end. Like if you're closer, maybe that Resto Shaman damage on that last boss. But getting through this on Telixay here for Direwolves, like as fast as they did, and then being able to do the kind of mini game was insane. Like they actually, they have a huge wipe, right, where they basically just burn a minute in death timer, plus obviously having to go back and pull more. They get through this so fast, it's almost made up, which is bonkers to think about, but not enough at the end. I believe EMPYREAN had like a 15-second lead going into that final boss. A 20% boss advantage for Direwolves. Just not enough, of a comeback there for Direwolves, as their weekend run ends there.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how aggressive Direwolves was all weekend with their pulls, and sometimes that gave them some of the fastest times we've seen. Other times it gave them 12 deaths in a dungeon. So I'm looking ahead to the Last Stand tournament now, and if Direwolves compete in that and they manage to clean up just a little bit, they are going to be the team to watch in that tournament. So they might be done this weekend, but I got a feeling it's definitely not the last we've seen of them.
Check out the sanguine healing here between the two teams. We have 6.6 million for EMPYREAN and 19 million for the Wolves. That was, man, that first boss and then these Inquisitors, they just healed so much.
Do you think some of that might be from like when people are dying, obviously mobs aren't moving as much, and so you just get a lot that way too during wipes?
Well, a large portion of it was just that. Well, there was like 10 million on the first pull, but that's just going to happen when you have a pull that big, right? I think the remainder of it came from that one Inquisitor just bathing in sanguine when it was ice storming, when everyone was like chain feeding releases on that one pull.
It ain't
That
good.
was unfortunate.
Look at how safe EMPYREAN pulls, like just on the damage profile, like and we've seen it kind of throughout the weekend where and honestly, like some of the other teams, right, they pull massive and they're able to execute it, and they blow through like in terms of timing, like the times that EMPYREAN puts down. But EMPYREAN just so consistent and basically saying like, hey, like there's a good chance somebody's going to mess up one of these big pulls or have a bit of an issue, and as long as we don't mess it up, we'll go through. Where it looks like instead of doing like a massive pull at the start, like they pulled it in like almost like 2 or 3 different sections, and somehow they ended up with more count after the first boss.
You know what's really surprising about this matchup too is EMPYREAN came into this matchup fully expecting to lose. I have a friend who's been messaging me on Discord throughout this match, telling me things about this team because they're a pretty unknown team. We don't know a lot about EMPYREAN, but he's been giving me like little tidbits of knowledge about the team. He's like, "Oh yeah, they're gonna play Hunter this series. They want to play it as a send-off. They want to play it in the MDI in their last match." It's like, okay, well, you won. Now what's up? And then he messaged me after they won, and he said, "They don't even know what map is next." that's where their mindset is right now. So this EMPYREAN team, they succeeded falling upwards. I guess they played really, really well. I mean, this team is good.
I mean, It's nice to be in that position too, where it's like, as a squad, you know, you haven't won, right? But you've maybe exceeded your own expectations coming into the event, and then it feels like you're kind of playing with house money, right? Then it feels like you can just kind of go out there, do the best you can, be satisfied with the results either way. Obviously now, you know, you're gonna have those thoughts, well, maybe we can make it to the global finals, but they've got Perplexed standing in the way, so that is gonna be a tough match either way.
Yeah, I mean, Perplexed, the way that they looked against Donuts, they're one of the world-class teams, right? They've been to MDI Global Finals before. They consistently had a record going up against, like, beating teams like Echo. And what we saw from them today was very much similar to what we saw from the Wolves. Great routes, but the execution was just messy and mistakes happened, and that kind of catapulted into a lot of other stuff. So maybe the way that EMPYREAN are approaching this, it might just work out against Perplexed.
You know, they do say slow and steady wins the race sometimes, and they're not moving that slow, but, you know, comparatively, they're slightly a little bit more cautious. But hey, if it works, it works. We're going to find out if it continues to work in just a few minutes as we go to our lower bracket finals, Perplexed versus EMPYREAN, here on the Mythic Dungeon International. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doa here, along with Mr. X Stratnos and Zyronic. And here we go. It's a lower bracket finals time. And we've got maybe one we did not expect to have. We have Perplexed versus EMPYREAN in the lower bracket finals. I think coming into today, this was kind of the opposite two teams we expected to see. A lot of us were saying this was probably going to end up being Donuts versus Direwolves, right? But MDI, anything can happen. These dungeons can be punishing if, people die sometimes, the spy doesn't show up sometimes. Who knows what's going to happen, but that applies to this one too. Obviously, again, Perplexed coming into this one as the favorites, but ultimately, who knows? This weekend, anything goes.
Yeah, I mean,
this is good.
It's crazy. EMPYREAN, I mean, they've had a few games that you would have said, like, upset. This would be another level of that, though, I feel like, going against Perplexed.
Yeah, this is the exact opposite bracket that I would have predicted coming into today. I was thinking we were going to see the other two teams in this spot in the bracket, so this is definitely going to be surprising. And I think that, for Perplexed, it's got to be really scary that their potential global finals berth is on the line here in the group stage. I think that's something that they were not expecting, so it's got to not feel good for them.
I mean, against a team that's not afraid to pull out the Beast Mastery Hunter from time to time too. It's like they're the wild card. Anything can happen. It's kind of terrifying. Zyronic, you said you had heard that EMPYREAN didn't even know what map they were playing next. They weren't expecting to make it that far, but here we are. They know now. We're going to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Well, and this map pool is very, very similar to the one that we just had. Yeah, the Azure, I believe. So, yeah, Temple and Court, second and third map, just same as what we just saw. And we know what EMPYREAN's capable of in those two maps, but we also know what Perplexed is capable of in those two last maps, right? Perplexed has significantly faster times. One for us. We did see EMPYREAN play this map yesterday, I believe, and their time was... It was serviceable. Right. It was 17:30. It's not the fastest we've seen all weekend, but it's not like it was a bad run. They only had 2 deaths. But the question is that going to be good to match up? Honestly, for the past year or so, this team has been a team that puts up ridiculous times in time trials, but when it comes to cut play and playing in the moment, they really just haven't been able to put it together. And this is the most important time of the weekend, right? The winner of this match just auto gets their berth to the global finals, and the loser has to duke it out in the last stand tournament. So you really want to win this matchup if you're one of these two teams.
You do kind of wonder, too, because we haven't seen Perplexed play Shadow Moon Burial Grounds yet. They banned it in their match against Direwolves. So how much have they really prepared for this one? I can't recall if it's part of the upper bracket finals or not, but they may not have been expecting to play this map today. It was the third map, I suppose, in their series against Donuts if they would have gotten there. But yeah, first time we're seeing them on this dungeon this weekend.
I mean, I think everybody probably, has had their healthy dose of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds at this point where...
I hope so.
For EMPYREAN, when we saw them run this the other day, it was against the Boars, and Boars was running like that Fire Mage composition, right? And they had a few early deaths. It was really that first where they tried to pull both staircases into the boss, and they had that big wipe where EMPYREAN was able to just kind of coast from there on out. So I think probably looking again at like some of these first early pulls, right? Are they able to get both of those staircases, skip some of the trash at the beginning onto that first boss and get it down effectively?
Right. Well, we're going to find out as the players are loading in. And momentarily, we will get things started with our first dungeon of the lower finals. Perplexed. I mean, the cat seems like a representation of perhaps their feelings going to this one. It's like, really? We're here?
Yeah. Whereas
right.
EMPYREAN, they gotta just be delighted to have gotten here, to have gotten through Direwolves, and at this point now they're playing spoiler, right? They're ready to come in and upset Perplexed if Perplexed make a mistake, and potentially as well, depending on how these maps work out, maybe even try something spicy to try and do a little Hail Mary strategy and get an unexpected win in one of them. But it's definitely Perplexed series to lose, right? Perplexed have had the time. They've been looking at this map series for the past hour while EMPYREAN were busy fighting off Direwolves, right? So EMPYREAN coming in here much more, discombobulated, right? They've just off the back of the last series. They're coming into this new one. So it's going to be definitely a very big uphill climb for them.
Yep, that's right. Should be getting into that one in just a moment. looks like we have got a couple more seconds of anticipation.
I do wonder if we see anything like comp-wise. I think we've seen like Rogue played a decent amount here on Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. If we see like Rogue come into play, I mean that's sub specifically has been pretty prevalent on some of the Shadow Moons we've seen thus far.
Yeah, that's true. Now, this dungeon, I don't think we're going to see the Beast Mastery Hunter. I shouldn't say that. Okay, good. That was dangerous for me to say, but it looks like it's not time to get going. Perplexed versus Empyrean. Let's see who takes dungeon number 1.
All right, let's get right into it. First time seeing Shadow Moon Burial Ground today in this match. And here we go. I want to see what Perplexed does here. This is the real big question mark. We haven't seen them run the dungeon yet, and I want to see what they're doing. It looks like they have studied the Lepan strat here. You can see that Ashine has decided to go off in the other direction. He is not with the group, so we should see at some point here, maybe if we can get a POV of Ashine, he should be pulling trash mobs on the other side of the dungeon and sacking them up with the group. Eventually, are they just going to kill this trash without their Feral Druid?
Yeah, is Empyrean has actually gone... Yeah, the Empyrean actually went the opposite side. They actually went around kind of like what we've seen a bunch of other groups do, and it looks like they're going to make their way downstairs towards that first boss and get some of that extra trash. Or yeah, I mean, is some extra trash coming in here for Flex maybe? Or like you mentioned, did they accidentally kind of get in combat with this?
Yeah, it looks like this was just an accidental get in combat, and then Ashine can just go prowl back over there anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. This is extra trash count, but it's not going well for them. Ryzen instantly goes down, literally rage onks instantly. Now, the important thing to mention about the tournament realm is that onk is not a cooldown that you really have to think about using. This has been a problem since forever, but onk literally has no cooldown in the tournament realm. It's like this for every single team, so you can just slam that button whenever you want to. Little bit of a nice personal for healers to use. Don't question it. That's just how it is. Just tournament realm things. So it's not the biggest deal in the world. It is just 5 seconds on the board.
How much extra time though do you think Empyrean though is going to make by being able to get this trash into this first boss? That's the bloodlust already there, right? They're already at 27% in terms of count, 46% on the first boss. Perplexed going to have to really get it moving, and this is probably what they originally anticipated, right?
Yeah.
Going by some of those mobs with that Mind Soothe, and then coming down here and bringing it all into that first boss.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. You can see Ashine with a little orange circle marker on his head. He's going to be pulling the other trash pack in. They're going to be doing the same thing into this boss as well, pulling all of the trash on top of it. And remember, this is 23 fortified with the bursting stacks, with storming to look out for. There's a lot of potential things that could go wrong here. Empyrean did pull off the trash pull, but we saw plenty of players die. There's so much tank damage going out. Divine Field instantly goes down at the very start of the pull. They have the battle risk committed, but everyone's dropping so low. They need to get these bones under control here. Divine Field is going to be kiting out. That's a lot of his cooldowns used too, but they also have to direct their attention to this defiled spirit in the back here. They have to kill this off, and it's getting too close to the boss. Finish off this trash, Perplexed. What is going on?
Yes, that Dark Communion going in, that spirit getting pretty close. Not going to get a heal off for Perplexed, but yeah, some of those void slashes.
Is that again?
Tank damage, and Divine is dead again, and you don't have a B-res. You've already used your lust. Oh, the start of this dungeon could not have gone worse for Perplexed.
Man.
Is Empyrean, they're just cruising, Zyra. Look at this. I mean, they're through the first boss, 27%. That is, it's kind of like the story of Empyrean's weekend, right? Where they've had some, they've been pretty consistent, after, maybe a one shenanigan I can think of, like where they kind of went sideways on a big pull in Temple of the Jade Serpent, but a lot of teams have done that. And they've been pretty clean from there on out. And right here, I mean, this is so difficult to bounce back from Perplexed because you already were behind on some time because you had to pull out an original pack that you got into combat with.
I'm speechless. Like, how is this happening? It's not even Perplexed this entire weekend. Our top-end teams have just been making so many mistakes. I honestly feel like part of the problem for these teams might be that the relative level of the key this time around is higher than it has been in pretty much any MDI. The only time that our key levels have been as close to what teams are pushing on live as it is right now, you'd have to go back to like Legion level MDI keys, 7 years ago or something crazy like that, where we had the key level posted so high. And, you know, if you're a team that is really good at just pressing W, payphoning your way through the key, yeah, you can win keys against the top-end teams if they continue to go for these crazy strats and it just doesn't work out for them. And Empyrean, they're loving life right now, man. And, you know, honestly, they aren't even really going for the payphone strat either. I don't know why I would even call it that. They went for the same pull that Perplexed went for, and they pulled it off perfectly.
Yeah, they were able to execute it, and now they're already on this second boss. They're probably going to pull some more trash in as well, because I know you get that kind of stun as you come out of that Shadow Realm, where Perplexed, I wonder, can you even try and do this with all of the tank damage with the Void Slashes and whatnot that come down onto the tank here for Perplexed? Can you pull all of this trash in without the Lust into the boss? It feels like you may have to even take a little bit of a slower approach with some of the extra damage as well that comes out from the bursting.
I mean, it's really difficult to do so, right? Because we saw what happened there for them at that very beginning of the pull. When Divine Field went down and the trash started dispersing out in different areas, it meant that all of the DPS couldn't DPS down the trash as quickly as they normally otherwise would. And the trash was still alive when that very first Defiled Spirit, the ad that, you know, that runs into the boss, on this boss here, when that ad spawns, you have to swap all of your attention to it. That ad needs to die, otherwise it heals the boss and also gives the boss a 25% damage amp, which you really don't want to let the boss have, right? It's a huge time loss, it's a huge safety loss. So, like, having any mistakes happen, like, in the first 20 seconds of the pull, it really ruins that pull. It extends the amount of trash, the time the trash is alive, exponentially, and makes it so your tank is almost assuredly going to die at some point. And it's just really unfortunate that happened for them.
Yeah, it's really difficult as they'll make their way through, send on a Blood Fury. I know 70% and counting as Empyrean. Look at this. I mean, they've gotten some of this trash down already. It looks like they may have like one more Dominator left and 20% on this second boss. They are flying. I didn't see. I don't think they pulled both sides. We've seen some groups where, you know, before the boss, they'll actually go and pull that right side with the Dominators and the left side, and it looks like they played it fairly safe and just got the one side for Empyrean, and honestly didn't really need much more than that. That Dominator is stunned, so none of the casts will go off for a period of time. And then after this, I think, Zyro, the thing that you're probably worried most on Empyrean, I think in their series the other day, we did see they ended up losing some players on the poll where you had like the large spiders with the bats. You know, they actually had one of the necrotic bursts go off, and because you're letting all those bat casts go off, you can't let one of those go.
Yeah, if too many plague stacks on a player plus the necrotic explosion right from the spider, yeah, that will definitely spell death. So let's see. We've got the monstrous corpse spider, or as Mythic Plusers have taken to calling it lovingly, the mix spider. You know, MC spider, mix spider. You have to make sure none of those necrotic burst casts go off, and they're going to be just dragging this mix spider into the other two at the bottom of the stairs here. So that's 3 burst casts that they have to keep an eye on. Of course, very easy for them. They've got 3 melee players plus the wind shear from the shaman as well. It's just a matter of making sure those plague spits from the plague bats don't go on, don't stack up too much on one player, but looks like they have plenty of AoE stops to deal with all of that as they just continue moving on forward. They're just going to pull this right into the first worm too, it seems. No problems whatsoever for Empyrean. They're looking very, very confident here.
Yeah, and they have the Nature's Vigil rolling, right? Once Nature's Vigil probably wears off, you imagine they kind of go with Vampiric Embrace. So, you know, they have all those extra healing resources as well, ancestral guidance too, from the shaman. So, really nice pull here from Empyrean, much cleaner than we've seen from them the other day. Something also, they're probably going to try and pull some of that trash from behind the worm boss into the worm, because that'll give them that extra percentage that they're going to need. So we'll see if they're able to execute that. But man, they are actually, it's crazy. This is like the best I think we've seen from them throughout the weekend, and like it's against their toughest competition. It almost seems like, you know, when they know they have to like rise to the occasion, that's when they start to really clean up their play.
I mean, it's kind of telling that we were just so easily able to count this team out when we looked at the runs from other players, but I feel like we really didn't give them enough credit throughout the entire weekend. Yeah. This is a very, very good team. This is the team that got World First 37 Junkyard in our last great push, right? These guys, you know, they are that guy. They can play that well, and you have to think that as a team that is more focused around pushing high keys, being at the top level of our key bracket would be something that really favors them, and here we are at the top of our key bracket, and they're perfectly playing through this dungeon so far. No mistakes from them whatsoever, and they're looking stupidly strong here.
Yeah, and after this worm and these bats, that's when they'll use the wild charge, and they'll probably try and get a grip back to probably pull some of that past that worm. But man, they're going to be, at this third boss here in just a little bit with, 10 minutes probably. I know just total dungeon timer on the clock is Perplexed. They're working their way through that second boss, Nalisha, as they do have some of those Dominators and the Exhumers in there, so they went down, pulled some of it, didn't see if it's on both sides or just the one, but judging by the mob count, looks like it's just the one, because you see some of them through the wall over there, where let's see if EMPYREAN can execute this out. So this time they actually get a first try. The other day we were, they had such a big lead, it took them a few times, but this time they actually get a first try. Wonder if they're actually going to even bring these into the boss. It looks like they may actually opt to just kind of start it without the boss and then go in.
It looks like they wanted to deal with all the spiderlings first, and then once those were dead, they just felt comfortable enough pulling these into the boss. Now, they do want to probably kill this trash off before the carrion worms spawn on the sides of the room, because you don't want to, you don't have too much going on to where you're a little bit overwhelmed. Ooh, we have the first inhale going off right after players get knocked up from the storming. I think that's 2 players that got knocked in. Yeah, you can... Oh, it's 3 players. It was...
Oh, okay. We're all going...
Everybody got knocked in except for the tank. Actually, everybody got knocked into the water except for the tank there. Okay. Interesting. But that makes sense. I mean, okay, the worst possible scenario here would be if your tank eats a storming and gets hit by the inhale. Where's the trash going to go at that point? The trash might just desync out, right? You do not want that to happen. So I guess all of the other players eating the storming for your tank and getting inhaled is way more time efficient than just having your tank get hit and having your trash go every which way. So that makes sense. That definitely does make sense.
And you need the percentage, right? You can't have or risk some of those mobs going back as we got another player in the drink here. Is heart getting pretty low, but. Looks like they're going to be able to keep him up. Is 60% is... look at this. Perplex going with a big pull as they're going to take all of those spiders and whatnot into that first worm as well. They're trying to make up some time, potentially.
And you can see they are making up time. If you look at the boss splits, they made up about a minute of time going into the second boss here. It looks like they're going to be making up a lot of time in this second area as well. But, I mean, that first boss split, that is damning. 4.5 minutes that they have to make up. In this dungeon, there's not enough dungeon left, I think, in Shadow and Burial Grounds for them to make up 4.5 minutes. It's just, it's such a tall task for them to even attempt. But you have to. You're in the dungeon. You may as well go for it. EMPYREAN can make mistakes. They have made mistakes this weekend, and as strong as they are looking, some of the trash pulls coming up are some of the most difficult ones on the key level we have. Those blueberries do a ton of damage, so we'll have to see if EMPYREAN's able to pull it off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Probably the scariest part left for EMPYREAN is those blueberries, right? I know you kind of come around the corner there, and they're able to just pump out so much damage to the Void Eruptions. Is Perplexed on the second worm already. They already have those bats down. Outside of that first, I would say that first pull, man, they have been blowing through Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. EMPYREAN's still working on Bone Mob. This boss can take a little bit with kind of going up and down, especially... I know with some extra melee in the mix see everybody will stack up close to the boss, just trying to get the spawns. I mean, look at that, it's perfect. So now when the next inhale will come through, everybody will just stack in there, and you'll be able to consistently do the boss down.
Yeah, I mean, Perplexed has made their way back in, right? They're going to be pulling Bone Maw as EMPYREAN finishes off, so at least they're on the same boss. The time has been slowly being made up for them. The main thing we have to focus on, they didn't go for the trash pull here. You can see that trash off in the right corner behind Divine Field, still there. They didn't go for that trash into the boss. I believe they'll be pulling that with the blueberries and probably committing their lust to that. Ooh, EMPYREAN has a death at the end of this boss here. Heart does go down, but the boss is essentially dead, so they're probably not going to commit a battle res to him. He'll just release the second the boss goes down, and they'll be ready to move onward. Saving the battle res, very, very smart and very, very safe play from EMPYREAN on their way up towards the blueberries.
You think they should be fine here for the blueberries, though, right? I mean, they have every cooldown available to use here. I wonder if they even consider sending their lust on it. Yeah, they do. So they actually pop lust straight away. Nature's Visual Vampiric Embrace popped right off the rip here as well. Just trying to make sure everybody lives through those first 2 void pulses, where now you're able to hold on to your Spirit Link and some of the other healer cooldowns to be able to use for the next ones, but it may not even matter. I mean, look how fast they're going down. There's the Spirit Link. The first void spawns down. Second one's going to get the pulse off, but still
Pulse bursting.
really clean there from Empyrean.
That Master Spell coming in to help him out, keep him safe. Yeah, that was clean. Lust almost seemed like it was a little bit overkill there, but you know what? If it works, it works. Can't complain about it too much. And they're on to Ner'zhul, the final boss of the dungeon here. They're still very easily 2.5 minutes ahead of Perplex, so all they have to do is play this boss as safe as possible. Shadow Priest has to do a very, very good job of baiting those malevolent circles as far away from the group as possible and not greeting casts here. I see a lot of players just trying to finish off their cast when one of those circles spawns on top of them. Do not do that. A full tick of damage from one of those right on top of you almost one-shots you on this key level. So you see he shields himself and moves almost instantly. You just have to play this safe Empyrean to take this dungeon victory.
Yeah, as for Perplexed, making up some time, but maybe not enough to, erase those 7 deaths, because they actually, they're getting right through Bone Maw already. I feel like their Bone Maw kill way faster here than Empyrean, but if Empyrean actually does lose a player, they'll actually have a battle res here, so
it's a battle res.
You'll be able to bring your Druid back in, but you still only have 1 battle res left, and there is large chunks of damage that come out on this boss.
Let's keep an eye on Perplexed here. Empyrean's going to be on this boss for another minute or so easily. Perplexed, if they do want to somehow capitalize on a mistake from Empyrean, they have to pull off this pull on the left here. They're going for those 2 void spawns. With the rest of the trash that Perplex also pulled into the boss, they cannot let a single one of those necrotic bursts from the spiders go off, and there's also going to be ticking damage on the group from those plague spits from the plague bats as well. They do not pop their bloodlust for it. They're holding it. They're not bloodlusting this pull. These absolute madmen. How are they going to pull this off without that? The Void Pulse damage is so high.
Oh, it is. There is so much going on. As it looks like that was a Vampiric Embrace there that just ran off. Now Nature's Vigil rolling. You still have your Spiritling Totem here as well for Perplex. So executing this large pull, just about perfection. They have 1 Void Spawn's about to drop. This will be the next Void Pulse. Everybody inside of the Spiritling, so everybody will be alive. Wow, that is a really impressive pull without Bloodlust.
Perplex is knocking on the door here from Empyrean. I mean, it's definitely not close enough to even consider Perplex coming back. You have to also factor in the 25 seconds of death timers, but man, Perplex has been chipping away at that timer the entire dungeon. If Empyrean makes a crucial mistake at the end of the boss here, Perplex is right there, ready to take advantage. They've got the Bloodlust for the boss. They're probably going to save it for their cooldowns. They're probably not going to pop it right away. But, I mean, it's just going to be too little too late. I mean, but if you look at the boss splits, for Boss 2 and Boss 3, Perplexed, 1 minute saved on Boss 2, 2 minutes saved on Boss 3. They were right there. They were ready. They had the strat for this dungeon. If that Boss 1 pull didn't go so poorly for them, we would have seen a blazing fast time, but it was not meant to be. Empyrean with Ner'zhul dropping below 5% HP. They still have the Battle Res in the back pocket. If anything could potentially go wrong, that's not going to be the case, and they're going to go up 1-0 in this series against Perplexed.
Wow, that's it. Yeah, Empyrean grabs another win in the first dungeon of their series against Perplexed. And Perplexed, another, dare I say, perplexing situation where we had those deaths early. Not used to that kind of thing. Maybe that is kind of becoming the new normal for them today, unfortunately. And they've got to play catch-up. And Zyronic was talking about it a lot. They did do a lot of catching up in the dungeon, but when you have that many deaths that early, Dratnos, it is just so hard to be able to take the win.
Yeah, the early part of this dungeon was, that was where it all happens, right? Especially in a dungeon like this where you do a skip early on, which actually, here's a little bit of tech that they do. So there's this countdown timer. You can do this on live as well. You pre-pot your invis pots before the key starts, and then you have your invis pots here rolling, and your potion timer gets reset. So you can do this on live as well if you're ever interested. And then you kind of need the Stampeding Roar to get past this pack. But if you have that Stampeding Roar, then bang, you've gotten through here without having a Shroud, right? This is something you could do with a Rogue very easily if you had Shroud, but without it, you do this with the Invis Pot, with the Roar, and you still have your potions available now for this next pull. So that's something that both teams are making use of, and that's part of the reason why Druid is such an important class to have in this dungeon in particular. Now, of course, one thing that we saw here happening for the side of Perplexed was this first pull. I don't think was supposed to come here. I think they were trying to skip this, right? You saw the Shackle run past. They were trying to skip that, but didn't work out. Meanwhile, Empyrean got their first pull going exactly as they wanted to. You can see the corpses of all those bones. They were able to successfully pull onto the first boss, and this is a really scary first boss. Perplexed isn't the only team we've seen dying to mobs onto first boss in this dungeon, right? That's something that happened a lot last weekend. We saw Legendary having trouble with it as well. So when that happened on the other side, right, when that happened for Perplexed, it's not easy to make that reliable. It's not easy to make this pull something that can always be done safely, because just look at how many enemies are coming in here. You have 6 reanimated ritual bones here that are all casting Void Slash on your tank. You have Storming active this week as well that's zoning you, so you're backing away here, and you can see Divine trying to hold on to cooldowns for a little while, hits that spell block at 30% health, but still ends up going down, and then ends up being that battle res, dies again, and that's Perplexed basically losing the dungeon right there. That's, you know, they were coming back for the rest of the run. They had the rest of the run look pretty smooth for them, but very little you can do when you don't have a tank on the first boss, right? You just have to wipe, you have to come back, and then you're behind that whole skip. And Empyrean were able to just keep their foot on the gas pedal. They pulled that spider bat pull into Bone Maw, of course, and got some value out of that, which is nice. But one thing that was really cool that Perplex did that I don't know if anybody else has been doing at this key level and like with this affix was bringing those mobs into the blueberries instead. So you can see here they're vibing out with the old Bone Maw, doing Bone Maw by itself, not sending anybody ahead to grab those extra mobs. And then once they killed off Bone Maw, you can see those mobs are still there, and they take them upstairs on Fortified. Into, I think on Fortified, although now I'm saying that I'm actually not 100% sure, but I think it is, and I think it's on Fortified into this Void Spawn pull that they're setting up, and this, yeah, is indeed, you know, a high Fortified key, 23, right? You're unbelievably scared when you're doing this, even just with the 2 blueberries, right? Even just with the 2 blueberries, this is a Bloodlust usually, but Perplexed able to make this work. Spirit Link Totem putting in overtime against this combination of mechanics as well. Very well played by both teams. Again, impressive by Perplexed that their route is just so good. But Empyrean, you know, 2 deaths, very clean run, able to put up a lead in the series. And if you're Empyrean, you know, 30 minutes ago, you were in this series against Direwolves where you were going into this quarter stars where you knew they were like 4 minutes faster than you. You were thinking you were about to go home, and now you're 1 win away from a global finals ticket. It's crazy.
It is. It's super impressive stuff from Empyrean. If they can keep up the pace, you know, we might just see them in that global finals. I wanted to shout out, too, their Shadow Priest was running something a little bit different than what we've seen in a lot of cases. Normally, we've seen Idol of Yogg-Saron and Idol of Cthulhu down at the bottom. I'm not the Shadow Priest expert. I've been playing it a little bit, but it's more towards the single target, whereas big non-periodic damage pumping from Idol of N'Zoth, Idol of Yasiraj, things like Dark Ascension. So a different build from a lot of Shadow Priests that we've seen in MDI so far. So something to kind of keep an eye on, or at least be aware of if you're a Shadow Priest out there running or wondering what to run in certain dungeons.
How scared do you think Perplexed is going into this Temple of the Jade Serpent after the first map and then the last Temple of the Jade Serpent they had? They have to be feeling the pressure.
Do you go
It's
for
a
it?
very simple fix. No, you don't go for that. It's not. So, like I mentioned before, when we were watching that double finals match, I wasn't casting. I was watching with some other people that are doing a watch party, and Genji was in there, and he was so confused watching that pull. He's like, I don't think this is faster. You can just pull that 3-pack with the boss, and that's just more boss damage that way. So I'm very confused as to why they were going for that pull. I almost wonder if Ryson jumped on the rope and just tab targeted them accidentally and hit them instead of the book, because that just seems like it's not a kind of pull that you really want to go for. It's such a weird pull. Because that pull is already super dangerous on its own. You have so much residual AoE damage. The torches coming out from the 2 monks. You know, all of the fear interrupts that you have to cast, but we'll have to wait for that. We'll be there in about 4 or 5 minutes if everything goes well for the team. We're into this Temple of the Jade Serpent, and both teams are ready to go, setting up for this massive first pull. Every single trash pack before Wise Mari going to be pulled around this corner. 3 Corrupted Living Waters, so many interrupts. You have to make sure not a single one of those tidal bursts goes off, otherwise your team will instantly get one shot, and it looks like they're both all stacked up and ready to go, and here comes the damage.
Yeah, and Perplexed running the Destro lock yet again on this dungeon. We saw them do that a little bit earlier. Destro can, pump out a lot of just that. It's, really the Infernal, right? Pulling some of those large packs around Infernal, as they'll have some of the Bloodlust left as they go up into this next boss. And I think you guys mentioned it earlier, maybe keeping another target alive here to use Havoc on as Empyrean on the boss as well. What is your thoughts? You're obviously bringing in the Destro for some more like AoE damage, but you're losing that Shadow Priest and the Vampiric Embrace and PI and things like that.
So yeah, Destro's kind of like a safer pick on its own, right? Like it's way tankier innately. It has a lot of great personals, a huge amount of defensive passives on its talent tree, brings Hellstones to the group, which is always useful. But the big thing with Warlock is the curses you have available to you. Curse of Tongues to reduce the amount of casts things have on you. Curse of Weakness to reduce tank damage, which can be really useful on things like, for instance, the third boss of the instance. There's a lot of things that Warlock does for the group utility-wise that are very, very useful, and it also has access to that Magic Dispel on the final boss, which it can do every single time one of those debuffs comes out. So it's essentially just an exact counter to Shadow Priest. It's a little bit more innately tanky, it doesn't have power infusion. It's just a very solid class, and Wolf Disco is somebody who has mained Warlock a lot in the past, so he's very, very comfortable on this spec.
As Swag took a big hit there, as we do see a lot of chunks come in on Wise Marius. One of those pulls really close to that inner ring there for Perplexes. Shiny takes some damage as well, as looks like Perplexed, pretty comfortably ahead in terms of boss damage. 40% to 54 at this moment in time.
Let's see. Yeah, Perplexed able to gain that advantage here, and like you mentioned, they are going to be getting a little bit of free extra damage here from that Warlock banishing the Corrupt Droplet off, and then he's using it as a Havoc target, and he's gaining a bunch of free extra single target damage from that, from his Rolling Havoc talent. Whenever he hits a target with Havoc on it, he gains Intellect. So it's a pretty useful single target damage increase. It's actually very significant. Warlock 2 target damage is extremely high compared to its just raw single target damage, especially in their dungeon build. So it's a very nice optimization they can make just for a little bit of extra single target damage, and it's working out for them crazily here. Look at the damage coming out from the Warlock compared to the Shadow Priest. It is massive here. Wisemari 20% lower, and it's going to go down, oh man, like 30 seconds faster than EMPYREAN. This is wild from Perplexed.
But this is kind of what we saw from Perplex last time, right? It's just this next part of the dungeon, I think, is really what you're worried about. Is we'll see if they make any adjustments in terms of how they try and, pull this next area by Peril and Strife. Is last time went a little bit sideways and ended up actually getting the boss. So it's like Divine will get in position here. Everybody will get around the corner. We'll let him group things up. We'll see.
Let's see if they go forward again. Yeah, keep an eye on Ryson here. Let's see if he goes for that same pull again. It looks like they're going for the initial same pull, everything being stacked up. A couple of casts have to be canceled because of the quaking, but they're good to go here. First debuff gets instantly dwarfed off by Ryson. They're not going to be worrying about the damage from those torches whatsoever. Here comes the first big burst of damage as those lesser shots come down. Spirit Link committed. Look at the cooldowns being used across the board. IBF, Wall, Nature's Vigil, Ancestral Guidance, Shield Wall, everything across the board being used to live the initial part of this pull. And the important thing, that pack across the way has not been pulled in. They've set up the gateway, and they're just doing the same strategy they did on day one. I think that's a very, very smart play from them. They have a good strategy. Their time in this dungeon when they did this strategy was a minute faster than anything we'd seen on the weekend. I think Donuts was the only team that was anywhere close, and they're doing a great job of doing this pull as is. I like this from Perplexed. Realizing the adaptation just did not work, and they're opting to go for the strat that they knew was good, the strat that they knew was safe.
Yeah, the gate directly across, and now you'll get this scary 3-hit. Oh, they lose Disco.
I think he died to aggro on something there. I think he pulled aggro on one of the mobs. He does get battle rezzed. Oh, did he release? He released. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so he'll release and come back in, because looks like they still have some damage on the scroll to go. But man, probably you would think not going to be a huge difference maker.
He almost died to the residual, the golden barrier explosion hit him from 100 yards away, and he almost went down to that. You can see he even popped the Dark Pact here. And part of the reason he's so low is because, is he going to die to this golden barrier? Okay, they interrupted it. He's got the Dark Pact up. He's so low because he's rushing back to the group, just trying to get here as quickly as possible. Okay, that was a very, very scary moment. He should, for all intents and purposes, be dead, except for the fact that he's playing a Warlock. But here we go, on to the boss. Everyone's health bar is looking very, very scary here. If one more golden barrier goes off from that golden beetle, we could see deaths easily come out from the board. They need to make sure that they have their stuns or displacements prepped for that, but it is not meant to be. The golden beetle does go down. No more explosions will go off on the group here, and they just have to worry about Strife and Peril. But while all of that was going on, EMPYREAN set up their pull. They pre-killed the book. They had the boss prepped and ready to go. Yes, they pulled it later. Yes, they have to deal with this trash for a little bit longer, but they are still at that point in the dungeon. They are keeping it neck and neck and Perplexed. They're going to make him work for it.
Yeah, they did have one Death Empyrean. They did lose Heartbeat for like a second, but yeah, you kind of look over to the other side, and they're right on Peril and Strife as well, as they're keeping neck and neck with Perplexed, or it looks like Perplexed did a much better job, I know, in this run than their last in terms of getting to this boss and making it here safely, but Empyrean staying right there with him, still behind in terms of boss damage, right? You kind of look like about like 17%, 18% in terms of boss damage. But still, to even be at this boss, Zyro, because it puts us so much pressure now going into that courtyard, right? Where we've seen teams go for it all, sometimes and not work out. Where if you're Empyrean, you keep this pace and you're right there. It's just one mistake from either of these teams could decide this map.
And again, just to draw the comparison here, Empyrean's best time in this key has been somewhere in the realm of like 17 to 18 minutes. Perplexed's best run? Actually, yeah, 16:11 is the fastest time, just set that last series. Perplexed's fastest time was like 14:30. This is Perplexed's map to lose. They are the team that should win this map. If they make any major mistakes, it would be a massive upset. And yes, they've given themselves a slight advantage on Strife and Peril just from how they played the key, and probably a little bit of the comp diff, but I feel like the entire dungeon comes up to these last couple of pulls here. This courtyard pull has been a place where teams have had so many issues. That final boss room pull has been a place where teams have had so many issues. Empyrean seems to have it worked out. I don't think they've wiped 2 at a single time. Perplexed, can they pull it off, though? This is incredibly important here. And you know what? Perplexed actually doesn't even gain any time on Strife and Peril because they had to wait for that infested Shambler to patrol off to the right side. So Empyrean is pretty much neck and neck with Perplexed as they set up this pull here. Look at the teams. They're both running into the courtyard at the same time.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, just having the Warlock in here with the Infernals for, that big AoE damage, if that's going to really come into play as... Empyrean, they're going to go for that whole courtyard pull. Same with Perplexed at the same exact time here. It's everything being popped by both of these teams. Both of them fully committing to going for this.
Gotta keep an eye on the big pain point here is when those small shots start to explode. Look at those tiny health bars. The Spirit Link goes down. Every personal committed. Perplexed has lived through the main explosion here. Empyrean about to have it happen on themselves. Those HP bars are going down. But where's the Spirit Link? There's no Spirit Link. Are they going to live there without the Spirit Link? Oh, they already used it, but they've lost their Shadow Priest, and they don't have the Battle Res. They do not have the Battle Res because they used it earlier on, like you mentioned, when Heart went down. So they have to finish off the remainder of this pull, several mobs plus half HP on an Infestor, without the Shadow Priest, without the VE healing, and it is hurting them. This tank is so low, there's no way they're going to live through this pull. It's going to be a full team wipe from Empyrean, and Perplexed is off to the races, already onto the third boss, already have pulled that patrol in. Oh, they are in position to take us to a game 3 very, very easily here.
And I think it's really just that Spirit Link usage was just way too early, I think. Like, Empyrean almost uses it, like, right off of the rip. It's not even when any of those droplets are exploding. And then once they actually need it, to stabilize so those droplets exploding, they don't have anything going at that time, where just a unfortunate scenario there from Empyrean, not able to time that Spirit Link totem properly as Perplexed. They do it perfectly, though, and they are already on the boss.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I mean, that's a pull that Empyrean really hasn't had any issues with. I guess maybe the early Fat Finger Spirit Link? I don't know. That was really, really weird. Maybe they thought it would die a lot faster than it did. And
maybe they thought that the timing of it was that they were going to, like, catch the end of it, right? Where they would have had the Spirit Link for a little bit of extra at the beginning, and then maybe have it, like, as the explosions are going off and timing it, like, perfectly. But it feels like that's kind of playing it to such, like, a knife's edge, right? Where that's the other scenario on the other side, is if you're not able to do it properly, you end up having all those explosives go off and not able to live through it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just really rough. I mean, also on top of that, to add insult to injury, the run back in this dungeon is just so painful. You have to run through the entire second boss room, out the back, and then make your way back around here. But it's not over for Perplexed yet. A Shine does go down on Flameheart here. They have to use one of their 2 remaining battle reses to get him up, and that's not ideal. Must have gotten hit by one of those waves accidentally. So, one less tool that they have to cover any mistakes for the rest of the dungeon. There's still a lot of dangerous things left, so you really don't want to be expending those haphazardly here. Empyrean has gone back on the trash pack, but again, they're in a situation right now where they pretty much need Perplexed to have a full wipe to come back. So we'll have to keep an eye on what Perplexed is doing.
Yeah, as Perplex gets through some of the hardest portion of the boss there, where now they just kind of mow down the Yulon here, and they'll move in towards that final area of the dungeon, where I do wonder if you're Perplex and you maybe know you have this a little bit of a lead, right, where they're just pulling Flameheart now on the side of Empyrean. Do you go for a massive pull here with the Bloodlust at the end? It may kind of play a little bit better into like the Warlock and the DK in terms of like getting all those mobs together, right? You're gonna have the army, as 4 minutes, so it's obviously getting the benefits of the CDR. You might have army back. You're gonna have the Infernal they're holding on to, so you might have enough to just kind of power through it.
And this is also a scenario where I think that the experience might come into play for Perplexed, because this is a team that, we keep talking about it, they are the OGs of this tournament. And yeah, they're doing exactly what I expected. This Divine Field won the first global MDI back in 2018, 5 or 6 years ago. This guy is as OGs get in this game. Him and Ashine were both there. And I was gonna say, Bryson dies, has the Ankh though, he's okay, not a big deal. These teams know that when you're this far ahead, just play it safe. Just take the W and move on. You don't have to do it in style. This is the most important match of the weekend, in my opinion, because if you win this match, you qualify for Global, so you don't have to go through Last Stand. That is way more important than just getting a fast, flashy run, and they recognize that. They don't want to make a mistake, because you have to think about it. 3 dungeons in a row now, Perplexed has made some just catastrophic error in a key that leads to an entire team wipe. It's very off kilter for them. That's not what they're known for doing. This is one of our most awarded medaled teams. They're that good. They've been that team. They've taken Echo all the way in a 5-game series in a Global Finals final before. They are those guys. And to see them make that many mistakes is just so unbecoming of them. So they knew, you know what? Let's not tilt off the face of the earth here. Let's not give our opponents just a way back into the dungeon. Let's take it safe. Let's not go for the entire room without Lust like we did earlier this weekend. Let's just take it safe, pull it in 2 pulls. You've got the Lust for the boss. Take it to game 3, and they're doing that right now. That is just real veteran gameplay for them.
And it feels like something eventually this weekend had to go Perplex's way, right? Like catch a break here somewhere, right? Where Empyrean, they've been able to execute that courtyard quite well throughout the weekend. I think they've only had one other scenario where they had a wipe, where this time it doesn't go in Empyrean's favor. They're not able to execute it. And Perplex now is the team on the other side of things, where you're saying we don't have to make up the time, right? We can play pretty safe, as they're already pulling that shop down.
Yep, on to the boss here, and we know saving that Bloodlust can very easily skip an intermission on this boss, which just saves another large amount of time, and also, prevents you from dealing with another intermission, which is just the hardest part of the fight. So much damage going out, the melees from those reflections on top of the pulsing AoE coming out from the Shaw of Doubt. Let's keep an eye on health bars here. Quaking going out at a very inopportune time, but everyone's spreading out nicely to make sure they don't take any extra damage here. The Figments are stacking up. They're pretty big, but they're going to be able to deal with them nice and cleanly, and they're out of that phase. The Thundering timing is really good here. I would actually, honestly... no, they don't have cooldowns. That'd be a really good time to Lust, but fortunate that the cooldowns didn't line up there.
On the other side, too, just to keep up, Empyrean gets through that 3rd boss. They actually pull all of this room at the end here with the Bloodlust. I know they end up losing their Feral Druid there, but... and it looks like
Fear went off.
Too. That is unfortunate.
I mean, it was
I feel
a really
they had
good
to know
attempt.
the scenario. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
they just had to go for it.
Yeah, there's no... I mean, even if they were able to execute that, it's still, really in Perplex's hands. But if they needed a way to try and make that up, that is the way they needed to go about it. So, almost executed there for Empyrean, but Perplex still now working through this boss, holding on to the Bloodlust. You imagine probably after these fragments of doubt, after this phase, this is probably where we see the Bloodlust popped. You're going to have the army available. You're getting closer to Infernal too.
Yep, and here we go. This is where they used the Lust last time around, after the 2nd intermission here. 55%, that was also the same percentage they were at last time around, so we know this is burnable for them. The Bloodlust is active, and like you mentioned, yeah, the Warlock's a little upset he doesn't have an Infernal, but when you compare that to the Incarn and the Army of the Dead from the Unholy DK, those are a little bit more important than your Infernal, buddy. Sorry to say it. And we are on to the boss, and it is a burn for the races. Going to skip that next intermission very, very easily, and Perplexed. This wasn't the fastest run. It wasn't the flashiest run, but it was an overall relatively clean run, and that's what they need to do. They need to continue to do that. They need to do that in Game 3 as well. They just need to play this as safe as possible, because they do have the faster times. They do have the more decorated players. They just need to capitalize on it, and that's what they did in this Temple of the Jade Serpent.
Yeah, as it looks like Shaw Doubt will end up dropping, so that'll be Perplexed, tying the series up 1-1 here against Empyrean.
That's right. Perplex shows how the professionals play. When things get rough, you don't panic. You don't try something you haven't done before, just try to make up for it. You pull back a little bit. You play cautiously. You play what you know is going to work, and you play clean. And that was a clean dungeon. That got Perplex the win. I appreciated Empyrean at the end, going for it. They knew what they needed to do to try to catch up. It was tough. It didn't quite work out this time, but this is turning into a great series. We are all tied up 1-1, Dratnos.
Yeah, it really goes to highlight kind of the mentality, exactly as you're saying. When you're ahead, when you have the faster plan, play it safe. When you're behind, obviously you have to go a little bit more aggressive, but Perplex really were ahead even from the very first pull, getting onto boss really quickly, just doing so much damage to all these mobs, kiting those Spiteful Shades away beautifully. Empyrean also made it work, though. I mean, a lot of credit is owed, I think, to both teams, because this is a pull that we've seen wipe a lot of our teams over the course of the weekend, right? This dungeon in particular, it's such a dangerous pull. You have all this damage coming out in AoE, and you have people just being targeted by these Hydro Lances, being killed if they're not careful. So extremely impressive by both teams that they were able to make it work out. But of course, with Perplexed having the safer strategy into this boss than they did last time, things looked a whole lot better for them. Wolf Disco in some tremendous pain in this area, but Perplexed, one of their strengths for them as well is that basically all their mistakes, they had battle res or onk, or people just didn't end up actually dying. They ended up getting very low but not dying. Whereas over on the side of Empyrean, you can see, our battle res is down, right? We have our death here. And this DPS death quickly cascades into further problems, right? Because that's one person whose kicks aren't available. In addition, look how low those mobs are, right? Those mobs would just be dead before the tank ran out of defensives if there'd been a priest still alive, but there wasn't, so that ended up being how really the huge time loss came in. But the thing for Empyrean was they were like a little bit behind the whole way through, so even if they hadn't wiped, they probably were still going to lose here, right? Perplex were probably still going to have just the slightly better run and a few minutes, or maybe a minute, 30 seconds faster, the way that Perplexed play the last boss, skipping that extra phase as well, the single target damage that they're bringing to bear, potentially again off of that gargoyle that Swag is running in here, really, really good. But yeah, credit to Perplexed, slowing down in this last room when they know they're ahead, when they know the other team is wiped. That's the sort of thing that if they can just do that one more dungeon, that's going to make it to Global Finals for them, which that would be a huge sigh of relief for a team that, this is like our second overall seed, right? They should have such a huge advantage in getting to the Global Finals, and yet they are still one game away from it all going wrong. So definitely a scary time for Perplexed, but they've managed to stave off elimination so far.
Yeah, it would certainly be an upset if they did get dropped. Go ahead.
How closely do you think Perplexed paid attention to that last series? Because if they saw what Empyrean ran at Court of Stars, they should know exactly what they have to do to win this map, right? And I do have confirmation, by the way. Empyrean will be running the BM Hunter again. So,
nice.
If you're Perplexed, once again, your route is probably easily 2.5 minutes faster. Do you have to go for that crazy first boss pull like you did against... like you did against Donuts, like you did against Direwolves? Do you have to go for that? I don't know. It's a tough question to ask.
Well, considering how we've seen Empyrean, I mean, you just watched the last series, right? And then even some of the other dungeons, like when they don't have to pull massive, they usually elect not to pull massive. So, like, if you're kind of looking at that as Perplexed, like, yeah, you probably don't have to push that, because looking at some of the polls that we've seen from Empyrean do, specifically on the Core Stars, and if they're going to run the Hunter again, you'd imagine it's the same type of strategy, right? They didn't pull big. They kind of did that like almost in like 2 or 3 pulls going into that first boss.
I am curious. I mean, you have to imagine Empyrean. Well, actually, here's the question: what could Empyrean do to make their run a little bit quicker?
Not too much. Click the spy.
I was going to say, run a demon hunter.
I should have said besides the spy. Yeah,
that's a neat little bit of tech that I've been working on in Court of Stars. But besides that, I don't know. I think if you're Empyrean, you probably are just playing for Perplexed to bite off more than they could chew, right? And to wipe. You're hoping that your 18-minute run is just going to hold. And yeah, I mean, if you're Perplexed, it is a big question of do you continue to be as aggressive? Because if you do that big pull into first boss and you wipe to it, you're going home. But on the other hand, if you don't do that, if you slow down your route, can you actually be confident that you're still faster than the Empyrean clean run? Because you might not be, right? If you start making changes that you haven't practiced, it's hard to know exactly how much time you're giving up with that. So it's a really tricky spot for Perplexed to be in.
Right. I mean, how hard is it to incorporate changes that you didn't practice, right? Because then you've got to on the fly almost figure out who's going to kick what, what's going to be positioned where. Like it's something just tough to do, Apparently, we will have a little bit of a delay as one of the players is needing to replace their keyboard. Apparently, something broke, so we need to wait for that to happen. Apparently, he's got another one standing by, so we're gonna have that keyboard up and running, I guess. And then
that is Gamer 101. Always have a backup keyboard available.
Backup peripherals on hand.
Oh yeah,
I've got two sitting behind me that I could swap to at any moment. What about you guys?
I've got one behind me on camera. I've got another 10 keyless sitting next to me to my right. So yeah, I've got at least like 2 or 3 more in the room with me.
If you don't have a keyboard on some of those shelves behind you, Doa, I'd be stunned. I mean, there's a ton of stuff.
Well, there's
there.
one right behind that skateboard deck back here, and then of course I have one within reach if I need something a little bit more mobile.
Sheesh.
I wouldn't be much of a gamer if I didn't have a couple keyboards around.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, actually it is. I made it when I was in Korea last year. It's
just flexing on all of us here. That is
right.
It's quite comfortable. It's my travel keyboard. There you go.
Not bad.
But enough about my
keyboards. Was a
keyboards.
rage-induced keyboard break, or was it just an accidental keyboard break?
That's my question. I have
No way, there's no
since
chance.
we've got a moment, I know maybe the story time graphic is out there somewhere. We had it for previous MDI seasons, but I'll tell you a little story from the StarCraft days, way back in 2011. I was in the GOM TV StarCraft 2 player house. It's okay, StarCraft is also a Blizzard game. I can talk about this. And we had a player named Happy Zerg there, and he was normally a very happy guy. Except for certain times when things on the ladder didn't go his way. And no joke, I'm not exaggerating, I saw him take his SteelSeries keyboard after a loss and just go, "Run!" just yell and bend it in half. And I'm not talking like in towards the keys, I'm talking keys out. Just bend it in half. And like, I've never seen a feat of strength like that before or since. We kept it, even after he left the house and like went on to other things, we kept it as like this sort of like, I don't know, just curiosity that we just have on the wall. Yeah, I guess, like trophy.
What do you do after doing that? You just sheepishly like walk over to the closet and pick up another keyboard and just go back about your business?
No, not sheepishly. You just walk over, you take another keyboard,
aggressively
slap it on the desk. Yeah.
He was also known for smashing his keyboard, and then all the keycaps would like go flying and like keyboard confetti.
So this
and
is
then
a reoccurring
he'd be,
thing.
Muttering as he picked them off the floor. Oh yeah, I saw some stuff. StarCraft brought out the beast in some people. I saw one dude like just punch a chair across the room once after a loss, like hit it and it flew.
I mean, hopefully it shined to do that to his
Marvel
keyboard.
movie.
Hopefully it just like a key stopped working or something, and he wanted a different one.
I'm sure that's all it was. I'm sure it wasn't rage.
Not just launching keycaps across his plays.
WoW players
Do you
don't
imagine getting close? Yeah, imagine getting close to setting it back up.
Yeah, I think so. We're checking out the Court of Stars fly through, so that means we're probably pretty close to get into the game. We'll find out.
Sure hope
Oh my
so.
gosh, he's actually a demon.
What?
Spoilers.
What?
I haven't got to that part yet.
Who knew?
It's actually
What is
funny.
this,
I
some
feel
illusion?
like we were sitting there kind of making fun of Empyrean for taking so long on the Spy RP, but I actually wonder, because we only have one POV that we can watch at any given moment, right? I wonder if they had already found this spy, but they were like asking amongst themselves, wait, do we need to fail here? Because, for people who don't know how Court of Stars work, on the last boss, there's an RP scenario where like Melandris is talking to what's her name? The time
Grand Magistrix Elisande.
Elisande, thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
obviously.
Melandris is talking to Elisande, and based on whether or not you either leave a pillar up or fail the Among Us RP, you can get fast RP, which is like, 10 seconds, or long RP, which is like 40 seconds. And if they had actually not failed one of the, RP scenarios in the dungeon, they would have lost that dungeon. So the fact that the warrior failed at the end there, I think that was on purpose. I don't think that he was, guessing. So
It looked very intentional because they were already, the rest were
it
already
did look
heading up, weren't
intentional.
they? Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of them were already upstairs, so I want to give them a little more credit. They did take a little while, but I'm willing to guess that's what they were waiting to figure out, and I guess it just went for it.
Some big brain stuff. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good call, because it did look like there was some more discussion probably going on there, rather than just everybody running around being like, who's the spy? Is this the spy? It looked like it was, obviously, the caliber of teams way better than that.
Yeah,
Sometimes
most
that
teams
spy just gets
have
away from you.
Most teams have a plan as well where they're going to have some pylons that are just left unattended, right, and are going to be activated by the boss, right? And so they don't have to worry about that. But if you're coming in here with a bit of a slower strategy, right, and maybe you're deactivating all 5 of those, then you do have to make sure you intentionally fail one of those spies. But here we go. Underway for Game 3 between Perplexed and EMPYREAN. The Hunter is back. The keyboards are fixed. We're ready to go.
Yeah, no, Zyro, they're actually Perplexed. They're going to run the sub-rogue here, and then Wolf Disco now going to be playing Druid here. So a little bit of a change there for Perplexed. Is EMPYREAN, they'll actually, they'll run that Beastmaster again with a Disc Priest, because they still want that PI, where they've been giving the PI over to the BM Hunter for some of that single target damage.
Yeah, the PI was almost on the Hunter for almost every single pull throughout the dungeon. I think they had it on the DK for maybe the first 2 uses in their previous run, but it was mainly on the Hunter. Mainly because, that second boss area to the end of the dungeon is pretty much all single target damage. You're killing mini bosses, you're killing the second boss, you're killing the third boss. In BM Hunter, again, we don't see it that often. We want to kind of highlight it a little bit. It's one of the best single target classes in the game. But right off the bat, again, you can see the difference in pulls size from both teams. Perplexed going to be pulling an absolutely insane amount of trash into the first boss. Divine Field has pretty much most of the dungeon trailing behind him here. Oh, actually, they're not pulling it into the first boss here.
Wait, what?
They're just killing it on the bridge. They're not going for broken. They're playing it a little bit safe. I'd like to see that. They know their route is that much faster. They don't have to go for the boss. But EMPYREAN, they had a tank death on their side too.
Yeah, they lost their tank, so they're trying to get everything kind of a group back together, as they have 2 of those constructs still. As Perplexed, yeah, you mentioned that they do a big pull, but not directly into that first boss just yet. They pull it onto the bridge, and then they have the Bloodlust go off. They use a Shroud at the beginning. They have the Feral Druid go a little bit forward as well, so they're going to get about, 20, probably 23, 22% here. No, way higher than that, actually. You're going to get up to almost 30% in terms of count as they go into that first boss.
Yeah, when we saw them do this dungeon against Direwolves earlier this weekend, they did the same thing Direwolves did. They pulled all of that trash into the boss, but they had mistakes. One of the problems when setting up this pull is that if you want to go as fast as possible, if you want everyone to do as much damage as possible, you essentially just have to let the guards go to the pylons. And what that does is it leaves up those Duskwatch Hinderers, I think they're called. I only call them Hinderers because the main mechanic that they do is they cast Hinder, which is just a single target stun on somebody in your group. It's just an extra thing you have to worry about while dealing with the boss encounter, and they have to deal with 2 or 3 of them. They might be able to CC one of them with a Hex or a Distract, or a Blind from the Rogue, but other than that, you have to deal with kicking 2 Hinders, and if one of those Hinders goes off at an inopportune time, you can get easily just bowled over by one of the many ground effects in this encounter, or you can make it so that you don't jump. You aren't able to jump when the Arcane Lockdown comes out, and you can see Perplexed here. They've got one of those Duskwatch Vigilant dudes in their group. You have to keep an eye on those Hinder casts. If one of those goes off, when one of these Street Sweepers goes out, instant one-shot. 1 player down, Battle Res has to be used. So they just decided, you know what? We're not going to deal with that at all. We're just going to kill all the trash on its own, then we'll go into the boss. And you can see they're still so significantly far ahead just because they went for that massive trash pull that it definitely was a good play.
Yeah, and I wonder if they were trying to get the that caster out, the one that spawns from the pylon, the Dustwatcher, out away, because they would have been able to maybe mention whether it's Hex or you can blind that from the Rogue, but it looks like they're just going to end up just killing it with the boss here as the first boss at 43%. EMPYREAN still has not pulled that first boss, but this is pretty consistent in terms of just kind of like how EMPYREAN has played. Looks like they're going to actually engage the first boss now, so they do bring in some of those like mana worms from the side. It looks like they do have some pillars up as well.
They do have a pillar up, I believe, on either the left or the right side, so they'll need to deal with one of those Vigilant Duskwatches, but again, they can just CC it off in the corner, they can hunt or trap it, and they'll be totally fine, and they can lock it down. But they're just so far behind. Yeah, they do have a tiny little extra amount of trash count, but trash count is not something that you're really worried about in this dungeon. You get so much trash count just from dealing with the mandatory trash in this dungeon that you have to deal with to get buffs, to just move throughout the second boss room. And then also, when you're killing off enforcers, you have a couple extra pulls that you go off to the side because you have to just to get that extra trash count, but pulling 4% extra on the boss is not worth the time loss that they spent going through their really kind of close to live E route. Perplexed now, taking their time to deal with the dock pull while they worry about opening up that second boss room. I believe they're doing this without their healer. Yeah, Ryson is the one that's off starting the RP to open up the door to get into the second boss room. This goes to show you how strong those external cooldowns are, and actually, you know what? They're not even using Nature's Vigil. They're just doing this natty with like no group heal. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean they handle that so cleanly as they do have two mobs here because they did end up shrouding, I think, past that as Shine will make his way into the courtyard here. We'll see he elects to do. Looks like you're gonna spawn one of these enforcers here. Is treating. Oh, okay, so he's gonna be able to get that and then vanish away. So perfect timing there.
So yeah, Amaka is going to be ready and prepared when their team is all here. He's also going to get a nice distract on the imps here. He's going to sack them right inside the Inquisitor there, so that the second their team is ready, and you can see them coming, Amaka is going to be prepared. All of their trash is going to be stacked up, and there's going to be a massive pull. Every cooldown is available here. You're almost going to see the instant Nature's Vigil pop from Wolf Disco with the Incarn. There it is. That first Scream of Pain coming out does so much damage to the group, but almost instantly gets topped up by the healing coming out of the Feral Druid. And it's just going to be all she wrote. What a great pull setup from Perplexed. I love the rogue idea here. You can show how powerful that class is just for setting things up in this section of the dungeon.
Yeah, and those are the type of pulls that Sub really loves, right? Where you saw the Gloom Blades pop there, Shadow Dance, and then you're just kind of Black Powder Shuriken Storm in it up there as you're doing tons of damage. They'll be able to get rid of Amakachu, so they'll also have another Enforcer here. So you're going to have that next mini-boss coming. As this is what you kind of talked about. Like, it feels like Perplexed, like they played it a little bit safer, but not much. And even with just playing it a little bit safer, they probably still are going to have a huge time advantage.
Little bit of sanguine healing for Perplexed there, but not the worst thing in the world. And they even have the presence of mind to say, you know what, we know our second one is coming along, so let's go ahead and pull Amakatyo away just in case we don't finish this off as quickly as possible because of the way these mini-bosses work, right? If they're anywhere near Talixe or another one of the mini-bosses, their health and damage gets increased by 100%. That's why the teams aren't just deciding, you know what, let's go in and pull the boss with all three mini-bosses, because they're all going to do quadruple damage and have quadruple the HP, which means there's absolutely no way you can deal with that. So, there might have been a way to cheese it at some point in time, but that damage increase definitely makes it so you have to just pick them off one by one, and that's why you see the best teams in the world still opting to go for this strategy.
And EMPYREAN is working on Amakachu right now, so it seems like they're like a mini-boss behind, so to speak. I know in terms of percentage, in terms of count, they're a little bit behind there as well, but still kind of comes down to like one mistake. And we've seen some ridiculous stuff here in Quarter Stars in the Courtyard, right? Like insane sanguine healing. I know some wipes we've seen a scenario where they actually team got the patrol with the boss. I know Talixe coming up, so definitely not safe yet here. Or Perplexed is EMPYREAN keeping it close. As Perplexed, they're going to do this pull here across the bridge, Cyro. They're going to get that construct with the Inquisitors. This could be quite scary.
Yep, and it's important to mention they already have that damage orb buff from when Ryson skipped past the RP earlier on. They specifically send their Shaman because he runs around, grabs the 10% damage amp buff while they're doing the Docs pack, so they don't have to worry about getting that right now when they're doing this massive pull. But let's actually focus in on that pull. That Ice Storm is casting from the Inquisitor in the back there, doing a lot of AoE group damage there. Ryson not worried about it, had the Ascendance popped, was topping everyone nice and easily with a little bit of help from Wolf's Disco's Nature's Vigil. And another massive pull just nice and easily healed through. Everyone even just ate the Fell Detonation too. They just healed through the Fell Detonation ticking damage. Just absolute insane ideas and pulls coming from Perplexed. The execution is on another level in this key. They're looking like themselves again.
Yeah, so what? They're at 95%. They're going to have this next mini boss come up. Looks like they have some packs on the left.
They have
Looks
extra
like that
trash.
Inquisitor coming from the left.
This was a ninja
here,
bowl.
too.
They don't need these. They do not need this trash. This was a ninja bowl. They weren't supposed to get this. This was an accident. But this is a very doable pack. The only thing that they have to worry about here is dealing with the Ice Storm and the Searing Glare from the Inquisitor and not having that overlap with any of the damage from Jisharu. But this is the worst case scenario for Empyrean on the right side here. So many players have gone down to this pack. This is just an Enforcer, so they can still release it and run back, but the death timers are not what they need right now. They really needed to be as clean as possible to give themselves a chance. But they probably also needed Perplexed to make some mistakes, and that's just not going to happen with the way they're playing this key. Empyrean, oh no, it's just all going wrong.
Yeah, as it looks like, the Enforcer actually, they got it out of the Sanguine, I thought, for a second there. If the Enforcer would have started casting in that Sanguine, would have gotten so much extra, HP off of that, as it looks like some of them are going to tank. I know that blast, but Perplexed, moving on to Telixay, going to be able to pull the boss way before Empyrean. I mean, I think Empyrean may have even another Enforcer left here, as they're only at like 87% in terms of count.
Perplexed just casually doing the 110% trash count route while also going at a faster pace than any team we've seen this weekend. Remember, the time to beat right now is somewhere along the lines of like 16 minutes. Yeah, their fastest run so far, and I think the fastest time for the weekend was that 15:51 time. We did think that Direwolves could have potentially gotten a sub-15, but they were never able to actually put it into play. But Perplexed on an absolute heater right now. They could easily go for the sub-15 if they're perfectly clean throughout, and they get a very, very good spy spawn. But you have to remember, this was a problem for Empyrean last time around in this Court of Stars. Perplexed also doesn't have somebody that can see. They don't have that Spectral Sight. They don't have the Truth Guard from the Paladin to help them see which pack the demon is in. So they're going to have to do this RP naturally. They're going to have to find the clues, and they're gonna have to figure out, which one of the mobs is actually the spy.
Yeah, luckily for them though, even if they did have some issues there, Empyrean still they have to get another Inquisitor here, and still some percentage as they have to go double back, get an Enforcer. So in a really rough spot as Telixay at 5% HP about to go down. Players getting weak here for Perplexed, but as soon as they get weak, they finish the boss off. Now they can start to get the spy puzzle going.
Here we go into the spy puzzle. Hopefully nobody in the group is trolling. I like to do a little bit of trolling when we get to this section of the dungeon. You know how, like, when you go into a key and people have that plugin that types in chat, like, it types the clues out as you find them out? I like personally just, like, manually typing fake things. Like, I'll type Little Wigs, bald. Little
That's
Wigs,
mean.
Velcro wallet. Little Wigs. Naps and jeans. I'll just type random silly things out, and like some people will get it, some people will be like, "What is this guy saying?" So hopefully they're not trolling.
Yeah, that's why I have that little window that Little Wigs has, so I know which is actually the real ones and which ones
that actually
you're just spamming in. So maybe everybody's just like, "What is he doing?" There's nothing going on here. Wow, look at that! They already found the spy.
Wow.
So that is quite effective there from Perplexed, able to find that spy. Everybody up here on the high ground is Empyrean. Looks like they're finishing off their final mini boss, but barring something catastrophic, Perplexed looking to potentially set like a 15-minute time here.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy fast time. Let's see how quickly they can actually go here. This guy takes about 45 seconds to kill, and the last boss takes probably about a minute and a half to kill, so they're probably not going to be on sub-15-minute pace, but this is still very, very easily going to be the fastest Court of Stars we've seen this entire weekend. And this is setting up Perplexed for such a good run into the Grand Finals here, and almost certainly they're going to be taking this series and securing themselves that berth into the Global Finals. This is just, they had 3 straight really bad dungeons. Huge mistakes. 2 against Donuts and Despair where they just threw the entire dungeon. The first game of this series where they just made a huge mistake at the start of that Shadow Moon Burial Ground and made a terrible mistake through the entire dungeon. But they brought it back together. They picked it back together. They did what a veteran team should do. They knew that they're good enough. They played their strats. And here we are at the end of an honestly masterpiece Court of Stars. This is the best run we've seen, I think, from any of our teams all weekend.
Oh, without a doubt, I would say is they'll have the RP go off here They have the Bloodlust available, right? In terms of DPS cooldowns, you're like a minute 15 off of the Incarn, minute 55 off of Gloomblade. So you're not really going to have much outside of you're going to have the Army of the Dead here rolling. But do you decide to maybe like hold on and wait for the Bloodlust? You probably wait for the Bloodlust at least for the army that comes up in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, they save it for the army, but then they just rip it. That army's already off cooldown, too. Just send the Bloodlust. Let's go Perplexed. Send this boss home. Let's see the sub 16-minute run. Beat your previous time. Remember, the time to beat 15:51. And they will easily destroy that time. They might even be saving for the Incarn, to be honest.
Yeah, I was
That's what
gonna
it looks
say.
like at this point.
At this point, 20 seconds away from the Incarn, you may as well, as it'll be about, 70% in terms of the boss damage done. The advised Melendra 70% left, as Incarn will be popping here in a second, and then we'll see. Do you actually send the Bloodlust? Looks like they're still just holding
Maybe
on
for
to
the
it.
Maelstrom? 3, 2, 1, bang. Go. There we go. Army of the Dead. Lust popped. Incarn coming shortly from Wolf Disco. This boss is not long for this world. Maybe a little bit of trolling the damage CDs, but it doesn't matter. They are so far ahead of Empyrean, who are only just now getting to the Among Us RP. And it looks like they're having issues dealing with it too. All eyes on Perplexed here, as they literally just approach the end of this dungeon, the end of this series, and really the end of our global final qualifying for the weekend. Our next match is just going to be for seeding. It's just for bragging rights and prize money. This is the important match, and Perplexed has seized the moment.
Yeah, it's just 20% left on this boss, out of that Bloodlust, about 30-40% in terms of, I know the boss's health gone here, is that'll be a Grief Torch to cast here, getting some extra damage down, as Visor Melendris will not be living much longer, and Perplex will move on and qualify.
That's right. They have done it. It looked shaky at the start of the day. It looked maybe a little bit shaky earlier in the weekend as well, but they got it together in the end. Perplexed moves on to the MDI Global Finals and onto the Group B Finals later today, which is going to be a rematch now between Donuts and Perplexed. That's going to be great. But before we get to talking about that, Dratnos, let's talk a little bit about this quarter stars. Seems like Perplexed just pulled ahead early and nothing changed.
Yeah, Perplexed were still going much bigger than Empyrean, especially at the start of the dungeon. You could really see the strategy, even though they're not going onto boss with all this, right? This is like 25% enemy forces count, right? Whereas Empyrean are going with these much more standard, much more safe pulls, but much smaller pulls as a result. So the start of the dungeon generates a big advantage for Perplexed that they would be able to hold on to just with clean play throughout the rest of the dungeon. And that was pretty much both teams were on that kind of clean play lifestyle through most of the mid-game of the Court of Stars, getting these first couple of enforcers taken care of. Things did start to go a little bit sideways, actually, for both teams towards the end of the mini-boss hunting section of the dungeon. This was still when things were going well for Empyrean here. Both teams did a good job, handling those imp packs well. Potion of Shocking Disclosure used for that extra AoE damage. That's actually a very common potion for basically everybody in MDI to be using. But then we saw for Empyrean, things started to go wrong as they got over toward the left-hand side on this Enforcer pull. You can see the imps joining the party, I think by surprise. I think due to that Magus of the Dead being over there for Heart, although I'm not 100% sure. Just standing over there, free casting, and pulling the imps as they walked past. And then Perplexed, very nice run, very clean. Did end up going about 140% count or something. They got that extra pack over on the side with the third mini-boss, but that's okay, not a big deal. Comes in, they were able to handle it well, and you can see just one death on the board for them. Hard to be upset with that. 16 minutes and 9 seconds. We know faster is possible in this dungeon, but credit to Perplexed, not going for it onto first boss, I think, was really wise, given how much faster they already were than Empyrean, right? We know this is already 2 minutes faster than Empyrean, even under a pretty ideal case, I think, for that team.
Yeah, Empyrean putting on a good show with the Beastmaster Hunter and their, attempt at this, but just a slower route, just a little bit less damage, and despite, making it all the way here, Empyrean is going to have to try to compete in the last stand tournament if they want to have a chance to make it to the MDI Global Finals now. But as you can see from our bracket, Mr. X, we got Donuts versus Perplex coming
Oh,
up.
yeah.
We got a rematch of the first match of the day.
Yeah, I mean that match was sick. Perplex did have some like issues, right? But Donuts looked fantastic. You just wonder, like after a little bit of a break, right? Can Donuts kind of get back into that same groove yet again? Off of a Perplex who comes off of a series against EMPYREAN, where it was not as easy as some may have thought. EMPYREAN hung on until the end, but that Court of Stars just way too strong.
I've got a feeling with Perplex being warmed up a little bit more, Zyronic, maybe you can like correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like this is one that we could see go to like all 5 dungeons. If Donuts stays at the level they were at, if Perplexed plays at the level that they're starting to reach here this weekend, we could see this one be really back and forth, I feel like, in a way we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting question that's brought up every time. It's a question of whether or not, being the team that wins the upper bracket, being able to practice and relax for the later matches is better off compared to the team in the lower bracket that's, been on a little bit of a heater, been playing well. We'll have to see, but I think, yeah, if both of these teams are playing at the top of their range, this could easily be like a banger 5-game series.
That's right. So, on that note, quick break, and when we come back, the finals of Group B, Donuts versus Perplex in a best of 5 here on the Mythic Dungeon International. It is going to be epic. You don't want to miss it. See you in a few. We are back for one last time here on Group B at the Mythic Dungeon International. It's the finals. That's right, Donuts versus Perplexed, a rematch of our first match of the day, but this time in best of 5 form. Makes, Dratnos, Tettles here along with me. Makes, what are you expecting coming into this one? Do you think it's going to be Donuts staying strong? Do you think it's going to be Perplexed coming back? Do you think it's going to be really close? Give me your predictions.
Okay, I think it's going to be A, really close, B, really filled with a lot of stuff, because we already saw that series earlier today with craziness happening, if I can say as much. And 3, I really hope we're going to see a knockcut, and that's not because I really dislike Tettles and Dratnos, but looking at our map pool,
We will.
What does
we
that
haven't
mean?
seen
There you
knockcut
go.
this weekend at all. This is the first time we're going to see that knockcut offensive, and I've been looking forward to it. I mean, once on a weekend, I feel like we can do, and assumes the teams agree.
Yeah, so Azure Vault and Court of Stars are getting taken out of this map pool by Perplexed and Donuts respectively, which means, of course, we're starting off in that Algathar Academy. We are going to get to Nocked and Temple for sure, because it is a best of 5 series. And then if we need them, we have Shadow and Burial Grounds and Halls of Valor as deciders. But I'm excited about this Algathar Academy. Things went wrong for both teams the first time we saw it. I would love to see what it looks like for realsies.
I'm interested in hearing your guys' thoughts. So it seems like, okay, so just looking at the course the whole entire weekend, it seemed like Direwolves had maybe the best times of all the teams over the course of the whole entire weekend. Of course, they got knocked out by EMPYREAN because they were probably the least consistent team that we had across the whole entire weekend. I think Perplexed have the second best times across the whole entire weekend. But again, kind of similar to Direwolves, they just, for some reason, will inexplicably int every other key. And so it seems like Donuts are super consistent, but a little bit slower. And so I guess sometimes being safe is good, but we've seen so many wipes this weekend, more than any other weekend in MDI history. And it's like, I actually don't really know kind of what to expect out of this, because on paper, you normally look at the team that has the faster times and you're like, oh, I expect them to win. But I don't even know if I expect that anymore, because Donuts played through the upper bracket. They seem more consistent. Are they about to just win this whole entire cup? Like, is that about to be what's going to happen here?
It is possible. Donuts have come into this one looking really strong. Dratnos obviously believed from the beginning. He's the only person who picked them to come out on top here in
Yeah.
Group B. What was
My faith
what
never
was
faltered
it?
in the Donuts. Yeah.
Was it pure NA faith, or was it anything more than that?
Oh yeah, just pure
Just
NA
NA,
faith
okay.
and guild bias.
You might be one of the only people in history in an esports competition coming into it like rooting for NA, feeling NA is going to win, and then actually having that happen. That's a rarity.
Well,
I hope you appreciate it.
it's we don't know if they've won yet.
Well, I
Surely,
mean,
there's no way they could wipe
gotten
from
this
here.
far. Yeah.
From here specifically, which means the beginning of the decade now, do you think they're going to change anything going into this after today? Maybe even just talents?
No way.
I mean,
You're talking about
wouldn't
this Alg
be-
Academy?
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised about some of the evoker talents in the first time around when we saw this, where we saw Perplexed not running the deep breath talent that does the AoE stun. That's one I feel like you see a lot of people running in this. Donuts was running it, so I don't know. I'm going to be looking at that because I think a couple of the evoker talents might be a bit different.
Yeah, I think for me, if you're perplexed, you just make sure you play your game plan that we saw. No wipes. I think that we're focusing on not wiping. For Donuts, we saw in their Algathar Academy. Okay, first off, no DCs. That's probably going to be fixed. The second big thing is we know that they were. I was talking to them a little bit. They're trying to snap that triple lasher that Dratnos and I were talking about earlier whenever we saw them in AA, and getting that triple lasher snap will help them a lot.
Yeah, they only managed to
Time
snap
to find
two of
out.
the three of them last time, so we'll see how it works out for them this time. You can see Donuts going and grabbing that verse buff for most of their team, whereas Perplexed are just straight into a Shroud. Donuts also using Invis pots here because they want to use the Shroud after boss, and so they're just going to fire off the Invis potions instead. Perplexed are therefore going to be able to start their pull a little bit ahead of Donuts, although not that much faster. Both teams getting their group started right now.
This is probably the hardest pull of the weekend, I would say. So it's 23 fortified Algathar Academy with Sanguine. And these packs
And
right here,
Volcanic.
how you have to and Volcanic. And how you have to deal with these pulls right here is you need to make sure that you line up your CC chains perfectly. Because with all of these mobs here, with all of these elementals, you need to make sure that you're getting stops. More often than not, you're not going to be you're not going to have enough interrupts just to be able to deal with everything. So you have to use just AoE stops as Ryson goes down on the side of Perplex. They do have a battle res. If there's somebody who is able to go down and not cost the team a lot of time, it's going to be Ryson on the side of Perplex. All these mobs are so
Wolf Disco.
low for Perplex. Wolf Disco dies, but the pack is dead. We just need to not Sanguine up this Ravager, and
Oh,
it's getting a little bit
no.
of healing.
It is, yeah, and whereas on the side of Donuts, they have done an insane job. Only 1.5 million Sanguine healing on their pull compared to 6.6 for Perplexed, and Donuts have already engaged Veximus here with the remainder of these worms, but the big worm is dead. For Perplexed, that big worm is very much alive because of that Sanguine healing, and they need to wait for Wolf Disco to rejoin the party before they can pull. The saving grace here for Perplexed is that Wolf Disco is a druid, so it does have stealth to get back, but otherwise it would be a real problem for them. They're going to be able to now go into boss probably here, but this is going to be a lot more dangerous than it is for Donuts. There's a lot more enemies here. Divine is kind of low on stuff. He's going to shield wall Manic Grief Torch the pull. But there are a lot of worms here.
I love that. The Shield Wall Manic Grief Torch. Okay, we need to make sure that these Foragers and Veximus gets kited perfectly. No Sanguine healing on this boss. Sanguine healing on this encounter would be a tragedy. Whenever we saw Algathar Academy earlier today, there was a lot of Sanguine healing, I think, on both sides. Now the teams have played AA a little bit. They should have it a little bit more fresh. We need to really, really avoid Sanguine healing this boss because otherwise that would be a massive time loss. Donuts has done a great job. No Sanguine healing on their front on the boss itself. Now, looking at the right side of Perplex, they should kill off that final Forager. A great kidney shot into a grip, and Veximus is going to go unhealed. Cool. I think that both of these teams, the first part of the dungeon is probably the hardest part in AA, and while Perplex didn't come out unscathed, this is significantly better than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, Donuts, though, have gotten the big advantage here, which is, that's not what you expect, right? Perplexed should be the higher seeded team. In theory, they should be the favorites, even though they lost the series earlier to Donuts, but in practice, it's going to be Donuts getting the boss killed first. They still have a battle res available as well, and they, of course, don't have the 10 seconds of death timer working against them. Perplexed do have 2% extra enemy forces count, but it's unlikely that's going to change the pull sizing of the remainder of the dungeon, so not a huge win in their column.
Maybe some Foragers are off to the side on Donuts.
Yeah, it's
and they
probably a
didn't grab
2-pack of
all them.
Foragers.
Yeah, that's
And
kind of
Donuts
what I'm thinking.
probably don't need it. Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right, Veximus goes down for Donuts. Still at 18% for Perplexed.
There are those
two
Foragers right there
Foragers.
they're skipping. Yep.
So
Okay,
this is
cool.
Shroud for Donuts. Here it
Yes,
goes.
and then I think that we should stay on Stove on the side of Donut so we can watch what he's going to do, because he's going to, you're going to see Yips dismount here in just a couple of seconds. Stove is going to tricks Yips, and then once Yips is onto this other platform, they're going to snap some mobs off to the side. And look at that. He has the tricks icon above his head. It's just going to be this Forager plus Mana Fiend pack. Realistically, you can't pull this Ravager. Snapping the Ravager is very, very dangerous. Stove then vanishes off out of combat, and then he, because you have to be able to be out of combat to take these wind tunnels, and now he rejoins his party, and all of those mobs have snapped up to this Guardian Sentry.
Yeah, beautiful work by Donuts. You can see a lot of mobs here. Now with Sanguine active, once these mobs get low, which will happen before the Guardian Sentry dies, they are going to need to be really careful about that Sanguine healing, but that is where all of their control comes in. Meanwhile, Perplexed are just going for this pull. They didn't have Shroud available, of course, because they used it earlier, so they are just fighting all of these mobs straight up here. And this is an extremely dangerous pull that Perplexed are doing.
Donuts are in a war zone, man. There's so many tornadoes. This is the downside of running the triple melee comp inside of this dungeon is they're getting kind of unlucky, and every single one of their tornadoes is being baited onto that melee. Ooh, a little bit of healing on the Guardian Sentry. It didn't look like it got that much.
Okay, yeah, we're all right. We're still okay here, and they've done a good job of at least not having it be free casting in a Sanguine. Just one more Mana Fiend left for them, but Perplexed have gotten a huge pull, and it's worked out for them, so that is really, really good. Donuts, though, are about to do their next unique strat, right? The Lasher Snap is something that we're expecting them to do in just a sec here. So again, we'll be following Stove as he's gonna... Oh, they gotta kill that Mana Fiend, and yeah, here goes Stove. Gotta wait to drop combat as well. Lands the tricks onto Yips before Yips goes.
So something that we know about Perplexed route now is that it's going to incur less Echo Knights and Invokers, right? Because you see that they're snapping similar packs to what Donuts did into this as well, and so they're going to come out with a little bit more trash count in this area just due to that Ravager.
Yeah,
so interesting.
So here go Donuts, Stove with that Trix active, trying to grab all 3 of these Vile Lashers before that Trix expires, then hits the Vanish. You can see these Lashers are all kind of just AFKing for a little bit, waddling confusedly in the general direction of the rest of Donuts. And now if we go over to Yips, we're going to see them making their appearance. Yeah, you can start seeing those Lashers appearing. One Vile Lasher, we're looking for 3. We need 3. They've been kind of slow to show up. Last time the second one took a while, so there might still be a chance of them all appearing, but last time only 2 out of the 3 made the appearance. There's the second.
2?
Is there going to be a third? 2.
So we know last time, since only 2 made an appearance, Timber had to kill himself after this pull. So look at something that Donuts is doing. They have 4 people with Shadow Meld on their side. And that's actually super intentional, because sometimes that snap doesn't work out correctly, and it turns out to where Timber's going to have to kill himself onto Croth. But it looks like they have 3 Vile Lashers here. Yeah. So they have 3 Vile Lashers here. So we're not gonna see Timber kill himself at the end of Croth. Instead, we don't have to meld out to drop combat. We're actually kind of chilling here with all these Vile Lashers. Now, whenever we go back to the next area, the Overgrown Ancient is just going to be sitting there waiting for us. Perplex is doing something similar, except
Perplex is doing something similar, but they've pulled flies as well. I don't think the flies were supposed to come. Maybe they are, but that might be very dangerous for this big pull, and especially for the rest of the group. So we're going to start seeing these mobs snapping into the battlefield for Perplexed. There's that one Vile Lasher. Here come some birds. Are there going to be any insects as well, though? The insects will potentially be quite lethal in this area. Although maybe they aren't coming. Maybe they didn't get tricked. Maybe they only got proximity aggro onto a Shine. So could be something that is a bit of a saving grace here for Perplexed. We will see. Donuts still a little bit ahead here in terms of time.
Okay.
Although, yeah, like you said, Perplexed are going to be a little bit ahead in count at the end of this exchange. So it's going to be really tight between the 2 teams.
Alpha Eagle is the mob that you're looking at on Donut's side. So once that Alpha Eagle goes down, then we start to see like the goals show back up to where we're able to summon Croth. The Vile Lashers, I mean, we can just kind of kill them off at time, but the biggest roadblock in terms of like what's going to be time gating us the most is getting those Alpha Eagles killed off, making sure we don't sanguine them is super important on the side of both Donuts and Perplexed. And it looks like Donuts are going to be killing off those last couple of birds, and they're going to be engaging the boss here in just a moment. A bit ahead of Perplexed. I would say somewhere in the order of maybe a minute, but there's going to be a count difference of probably 10%. whenever you include those wasps into that poll?
Yeah, did the wasps actually ever show up? I didn't see them. I don't think
didn't
they
see
did.
them.
So, yeah, I think the wasps only got proximity aggro on a shine, and he didn't actually do any damage to them, so he didn't transfer any threat with tricks.
Okay.
So when he vanished,
Excellent.
he did drop combat with them. So that is good news for Perplex. Oh, a shine! Has to pop Cloak of Shadows in the
cloaked those.
Eagle
We cloaked
frontal. Not a big deal.
saw
Yeah,
that
that Storm Eater's Boon, a classic trinket. Love that.
I think, what are they going to be like? I think they're going to be 8% over, maybe, where Donuts are. But Donuts have a pretty significant advantage on Croth. If I'm looking at the position of the two teams, I think I'd rather be Donuts here still.
It is certainly close. It feels like Perplexed got the better of the exchange after first boss by a bit, but yeah, the first boss went so much better for Donuts, so I think so as well, but we will have to see. I mean, there's kind of no way to know until we see how many pulls of Echo Knights are needed for the two teams.
Oh, that's
if
a lot
Donuts
more
need to
count.
do 2 and Perplexed need to do 1, then that is a big advantage for Perplexed.
Okay, this is a lot more count than I thought that Perplex was going to have. Look at this, 74%, whereas Donuts are on that 61.78. Now, there's a chance that they potentially pull like Echo Knights into Overgrown Ancient, which could make up some of the count difference. But we know that Donuts has some stuff still left in the wheelhouse, some trash that's left towards the end of the dungeon that they're going to be able to deal with, whereas Perplexed are going to be on to the Echo Adorogosa fairly fast compared to what Donuts is going to have to do here.
So Donuts actually activated the wind goal first rather than the fire goal, which is a little bit different than you usually see on live, right? On live, it's almost always the fire goal first, but part of that is because fire, the wind griefs your range DPS a lot more, right, than the fire does. But there are no range DPS for Donuts, so who cares, right? Just Timber that's in pain. And that's a healer. Who cares?
It also could be potentially due to like cooldown timings as well, right?
Maybe.
Where if you have like strong, like 1 minute CDs or something like that, or we even have the army coming out for Cryptics right here, right as that fire is going to get dunked, then you have the bonus damage from that fire. Maybe it could be potentially even do something like thundering timing as well. Donuts had a really good thundering timing into that Croth stun on top of army, and it may be something to do with CD timings, is what it kind of looks like.
Yeah. Perplexed are on the same lifestyle here, it looks like, right?
This bird is dead for Donuts.
Yeah, Donuts are doing an insane amount of DPS to this bird. Of course, they've just been in chain combat the whole way through, so the damage done. It's not 200k single target out of Cryptics, but it is a lot for sure. Donuts are going to be getting this boss killed. Oh, okay, Timber does die again.
He did it intentionally again.
Yeah, so okay, let's watch
combat
him.
with Skitterflies. I wonder if he's still in combat with Skitterflies. Nobody else had to melt.
I want to see if
he
could be going to get Echo Knights. Echo Knights, yeah.
Yeah, let's cut to Timber and see what he does here. Maybe it may have been a combat thing, which is something that we knew was an issue last time. It may be just like a shortcut to get to the Echo Knights while the rest of Donuts is grouping up, Skitterflies and whatnot here. Really interesting.
Yeah,
to see
so
what
if
he
he
does.
were to get Echo Knights, it would be jumping around to the right here. Looks like he's just waiting for people. Oh, okay, yeah.
He's not going to be jumping around.
Looks like he just okay. So they probably were just in combat. Yeah, okay. Look at that Hungry Lasher. You see that Hungry Lasher under the boss? That Lasher for some reason just didn't uproot, and it was staying in combat with Donuts. That's something that happens quite a bit when setting up this snap. Is just randomly some of the mobs will refuse to cooperate, and they kept the whole group in combat. That's why we saw melds and vanish and stuff used at some point during the last 5 minutes for everybody else to get out of combat. But Timber had no way to do that, so he had to die.
Yeah, so they didn't melt. They melded earlier. They didn't have to meld right then. Okay, this makes more sense.
As long as you press it at some point after the snap. Actually, I think it's only really going to be Timber that gets in combat with it because healer aggro, right? Everybody else is not going to heal the tank. So if the tank as soon as the tank melds, then everybody else is safe from getting healer aggro.
Okay, so we got Stasis Dispel on number 1 here. This is actually super smart, and then Timber keeps that Brittle Bark debuff on himself. That means that Donuts doesn't have to kill off that Ancient Branch. On live, you want to be like focusing down the Ancient Branch, but if you're playing with a Preservation Evoker, you're able to do something that's like you can Stasis, save your Dispel, and then just dispel other people. And if you have like a Dwarf in your group, that's enough to cover and get all of the debuffs off of everybody. And Donuts do a great job of killing off the Skitterflies, not Sanguining Overgrown Ancient. We saw some knocks. Just making sure that fewer stuff got healed. And Donuts are looking in a great position, but Perplexed are hot on their heels with a significant count advantage. Look at this, 74% for Perplexed. It's going to go up a little bit more as these Skitterflies also start to die off. I think probably somewhere in the order of 85%. So I wonder if Perplexed only has 1 more pull in the dungeon, whereas Donuts might have 2?
Yeah, that is the question here. Notably, Perplexed have used their Lust on this boss, so Perplexed are going to be able to close the gap a little bit more on this boss, but maybe Donuts will be able to use that Lust to still do this all in the same number of pulls as Perplexed from here. I am very interested in what's going to happen once this boss dies for Donuts. They do get one last burst of raid-wide damage, but they've done a good job of healing it up, and here comes Stampeding Roar. They are making their way towards the end of the dungeon now.
So they did this in
Sap.
2 pulls last time, is what I will say. I have a suspicion
Yeah.
they're going to do it in 2 pulls again, just looking at their count.
It's very hard to imagine doing 33% of the Echo Knights all at once. It's not impossible, though. You could do like a blind, get in combat with one as well, and have it come into boss later, right? So you only kind of need to get 30%
Yeah.
all at once if you're and taking it into the boss. But yeah, it does look like Donuts are going to be doing this in 2 pulls. So if Perplex can do it in 1, maybe Perplex can actually get back into this game. They do have 3 deaths on the board to Donuts 1, so they have 10 seconds of death timer working against them. But here goes
look at the-
Divine. He's going to grab these Echo Knights.
Lust diff, by the way. Look at the lust differential between the 2 teams. Donuts have that bloodlust available for them, whereas Perplex popped it on the Overgrown Ancient. We just didn't notice it.
I said it.
Oh, you said,
I mentioned it.
that? Oh, shit. My bad.
Yeah, you just
No,
never
no,
you
no,
never
I-
listen to me. This is so messed up.
Oh,
I
this
can't
is so
believe
awkward,
this.
actually. That's so awkward. Never mind. Well, I just
Maybe I
noticed
said it
I'm
only in
sorry,
my
guys.
head. I'm not sure.
No,
All right, so-
I assume that you probably said I'm just trolling.
All right, well, Donuts pulling this Echo Knight pack away from boss here. This is going to mean that they don't accidentally pull the patrol, but it does add some extra backtracking time for Donuts. That's not a great
Yeah.
thing to have in a timed event.
Oh, we're getting some sanguine healing as well. A nice knock, but this kiting is not spectacular. Now, the dangerous thing that something that I was really worried for, if you're looking at Donut's side, is I was worried that Perplex was about to take all of this trash into the boss. Now, seeing that we're probably getting both of the teams doing similar pulls, this should be still a slight advantage
Well,
for Donuts, assuming they don't have.
Is it? I mean,
more
we're gonna get a comparison here, right? Perplexed at 95%. And are going to be able to take now 1 pull into boss. Donuts,
Okay.
87%, need to take 3 pulls into boss. Now, we know they can do a blind combat
With
delay
Lust.
on one of them, but this is actually Perplexed. Oh, smacked
no.
down for Donuts.
Smacked out
Okay,
melee
that's
death.
about a res. That's fine. That's fine.
Minus 5 seconds, which is bad.
Yeah, minus 5 seconds, minus stealth, but stealth isn't a huge deal for Feral Druid. Here comes the boss pull now for both teams. Perplexed getting the boss pulled first, but Donuts do have that Lust. I think Perplexed have the lead here, though. Perplexed are just so ahead in terms of when they pulled this boss. Here's that Lust now for Donuts to try and equalize, but 20% is how much extra boss HP Perplexed have done. 5 seconds of death timer in favor of Donuts as well here. That could potentially be the difference maker, too.
Oh man, I think that this is still Perplex favored, but it comes down to sanguine healing. I think at the end of the day, if neither of these teams have any sanguine healing, I think that this is still Perplex favored. But my goodness, if either team has even 5% health on Echo Dorgosa go up from sanguine, I think it just ends right there. This is such a tight match right here.
Yeah, you can see just how dangerous it is as well as these mobs start dying, but Sanguine not on the healing meters yet for either team. Very well done.
Okay.
Now it is for Donuts, but it's just on the mobs. It's not on the boss. That's the
Yeah.
important thing. As long as that boss doesn't heal, these mobs can get a little bit of Sanguine healing, and it really doesn't slow us down by too much. But the problem is, we started this boss 20% behind Perplexed. We're still 20% behind Perplexed, although little bit of damage now starting to accelerate. 19% the difference in health now. This needs to go a lot faster, though, for Donuts to take this one back. I don't think there's really a good chance unless Perplexed gets some Sanguine healing on this last Echo Knight. That is the big way for Perplexed to lose this, is Sanguine healing on Echo of Dorgosa, but it looks like they've avoided it here as that last vacuum cast has come out, so now they should be able to move the boss reasonably safely, and everybody is paying close attention to exactly that Sanguine healing. Beautiful work by Perplexed. Now 17%. They are going even faster as they sense blood here. Start doing the final bit of damage. 100% trash count for Perplexed as well, and they are just faster.
That's crazy. Perplex making mistakes on the first pull. Look at the difference in the splits for boss one, and then Perplex really just caught up with that Ravager pull, making I think the cross split was super big for them as they're able to take down Donuts in map 1 in Algathar Academy.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge for Perplexed here in the first map of the Group B finals. Able to strike back and get a game that was very close, actually. And I feel like you don't often see teams with more deaths take the win. Even though it was only one, still, it seems like one of the places where Perplexed really excels is being able to come back when they get a little bit behind early on. They seem to know how to, like, put their foot down on the gas and just kind of, like, play clean from something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It comes down to a little bit of a routing difference, in my opinion. Both of the teams went really big here at the beginning with this 3-pack into Veximus, something we saw in the previous series as well. Unfortunately, things went wrong for Perplex the first time we saw them here. This time around, there was also a little bit of dying, but they were able to actually recover that pull, which was so important to them. Some Sanguinicer healing, but it wasn't tremendous. It was just that Ravager that they spent a little bit more time on. And then we saw, of course, this snapping here from both teams that happened on both sides. The difference being that the Donuts went here straight away. They skipped all of the trash, whereas Perplexed first played the trash that they had skipped with Shroud first, and then played all of the other side on that area. So they racked up a lot of count during that time, and that was so important and so tremendous for the fact that they won the series here. You could see the lashers being snapped onto this area for both teams as well. I heard you guys talk about the wasps being like maybe added. I'm happy they weren't. I don't want to know how it would have ended if they were, but it was only the lashers, so all things went well for both teams this time around. And I really, really liked how that routing ended. And even though they had used their Bloodlust differently, Perplexed then towards the end was able to only get these like 3 Echo Guards, Echo Knights into the boss, whereas Donut still had to play a lot of trash. So I felt like that in the end was the bigger turnaround. They were able to rack up that trash count quicker than Donuts, even though the routing difference was a little bit, different from both teams. But you can see the big pull for Donuts here, SmackDown, unfortunately going down as well. But I don't think that was the big important thing here. Stove at the end, walking in there as well, trying to sneak away, making sure that everything's in fight. But yeah. GG to Perplexed, and it seems like they're out for revenge, right?
Yeah, I'm really
absolutely.
surprised that route is faster, by the way. Just looking at the pulls that they were doing, I'm surprised that the end result of that route was faster. It may have something to do with just like it being on a 23 fortified with Sanguine.
Yeah, it's hard to say, like, because Sanguine healing, I don't know, whenever I didn't quite see how much total Sanguine healing there was between the both teams, and that could be something interesting. We can see right here.
There we go.
21 mil, I mean, the Sanguine healing is almost identical between the two teams, right? Like, 21 to 19 mil. Donuts with a little bit more, but I think it's got to just be that path. That path does have to be faster out of Perplexed. I mean, it's you're pulling that extra pack after Veximus that is skipped by Donuts, but then the rest of the dungeon is just so fast, right? The Echo Knights, you're not doing like 40 of them all at once, which is dangerous and you lose uptime on, right?
I mean, they exactly. I feel like they had to lose a lot of time there. That had to be it.
You can see the spike here as well. The third spike on Perplexed side is that bridge pack, if I'm not mistaken. And then the bigger ones later are a little bit delayed, but that's the trash count already done for Perplexed that Donuts had to grab later. So really, that's where they got all of the trash count, those second and third spikes in this damage graph here, which I thought was really good.
Yeah, I mean, the teams were definitely comparable in certain ways, minor differences, which is, I think that's one of the most fun parts about MDI, in my opinion, is seeing like the minor differences in routes make a difference when you have teams both playing at a high level. You know, there aren't a lot of silly deaths going on. There's a couple here and there because it's an insanely high key, but it's more just about the strategy, which is neat. So looking ahead, we're going to Naku Defensive next. This is a dungeon we have not seen all weekend. Now, because of that, Do you think, Tettles, that we're going to see any little adaptation in composition? There's not a whole lot you can do with routing just because of the way the dungeon progresses, but do you feel like on the spec side we might see anything a little bit different from week number 1?
Oh, I mean, I think there's always a chance that we see Blood Death Knight in this dungeon, just due to the fact that, like, Blood DK is pretty good in the Granith area at grouping up packs. You know, the longbows are able to get gripped in. You also are able to mind control mystics to give some haste. But I think in reality, the composition that we saw last weekend, since we saw a lot more knockout offensive, is probably going to be more in line with what we're going to see this weekend. Now, I do think that this weekend is a lot less technical in the sense of it's a 21 tyrannical with raging, and so like the raging is an element that can cause some problems, but more often than not, I think that the trash packs should evaporate at this level with these players' gear, and so I think that we should see a little bit faster of a run this weekend than we potentially saw last weekend.
Interesting question that comes to mind. We've seen a lot of Resto Shaman in the knockout in the past weekend, mostly because of the interrupt and the single target damage that they bring. Now, it is a tyrannical dungeon, albeit only at 21, but it is also raging, where that preservation evoker with the AoE suit really comes to shine. So I think that could be interesting to see what teams are actually prioritizing here. I feel like the AoE suit is just so good that you really don't want to drop it, but it is also a tyrannical key, so...
12-second shear is so good in the Raging Tempest area too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kicks are valuable, but I mean, you're playing you're playing with like 2 or 3 short kicks as well in your DPS, right? You've got people as well that can pop a defensive and live if they're being targeted. Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. I think there is a strong argument to be made for preservation in this dungeon. I also think this dungeon, I mean, there's a good chance that these teams are less practiced on knockout in particular, right? If you look at the weekend, this is just a dungeon that they could ban or avoid pretty easily through their path through the bracket, right? So there's a good chance that we're going to see more maybe comfort picks, stuff that people have been playing a lot on live, and stuff for Timber like Evoker for that reason would make sense. And I wonder if anybody else, like maybe the Rogue out of a shine again, even if maybe the Shadow Priest thing would be a little bit more standard from other teams. I don't know.
Shadow is so good in here, though.
It's so good.
That spec is gross in this dungeon. Like on live, that spec will do 140k DPS in this dungeon, whenever other specs are doing like 110.
Yeah, and you've got Vampiric carrying you through Raging Tempest.
I was super curious because the very first series that the Donuts were in had a knockout in second place, and I looked up if it was them or Cement Gaming that banned the knockout, and Donuts actually left it open. So I suspect they're at least practiced in that key because they expected it to be ran in that very first series.
Yeah, that is true.
Good detective work.
I can probably say it. I can probably say it now since we're at the final map of the weekend. They told me coming into the weekend that Ruby Life Pools was their permaban. That I think they only had Ruby in like 1 series or something like that they ever had to practice for, and so that was going to be their permaban. So it made it sound like they had practiced everything else, at least in a decently large capacity.
All right, so find out who looks more practice here in just a moment. Dungeon's getting started.
Was absolutely correct about the healer comp here. We have the Preservation Evoker in for the Shaman that teams were mostly using in here last week. So slightly worse kick, but AoE Soothe, really, really, really potent in here. So here comes the first pull. Look at what Perplexed are doing.
What is Perplexed doing? What? Is this triple?
Oh my goodness.
Mound?
This is it's all the Ballista packs. Yeah, this is one pull that will summon the boss, doing it all at once. But so are Donuts. There's 3 Lance Masters in this pull as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Dude, the way that Perplexed has grouped this looks so scary. Look at how spread these longbows are. Like the longbows are still just casting off to the side, whereas Donuts
it's all 3 for them as well.
Yeah, and like how they're tanking it is so different because now look at all the packs are kind of grouped up for Donuts. Smacked ended up going down. It looked like the Lance Masters, whenever they enraged, maybe he just got cleaved.
Could be, yeah. There's a lot of damage in this pull. You have frontals from those longbows as well. That multi-shot is a frontal, pretty long-range frontal as well. So Good work, though, by Donuts. They have finished off those Lance Masters. Perplexed have gotten it cleaner, though. They have it without the death, without the battle res expended, and they're going to be able to get this boss pulled right away with that Manic Grief Torch out of Divine Field. Donuts are going to be pulling this patrol into this pack, because of course that patrolling pack isn't needed to summon the boss. Perplexed have already killed that patrol. That was in their first pull of the dungeon, which is crazy. 21% first pull in Naka defensive out of Perplexed. Donuts, on the other hand, maybe they can get some funnel out of this pack, but it is a bit of a scary pull. You have War Spear in this pull, and that is a mob that does a lot of damage if you're not ready for it.
They're kind of catching up on the boss a little bit. I'm a bit surprised. So typically whenever you add packs that are non-trivial, so sometimes we talk about mobs that are used as funnel or engines for single target damage gains to other packs, but typically whenever you add mobs that are non-trivial to packs, you end up having to dump a little bit more AoE into them, and you end up losing a bit of single target damage. But Donuts are doing a good job of kind of keeping pace. I'm surprised that their first pull went a bit slower, considering that Perplexed grabbed that patrol into it. And I think that sets Perplexed up in a great position to be able to get Granith in this first split just, maybe 15, 20 seconds faster than where Donuts are.
Yeah, a little bit of the opposite story of the Algathar Academy, right? In Algathar Academy, it was Donuts that found the 30 seconds on Boss 1 split, but here it is going to be Perplexed. Question is, will Perplexed be able to hold on to the lead in the way that Donuts were unable to last time? You can see those CC'd saboteurs for both teams. No need to deal with those saboteurs. You only need to shoot each ballista once or twice. So once that ballista is done being used, you can just let saboteurs get to it, and until then, you can CC the ones that are running at the ballista that you still need.
So Perplexed, I don't think killed any saboteurs on their end, whereas Donuts just gripped the first saboteur into that large trash pack that they were fighting anyways, and they just killed that one off and then proceeded to CC for the remainder of the fight. It looks like Donuts are going to kill Granith here with this last Dragon Killer Lance, or they have 7% of the boss's HP left. And Perplexed, with a 317 boss split 1, are on the way towards Raging Tempest. This was incredibly swift for Perplexed Dragonflight. I think that they're in a great position versus Donuts right here.
Yeah, this could be world record pace out of Perplexed for sure. 317 boss 1 split, and they're already getting started with this big waterfall pull. We have some neophytes being added to the pull, as well as extra storm shields, so this is dangerous for everybody. They're going to need AoE stops on all of these storm bolts. There's so many of them that a kick rotation is just not going to be enough. The thing is that the named mini-boss here is not stunnable, so that one is going to require their kicks. Everything else is getting stunned, knocked, gripped, something like that to handle it. You can see Wolf Disco here in a bit of danger, gets the time dilation and has the Vampiric Embrace rolling to try and survive this.
We got the Neophytes really low here, but one of them got the cast off, but overall it was still fine. We got a Storm Bolt on the other one, and it looks like Perplex is going to be able to down this trash pack. Now, it was close. I think that they may have lost a little bit of time there. If they had just a hair more damage, they would have gotten that pack off before they needed to kite or before any casts were going off. Whereas on the left side of your screen, you see Donuts. They're able to down that pack
time here.
Just a bit faster. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was saying. It's because if they just had a bit more damage, Perplex would have saved something in the order of 15 seconds because they didn't have to kite. But Donuts had that just a hair bit more damage, and that saved them some time.
Now they're going to do their best here to keep clawing back those seconds, and I think the difference between these two teams now, it's probably something like 20 seconds in the favor of Perplexed, but this is a long dungeon. There's a lot that could still change from here, and of course, any mistake by either team would open the door to the other team as Perplexed make their way to the third Storm Surge Totem. Of course, they've left that very front one open. Yeah, good.
Donuts also had something in the order of like 3% more enemy forces coming into this Raging Tempest area. And so we know that what were teams coming out of here last week? 55%, I think, was about the number that they were coming out of this Raging Tempest area. I wonder what both Perplexed and Donuts are going to be at coming out of here. With these routes.
Pretty much whatever your count is, right? You can find like a reasonable way to get 4% more in the Tira and Maruk area, right? It's just a question of, does this equate to an extra pull over the dungeon? And if it does, if one team is doing this dungeon in like 7 pulls and the other team is doing it in 8 pulls, the team that's doing it in 7 has a huge advantage if it's a clean run. All right, so Donuts will be getting that mini boss killed and heading over towards the 4th totem. Perplexed have killed that totem, and now it looks like they actually are intending to take this mini boss into boss. Very cool play from Perplexed here. Way that says, okay, look, once we kill that totem, the boss activates. May as well cleave these other mobs down with the boss. There's just 2 arc blades and 1 caster here. The arc blades don't really do too much. They hit your tank moderately hard, and they also cleave to anybody within 6 yards of your tank, but Perplexed well aware of this, making sure to play around it.
This is very scary, but quite impressive. On the left side of the screen, we see Donuts. They're doing something a bit different with their count. They grabbed that patrolling Thunder Beast that most of the time whenever you see him, you're like, don't pull the pat, don't pull the pat. But for them, they grab it and end up pulling it into this pack. Whereas Perplexed, instead they're looking to grab some of this count and pulling the Raging Tempest. And I think that both of these routes make sense with what they are grabbing into the boss, or not grabbing into the boss, but it makes sense that Perplexed is being efficient with their pulls, pulling the trash into the boss. And it made sense that Donuts, instead of doing that pack by itself, grabbed the Thunder Beast and pulled that into it as well to save them a bit of time. But Perplexed have a 50% HP lead on the Raging Tempest, whereas Donuts have around a 5% count advantage. I think I would prefer to be Perplexed in this situation, but they are down a lot of count.
Yeah, I agree that it's still looking a little bit better for Perplexed, but I don't know by how much. And if Donuts get to do 1 less pull in the Tira and Maruk area, then all of a sudden I actually think it's maybe dead even between the 2 teams, or maybe still slightly Perplexed favored. Both teams making great use of their Death Knight's anti-magic shell against some of these lightning strikes to get a little bit less of that big circles, especially for Perplexed. It's going to be kind of important that they manage their space well, because there is that patrol still walking around the boss they really do not want to pull.
We know that the trash in front of the last boss and the 5-pack are both worth 6.15% apiece, so you can elect to play either one of those. It's kind of contentious as to what if either of those packs teams were looking to play last weekend, but I think on like a 21 Tyrannical, I could see a world where you play both the 5-pack and the 2 mini bosses into Balakar Khan. Now, it would be dangerous, but I think it's possible.
Well, you could do one into P1 and then one into P2, right? Like that's in theory something you could do as well on Balakar Khan. Although, yeah, like you said, Tyrannical 21 Balakar Khan does not mess around as Perplexed stop the clock on the boss 2 split here. We'll see how much time they've gained in exchange for this 5% count on the split. It's actually not going to be a huge time gain on the boss 2 split, I think. It's mostly going to be that boss 1 split still. I guess maybe 30 seconds on both as Perplexed now set up their next pull.
Dude, Perplexed are looking really good here. Now, we had questioned some of their previous runs, some of their consistency across the whole entire weekend. Sometimes they were making mistakes, but in this knockout offensive so far, through half of this dungeon, they have looked absolutely stellar. Now they're grouping up some of this Tira and Maruk trash. They're trying to get these packs grouped up. They look like they're posturing to potentially chain this into another mound pull. Maybe they're just getting off the mound to make sure they don't accidentally body pull those eagles that fly around. Or no, they have them already into the pack.
There's another pack of eagles that are flying above them now that they could grab if they want, but maybe they don't want them. And yeah, like you said, if you're on top of these mountains, it's very hard to avoid pulling them. It looks like they are coming in here for Perplexed, though. And it makes sense. These Ahuna, they don't really do much, right? They do a frontal. You can disrupt it, or you can walk out of it. So, they're good count.
We can't mount right now. So that's one of the downsides. That's one of the downsides of pulling these Ahuna like this, is that we can't mount, so we're going to have to manually run across the room. And it looks like they're oh, dude, look at this patrol. This looks kind of time inefficient, what they're doing here, with how Divine had to grab that pat at its furthest point away from the pack, and now he's crossing back around to grab all of this trash. I feel like if the pat was in a slightly better spot, we would have saved, maybe 10 seconds there.
Yeah, maybe it was an opportunity for somebody else like Ryson to go and tag him and bring him in, but Perplexed are going to still be getting this pull going. Donuts, on the other hand, also want a big pull in this area. Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil both being activated by that team to make sure that they can stay alive through the nasty damage here. This is a lot of enemies that they're fighting.
All right, where's our next lust, do you think?
So we probably only get one more lust in this dungeon, right? I don't think this dungeon goes over 20 minutes, goes much over 20 minutes on Tyrannical, right? Like,
timers last week on 22 Tyrannical were 21 minutes and 9 seconds, 21 minutes ish, but that was also with Sanguine Explosive, so those are pretty steep time losses. I was expecting, maybe like a 1930 or so. So I think we
Right,
only get
so-
one more.
If we're only getting one more lust, we should be using it. First of all, first priority is there anywhere we can lust that lets us pull something we otherwise wouldn't be allowed to pull, right? Like,
Yeah.
can we pull mobs onto Balakar Khan if and only if we lust? In which case we should. Yeah, this is a crazy pull here. That's a lot of corruptors.
That's a lot of corruptors. Divine is in grave danger, but
Yeah, that's
His
these things are
health
pretty
bar's not
nasty on the Prot
moving.
Warriors. Those death bolts do a lot of damage. Death bolt volley being the prio kick as well. You can't really use kicks on the death bolts. You do have some AoE stops here that are being used to great effect by Perplexed. And that's going to be a nice deep breath from Ryson. Although again, I'm not sure if he's playing deep breath stun. He might not be. He wasn't in the Algathar Academy, and he isn't here either. So yeah, no deep breath stun.
it looks like Perplexed are starting to gain a little bit of a count advantage over Donuts as well. So Donuts came out of Raging Tempest a bit ahead in terms of trash percentage, but now it seems like since both of the teams are in the Tira Maruk area, Donuts are starting to fall a little bit further and further behind in regards to the count disparity between these two teams. Now, there are mandatory packs you have to pull. All the packs are on top of these mounds. They do need to be killed off before you're able to activate Tira and Maruk. So there are some mandatory pulls, but a lot of the count is just in this area is typically extra. And look at this for Perplex. Ryson is walking over to that Tira and Maruk a bit in advance to start RP. Timber on the left side of your screen also doing something similar while their groups are finishing off trash packs.
Yeah, you can see on the count here the two teams are dead even, but Wolf Disco goes down for Perplex. That's going to be one of their two battle reses. Not a big deal, though.
Okay.
Not a huge deal. That
Donuts?
equalizes the death timer difference as well. Are Donuts going on to boss with this? They are. Yeah, so are...
Look at this.
Perplexed look to be doing it as well.
Okay, let's look at count. 87.69, 89.42. I think that we're going to need to like assess count differences between the two teams after all of this trash dies. That's gonna be the important part. Now, the only thing that you need to pay attention to here is that Beast Collar, and they actually let that roar go off. It summons some more of those Bakar, which basically what Yips needs to do is just make sure that players are not going to be meleeed by those Bakar, but it could be used for funnel. We saw teams last weekend using those bonus Bakar for funnel. They don't give count or anything, but the ones summoned from the ad, that is. They don't give count.
Yeah, the ones from the cast, from the Desecrating Roar cast.
Yeah.
All right, so Donuts have gotten all that trash killed. This has been their Bloodlust as well. Perplexed haven't used their Lust on this pull, so Perplexed will still have it for Balakar Khan, but you can see Donuts above that magic number of 94%. That means that they can do either the two mini-bosses or that patrolling 5-pack to the side of Balakar Khan. Either of those would be enough count to get them to 100%. Perplexed sitting at 93.5. I'm actually not sure if that's enough. That might be enough as well, but I know it's
They have
about
the Beast Collar
6%
still?
from those at the end. Oh, there's still Beast Collar.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so they'll be good once that Beast Collar
Yeah.
dies. Yeah. We are chilling on both teams, so it's just going to be a question of timer. But, I mean, Donuts have paid their Lust here, and I think they've gotten well paid for it. They've got 30%
happy with the
advantage on
Lust.
boss health now.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty happy with the Celeste. Now, what do you think is more efficient in regards to the 5-pack versus the two mini-bosses, especially on this weekend? Oh my god, Timber.
Timber is he's in Tornado Alley here.
I think the 5-pack is slightly faster on this week.
Yeah, I think it's the mini bosses. I don't know. The mini bosses, like, you don't have to set up an annoying meld skip or anything like that. You can just tag the boss, get in combat, start fighting the mini
Smack
bosses.
does not
That's a few
meld up.
seconds there.
Yips is the only
Yeah,
one with
Smack
meld
will
here,
have
so
meld by the time they get there. Actually, no, he won't, right? But Yips has it, but
Nah.
it can't be your tank doing it. So yeah, it's
Yips
got to be
putting it up would
the mini bosses
weird.
for Donuts.
Yeah, okay.
Perplexed, on the other hand, do have meld available from a Shine, so they could grab the 5-pack instead if they wanted to. Because, of course, what we're talking about is the two mini-bosses before Balakar Khan, they get in combat if they're not already in combat when you pull Balakar Khan, but one person can grab those two mini-bosses, then the group can pull Balakar Khan, and then that person can drop combat with Shadow Meld or a similar effect, and they will reset and they won't be in combat. So that's an option that Perplexed have because of Shine's Meld's available. Donuts
Shine
will
sells
not
meld,
be
yeah.
able to do that. Yeah.
I
I guess Donuts could do it with Incarn Reprowl, but that would be a steep price to pay.
that would be weird. That would be cursed as hell.
Yeah, they're just going into the mini bosses.
This makes sense. Yeah, I think that we may actually see both. I think we may see a Shine melding the mobs off and just doing the 5-pack into the boss. I think that I would prefer to be Donuts here. I would have paid my lust for 25% HP on Tira and Maruk. That seems like something that I would be willing to pay. And now here come Perplex, as Donuts have already engaged Balakar Khan. Now, we know that Balakar Khan phases at 60%. I think I would like to see these two mini-bosses dead about the time we are looking to go into that intermission.
Yeah, you don't really want them involved in that intermission, right? That is a very scary phase, especially, with a comp like this, the intermission, your strongest piece of play against it is the Avon limb, right? But Cryptix is using that right now. He's using it for boss dam so that he can get it up again at the end of the fight. So it's just going to be 2 death grips. And that's going to be all that they have to group these mobs up, plus, I guess, Typhoon and Evoker Racial, but those are pretty positionally intensive, and there's a lot going on in that phase. So, yeah, 65% on the boss. It does phase at 60. Perplexed have also pulled the mini-bosses into the boss, but Donut's now more than 30% of a boss HP ahead of Perplexed as they hit 60% and go towards this intermission. They are going to be able to finish off these 2 mini-bosses before that intermission actually starts proper, and that is really good timing for Donuts.
Perplex lusting phase 1 here with both of these two mini bosses. I think that this is, like you said, just absolutely phenomenal for Donuts. A great deep abrasive roar, deep breath stun for Timber. Very dangerous, I will admit, with all of the swirlies on the ground here. If you accidentally get clipped by one, you die. And Donuts only have 60% of the boss away from being able to take down this map. I think they do this if they don't have a death. They cannot have a death here. There's no difference in death differential.
So Perplexed actually have left these mini-bosses alive as well. They've just been focusing boss damage with their lust, but now their lust is expired. Those mini-bosses are raging, and they are pulling them into these mobs. They are trying their best to catch back up here. Balakar Khan at 57%, but it is now taking damage again as well. So 40% of the boss's health left for Donuts.
But the ball's in Donut's court, yeah, like you were saying. They just need to make sure that they get out of this phase cleanly. And this is just something similar to what these guys have practiced on live. This is a 21 Tyrannical. They've done this key so many times this expansion. At this point, they don't have additional trash. This is the easy part. Assuming that you don't die to getting gripped in or something like that, we should be home free for Donuts as the boss dips to around 10%. Timber does get that final circle on him. He time dilates himself. The static spear is coming out. Everybody gets gripped in. We dodge the charge, and I think Donuts are home free here.
Yeah, no way they could wipe from here. Donuts are going to be equalizing this series 1-1 against Perplexed. Well played in this knockout offensive. 1844 as well. What a unbelievably fast time out of Donuts.
Yeah, that is a few minutes at least faster than we've seen an Akud run yet, I believe. So significant speed improvement over some of the other runs from Donuts, and that's enough to tie up the series, like you just said. So I'm still saying I still think we're getting 5 games out of this. I don't know. It'd be cool. We'll see if the teams are down.
Well, I like 5-game series.
I mean, that would be very cool, but let's have a look at how this game actually worked out, because at the very beginning, I felt like, oh my god, with this poll, Perplexed is gonna win it. They're going so big, they're going crazy here, and they went into the first boss with such a lead that I already thought, like, okay, let's see how this plays out, right? Both teams then eventually... Donuts doing basically the same thing, doing a really, really big pull as well, started the boss like 15 seconds later, so only a slight delay to what to me first seemed crazy huge. And then after that, it kind of became a ping pong, right? Like one team would pull ahead and then the other team would pull ahead. This pull here in particular, we saw Perplexed fall off just a little bit as they were kiting out all of these mobs here that were enraged. It took them some time to get this pull back under control, but then they regained that time when they actually pulled some trash onto the Raging Tempest, making sure that they're not doing single mob gaming, making sure that they have some cleave and funnel damage. Later on, you can see it here, I believe. Yeah, there we go. We have some of them coming into the boss fight, just adding a little bit of extra HP bars, a little bit of extra trash count onto the boss. And they were still leading here, but then everything changed when Donuts entered eventually the area of, I want to say, the ghost horses. At the beginning of Maruk and Tira, they used their bloodlust, and that allowed them to finish off a lot of trash and boss damage together with the Bloodlust amp that they had, and was just so efficient and so good that they pulled way ahead of Perplexed. And that was a difference that Perplexed then didn't even have the time to catch back up on. Even though they used their Bloodlust here together with Balora and Baruch, it just wasn't enough. They couldn't gain the stuff out of it that we saw Donuts do on Tira and Baruch. So really, really nice routing out of both teams, I want to say. They were both crazy fast, right? They came in super close. But, of course, Donuts equaling out the score with their point here, which means everything's open again. Nobody has a match point, so to say, and you can see the overall here.
The specifics of that third boss area that I think separated Donuts from Perplexed there is doing the first 2 packs together on those mounds. That ended up saving them a ton of time, and then they like double pulled that trash pack onto boss where Perplexed just did 1 late and then like 1 into boss. I think that those were the 2 most pivotal moments for Donuts to be able to catch up a significant amount of time.
Yep.
Pretty much.
That was a really good map. That was a really good map.
Anything else in numbers? Tell us here.
I don't think so, but I'm ready for the next
Right.
dungeon.
Let's
but I
move on. We're going to the Temple of the Jade Serpent next.
Nope, all good.
So, I did want to talk about Temple of the Jade Serpent. What?
May have muted myself, not a big deal. Happens to all of us.
Oh, there you go. I was wondering. I was kind of expecting you to jump in there. Was there anything you wanted to say that you said while muted there?
It was a lot of really good points. Really, really stuff that would make you think, wow, that guy's really smart. That's some good insight about that series. Yeah. So Temple of Jade Serpent, though, we're basically in a best of 3, right? Between Donuts and Perplexed from this point. It's equalized at 1-1, and this is a map that I feel like is Perplexed favored, right? I feel like this is perhaps the most Perplexed favored in theory, but in practice, you know, it is also a map that is very wipeable, right? Teams wiping this place all the time, and I think Perplexed.
So
you know, you gotta watch out.
Remember? Oh gosh, what was that? What was that Bastion dungeon?
Spires of
with the
Ascension.
weapons?
Oh,
No, the other
Necrotic
one.
Wake.
There was kind of
Necrotic Wake.
Necrotic Wake?
Does
Or
this
Spires of
yeah.
Ascension?
Necrotic Wake.
Oh, yeah.
Does this Are we down to
Oh,
just 50-50
you just
this map?
triggered some memories I didn't know I had of Necrotic Wake. Holy. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
that was
I like
something.
that dungeon.
It's a very similar texture, right? It's like a quick dungeon with big pulls that save you a lot of time if you make them work, but then, you know, if they go wrong, you're doing a 3-hour run back and the series is all over, right?
Yeah.
So that's I think it's an apt comparison, Tettles, and yeah, I mean, I feel like Perplexed maybe 75% to win this map, maybe 80, but I don't know. I mean, how low can you get the chance of wiping down to? Because I feel like if Perplexed don't wipe, if they don't have like any one-off deaths, I do feel like they are substantially faster. 1 phase less on that last boss is really big as well, and they have the damage for that. No other team has shown us that they have the damage, but Perplexed, you know, they play that summon gargoyle on their unholy DK. They are just pumping so much extra single target and still doing the big AoE pulls. So yeah, I think it's Perplexed to lose. If they can avoid wiping, they should be able to win this map at least.
I think.
What if
I
I
that
told
Warlock,
you
that Destro Lock? I'm a big fan of that Destro Lock in this Temple of the Jade Serpent. I think it is the Blasphemy stuns, the Infernal stuns, the Shadow Fury seems like it is quite potent in here.
What if I told you that Donuts have gone deathless in Temple of the Jade Serpent twice this weekend? They haven't had the fastest time, but they have managed to avoid deaths at everybody else except for
All
EMPYREAN once.
Yeah.
did.
Maybe that's
so if
a
they can just
graphic
speed
we
things up
need
and
to
keep
look
that
at.
going. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, slow and steady wins the race unless your opponents are fast and steady, in which case it's very bad. So Donuts are hoping that Perplexed are on a different strategy than fast and steady.
I want that on a t-shirt.
I'm running
now.
the numbers.
Yeah.
That checks
Yeah.
out.
Can we have that on a t-shirt? We're gonna wear them all to the next MDI.
Dranos Book of Philosophy coming.
Just one of the many quotes. One of the many words of wisdom.
Do you think we're gonna see the Gargoyle build again on Swag?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
the only one
100%.
that's been running it for this entire weekend.
It saved
He's not
them
sacrificing
30
much to
seconds
do it,
on the
right?
last boss.
No, he's not. He's sacrificing like one node that doesn't give him like the full gain because he's not playing Soul Reaper, but he does get access to that gargoyle, which just allows him to like be a lot stronger in single target.
They're the only team that has beaten that one final phase on the Shaw of Doubt. Like everybody else is 8 to 13% off or something like that, and they pushed it. And I think it's off the back of that gargoyle. I'm pretty sure that's the big diff. And so I think it would be just foolish for them to not be running it. And in fact, I think that other people should adapt and try to push that boss one phase faster.
Take notes. Gargoyle now meta in Mythic Plus for DKs? Question mark.
Oil
I think on Tyrannical there is definitely an argument to be made for it.
Yeah, it's interesting the unholy builds that we've seen. We've seen moving towards that single target, right, with the gargoyle. We've also seen some teams, like in the Ruby Life Pools, we've seen teams busting out the bursting swords instead, moving in the exact opposite direction for full AoE. But we are getting started here with our Temple of the Jade Serpent. Both teams are going for such an aggressive pull here as the opener.
Dude, they're pre-charging Disclosure. Yeah, you see people pulsing AoE with the charging Disclosure. It's good value.
It's like a 30-second potion as well, so pre-potion it, you get 20 seconds for free at the start of the dungeon.
If you have potion inhibitor as well, it's also extended by that.
Yeah, nice little embellishment that a lot of these players will have access to. I think that there's only like the Lariat being used as the, hard-locked embellished item on a few of these characters, so a lot of them have a vibrant Wildercloth shawl cloak that can have a potion inhibitor embellishment on it.
I wonder if Wolf Disco's playing the haste hat. Hold on, let me look. I'll check whenever our thing updates, actually.
He's not. He wasn't last dungeon, I guess. Yeah, maybe it hasn't updated yet for...
It'd be a Warlock thing,
okay.
not a Priest thing, yeah. Yeah.
I see, yeah. Could be cool. Yeah, there's a couple different items, right? There's the Amos of the Blue shoulders as well, and that's actually what he's running. Yeah, he's running Amos of the Blue embellished shoulders. Yeah.
I really like how they have this set up on the side of Perplexed. If you look on the right side of your screen, they pull these droplets into the boss, and a lot of these droplets are just going to be Wolf Disco Havoc funnel. So to get his rolling Havoc out, just to also and that's why one of them is also banished off to the side. So again, he's able to extend and have Havoc over and over again for this boss. That increases his single target damage a lot. Destrolock is one of the better single target DPS in M+ generally, but they have to, if they have like cooldowns and stuff like that, they're pretty potent. I think that this spec is fairly underrated, but we start to see more and more of it. I think we're going to start to see more and more of it as the weekends go on.
Yeah, there are a few really nice things it does in this dungeon in particular as well. There's like 2 great Warlock gateways that save you 15 seconds each, right? Those are good. You also have all those stops, right? You have Infernal Stun, you have Blasphemy Stun, you have Shadow Fury. So that is extremely valuable for big pulls like in the Courtyard where there's just so many enemies. You gotta stop them from doing all their nasty stuff, especially to your tank.
All right, looks like Perplex are going to get a little bit the better of this exchange on Wise Mari. Kind of similar to what we saw in the upper finals, right? Where Perplex were just a bit faster at being able to kill off this first boss. Now, I think that the next trash pull that both of these teams do is going to be one of the most pivotal moments of this series. We saw Perplex wipe here last time we saw them. They ended up pulling everything. all of the pandas. They pulled the Hosen. They pulled the beetle. Every mob. The bird even. Now, this is going to be on Divine. Divine has to be able to stay alive on this pack, and a lot of pressure is going to be onto him of rotating defensives perfectly. We have to get a great Spirit Link as well whenever those Lesser Shaws start to die. But assuming that Perplex can pull this pack off, it should allow them to go a bit faster than Donuts, which we know are playing a slightly safer strategy in here.
Yeah, here go Perplex, setting up for the area that is one of the most lethal here. These 2 Pandaren as well are among the reasons why as they start throwing those torches out. And there's no Master Spell for Perplexed to handle that as well. Whereas Donuts do have one of those if they want for some of those debuffs. They are also setting up this pull. Quake comes out for both teams. Not too bad of a time. And they're both teams are making sure that they're doing some good damage to that scroll downstairs as well as they start this pull up.
Okay, we don't have an imp. We have a kick pad out. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're playing this on live, Sometimes like your Warlock can bust out the Imp for dispels, but you would never do it. I guess you would never do it on a pull this big because you do need those interrupts. And look at Divine here. We're in shield wall. Now, the pack is starting to get pretty low, and he's starting to kite. Wolf Disco goes down, but the pack is still quite low still. Ryson gets that bleed from that cat on him. I think we're home free here.
Yeah, we just have the Songbird Queen and a couple of those other... I mean, they brought the Crybaby Hosen into this pull as well, which is crazy, right? They did that whole big pull that we were talking about, maybe doing a little bit less aggressively, right? Against EMPYREAN, they played it into boss instead. But here, Perplexed have just gone for the whole thing, and it's working out really nicely for them. They're going to use that Warlock Gateway as soon as they finish off this Songbird Queen, potentially. Or maybe before even. Divine...
It looks like the boss
they're going to go to boss.
Songbird. Yeah. Songbird Queen wasn't dead, but the boss was about to activate, and so they needed to just gate over, and the bird will come in eventually. It's fine.
Now, Donuts have also activated the boss, and Donuts have done a really good job of getting this boss activated quickly. There are still those 3 mobs in on this pull, but honestly, with the composition they have, that might not slow them down too much. Perplexed actually in a lot of danger here as well. Somehow Divine nearly dying. It's going to be a good use of defensives and raid-wide healing cooldowns, such as Nature's Vigil there, to help keep him topped up. And yeah, Donuts, one thing that they do in this dungeon to kill that scroll nice and early is Desperate Invoker's Codex. It's a Razageth trinket that Timbermaw is wearing. That thing does a boatload of damage. So he jumps up and sends one of those globals into that scroll, and it does like 70% of the scroll's health, meaning it's very easy for the rest of the group to then finish it off.
Dude, their melee getting targeted with Spiteful is so sad. Look at Cryptix having to walk away from that Spiteful, getting off of Agony early and getting off of Strife early and having to hit Peril because that Spiteful just targeted him. And now Timber's got the other one on him, which is fine. Now we're just dropping stuns over and over again on it.
Yeah, this damage is looking still... Even. It's still a little bit better for Perplexed, right? Perplexed have maybe... Well, not very much, actually. Donuts are doing more damage here, and Perplexed only like 5% ahead on this boss. There are also like you said, 5 seconds in favor of Donuts from that death timer. So Perplexed maybe with a slightly faster strategy, but with a gamer down, that's something that cost them... They're still ahead, though. I mean, they are still going to be killing this boss first unless they mess up their stack management here.
That would be so awkward if somebody immune to boss on the MDI.
Yeah, you really do want to try and avoid that generally. Donuts trying to finish off this boss here. There's Strife down, Peril down. Both teams basically the exact same time here. It is a 1 second advantage for Perplexed. So it's 1 second in favor of Perplexed, but it's 4 seconds when you factor in that death timer in favor of Donuts, actually.
As even sadder thundering.
Yeah. That is not a great timing for the Affix to come in here. Both teams having an unfortunate Infestor patrol as well. They're going to be now setting up this next pull. Perplexed getting into combat a little bit faster because of that Warlock Gateway.
Okay. Now this pull is very, very dangerous. So first off, on the tank, incredibly dangerous with all the Haunting Shaw casts and everything that's going off. Timber actually gets fervented by that Haunting Shaw's ability. Oh, and a scream goes off on the side of Donuts. They missed an interrupt as everybody's running away in fear.
Wow.
Are they going to recover this? No way, they haven't wiped yet.
This is the first time I've ever seen that screen go off, or that scream go off, and not have somebody be dead by the time it came back. Like, they came back. And Stove is going to go down here, but everybody else is... Maybe chilling. Cryptix is not.
I think we're wiping.
Cryptix is down now. And this is really bad. Most of these mobs are still alive, but most of Donuts' damage is gone. Stove got inted on cooldowns there. Cryptix is now dead, and he's their Unholy DK. They're going to try and finish this pull off, but Perplexed on the other side of the screen here have made it look so easy, and they are already in to the boss fight. Donuts are just in misery here as that Mistweaver comes into the pull. And that very tragic female Draenei death animation plays for Timbermaw.
For some reason, the Haunting Shaw just fervented Timber and then got stuck at range and then just got the Haunting Scream cast off. I don't understand how that happened. Like, it just... Yips wasn't even in melee. They just fervented Timber for some reason. It's not supposed to cast if your tank isn't in melee, but... I mean, it's an unfortunate situation for Donuts. They had to get that kick. They needed to be able to adapt to something that seems so minor. I think it just kind of proves how important the setup is on every single pull, right? And like, there's these minor things that can go wrong that end up costing you the whole entire run sometimes. And now Perplexed onto Liu Flameheart. I mean, they're in a great position here. They should be able to take this down, assuming that they don't. I think they would have to have like a wipe on the boss.
Yeah, a wipe on the boss, maybe a wipe in the trash afterwards, especially if Donut can do that trash and they can do it quickly, right? If they can do it all at once. Maybe Perplexed can, like any one wipe would do it. Certainly if Perplexed wiped at this point on this boss, I think Donuts would be back in the lead, but it is not likely, right? Bosses are not something we usually see wipes on if trash isn't involved in the MDI level, and Perplexed, this is the scary part of the fight, but they have, Wolf Disco being hit by one of those Jade Waves.
Well,
Battle Res is available. Another one will be available in 20 as well, so they should be able to send that Battle Res here, although maybe they're just not going to bother. Maybe this is a disconnect out of Wolf Disco.
Oh my gosh, I hope it's not a DC, man.
Well, okay,
that's the
so
only reason they wouldn't res him, right?
Perplexed versus Donut Series 1 today in the upper finals featured a Donut DC and then going on to win the map. I think we might still see that here out of Perplexed. Wolf Disco DCing, and as long as he can come back in the next 2 minutes like Stove did when Stove DC'd earlier, I actually think Perplexed are still favored in this map, but that is certainly a big disadvantage for them. Donut are going to land the res here on Cryptix. That's their second battle res, and they won't have one now for ages. Timber re-hexing that Mistweaver as it gets gripped in. And they're going to be getting started on their boss fight. Perplexed nearly done with theirs. And hoping that Wolf Disco comes back soon, I think. There's the battle res. Okay, he's back. Dude. We are chilling on the side of Perplexed.
I was about to say,
Donut need to reset boss.
He's probably the most important person on this next poll. Wolf Disco's CC on this next pack is actually critical with how his stuns are going to line up on this pack. So him coming back, very, very good for us. It's just like one of those situations where it's like, I don't know if you could have done that pull without this next pull that they were supposed to do without him, but things are going a bit worse for Donuts.
Yeah, so they had smacked die and no battle res available. Quick thinking though, they were able to go and reset the boss so that they wouldn't have to, try and do it with 4 people or reset with a wipe.
Oh.
So they're now going into boss way behind.
He was paying homage to his name, actually. Wolf.
Yeah, I decided to get smacked in in honor of the name Smacked. I see. Well, Perplexed have slowed it down here. They are just doing 2 packs, and then they'll be doing the remaining 2, and then they'll be doing the boss.
Dude, I love how teams are up against the timer or up against like the other team. They do all of the trash, and if they're like, the other team wiped, they're like, what if we just do 2 pulls?
Yeah, just no so reason.
No reason to risk it, right? It's so
scary, it does remind me of Necrotic Wake, actually. I think that's a really good callback to those of us that played in Shadowlands. Yeah, it's very, very reminiscent to that dungeon where like there are some really sketchy pulls in the dungeon that the difference here is that a lot of them are at the end of the dungeon that you can do a little bit slower if you know that you're ahead, right? Whereas Necrotic Wake, of course, had that boss, gauntlet thing at the end.
Or do you think Doa cursed Donuts?
Possibly, yeah. Why would he do this?
You said they had 2 zero death runs so far this weekend, right?
Well, okay, think about it this way, though. If you could pick any series to put all of your deaths in, you would choose the finals of the weekend, right? Because they're already qualified for global finals, so that's got to be good for Donuts' morale.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's good. That's just good death allocation. Plus, it's a best of 5, right? So they're not even out of it if they lose this temple.
True, okay.
As Shaw of Doubt is pulled by Perplexed. Donuts are almost certainly going to lose this map, but there are still 2 more maps in the series that they've got to focus on, right? That is got to be the thing. Yeah. And this is a team that is well poised. They can come back from a map loss like this. They're not going to be too sad about it as Timber eating a frontal out of Yu'lon there. Onks immediately. Nobody saw that. Not a big deal. Just your healer.
It's fine. Honestly, here, I think for Donuts, you just have to clear your mental a little bit. Like, all right, yeah, we wiped to the Shaw not coming completely into the pack, so we missed a kick on it. All right, the dungeon ends there. We really need to be like retooling, refocusing, and getting ready for the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Perplexed here on Shaw of Doubt at 80% HP. For them, they have lost. It would be a catastrophe for them to wipe on Shaw of Doubt, and even then, I still don't think Donuts are going to be able to catch back up. Perplexed would have to wipe at 1% on this boss or something like that. But yeah, I think that if you're on the donut side, you just got to be ready for the next dungeon, and we got to be gearing up for a 5-game series if we're them.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, as Perplexed do have that lust still waiting. They're probably going to send it after this next set of ads, if I had to guess. They're nearly ready on cooldowns to send everything with it, right? And with that gargoyle as well, they should be able to just melt this boss. 53% on boss, though. That's fairly high.
We need the Fern. The Infernal is a big dam. Actually, big single target damage.
Yeah, so you can wait on this lust for a little bit, but you do need to press it pretty quickly out of killing these ads in order to be able to actually get the full lust on boss. These ads are also living for quite a while here. Okay, all right, we're good.
The boss with this trash.
Yeah, Donuts are going for it. They say, you know what? If Perplexed wipes, we want to have the chance to win. We are gamers. And this one is this working for Donuts?
It did work.
Are they alive? There's no way. There's no way this has just worked out for Donuts and they're still losing, but that is such an unbelievable pull for Team Donuts. Now, unfortunately, they're all being chased down by their figments. Okay, that's why this is not allowed. It's because you're being chased. You're being chased by 4 spitefuls and 1 pigment, and what are you supposed to do?
Good effort, honestly, dude.
Oh.
They're knowing them, they're actually just sitting there like, they're just chanting Timbo or something, honestly, in voice. As Perplexed are able to down the Shaw of Doubt, they get that phase from 53% and are able to take the 3rd map in the series in our best of 5.
All right, I admit it. It was me. It was my fault. Donuts had died a total of 1 time. 1 time in Temple of the Jade Serpent coming into this one. And in 3 attempts. 3 Temple of the Jade Serpents, 1 death. I had to mention that. We saw what happened. I've learned. I'll do better next time. I'm not going to talk about the deaths.
Be better.
What do you want to talk about?
All right. I will talk about the deaths because that's where they happen, unfortunately, for the Donuts. Now, Perplexed already was in a lead, so it was all eyes on Donuts and whether or not they could catch up. And to be honest, after this fear, I had the same reaction as Tettles. I was like, I've never seen any team survive a fear. How did they do that? They're recollecting that pole, even though one of the fears went through, but then tragedy occurred afterwards. There was a lot of dying. We're not showing that because we're not cruel. But Perplexed, of course, pulled ahead here, pulled even a little bit safer in this room here, doing that single pack at the beginning of the room on its own, and then going into this one after, saving that bloodlust, making sure everything's safe and sound. And big shout out to Donuts, honestly. This pull was so fun to watch, even though then again, some slapping, some spitefuls. This is why melees do not like this affix. It's just, you get a lot of attacks in the back of your neck. It's not very fun if there's a lot of them, but in the end, Perplexed do the 2-1 and take the lead here in our best of 5.
That's right, we're not done yet. Best of 3 is all weekend, but best of 5 in the Group B finals. The lead for Perplexed, but I'm still saying it. I think Donuts can come back. I know I kind of cursed him in that last dungeon, but you know, that kind of thing can happen twice, right?
This is one of the best series of the weekend. This series, we're not even done yet.
It's great.
This has been great to watch. I think that the upper finals, and then the Direwolves versus Perplexed series have been my 3 favorites so far. But these first 3 maps that we've seen have been an absolute joy. I'm excited to see how the Shadowing Burial Grounds goes. I'm kind of rooting for a BO5.
Same, but just look at that last spike for the Donuts where they go all in with that pole. It's so good.
And that's, you know what? That's playing to win, right? Donuts are like, hey, here's our best chance of winning. It's all on boss, right? We are behind. We take a risk. We go for it. And it didn't quite work out, but it very nearly did. It went much cleaner than I thought it would. So unbelievably impressive out of Donuts, but of course Perplexed. I mean, 15-22, Temple of the Jade Serpent. You can't argue with that. They have got this dungeon on lockdown. It has been so good for them this weekend. It's been a couple of times they've had a couple of oopsies in this dungeon with stuff, going a little bit awry, but that's happened to all of our teams. And I think of Perplexed times in here, they are just so consistently so fast. All right, so we have
and here's our dungeon pool. That's okay.
Oh,
I'm sure he's going to unmute himself in a second when he realizes.
I was just talking to myself. I said, you know
yeah,
the stuff
Shadow
Dranos said
Imperial.
earlier, you know? Mine was even
Oh.
smarter.
Yeah.
It's too bad you missed it.
Even smarter. Hard to
Yeah.
believe it's possible, but I mean, of course I believe you. You wouldn't just lie about that.
No,
Like
of
on
course
the internet.
not. I didn't want to admit it.
Of course
but, you know.
not.
Yeah. Well, we are going to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds next, as you can see. And this is a chance for Perplexed to win it all. They can take Group B, or a chance for Donuts to send us to a Game 5. Send us to that Halls of Valor, which we haven't seen in a little bit.
Yo, Makes,
Just-
what do you think the two most pivotal moments of this dungeon are going to be?
Oh, well, first of all, that first pull, right? That's the one you have to look
Okay.
out for. Everything into Sedana, that has to be like the big pull where everything can go wrong. And then on top of that, I'd say, just because that's the pull that usually goes a little bit wrong, is the spiders into the worms prior to Bone Maw. Now, I think the blueberries are also scary, but we haven't really seen tragedy occur there yet. So I think maybe people are underestimating the
Now we're jinxing
spiders and
things.
how much coordination that takes.
Huh.
So I think the three situations that we're going to look out for in that dungeon. Just reminding everybody, the quickest time we had in this specific SBG was 15:22 from the dire wolves. So maybe we're going to see an even faster time.
Yeah, I'm actually so curious about that Perplexed pull into the blueberries. Yeah, that is them, right? That they do spiders
Yes.
and bats into blueberries at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't gone wrong yet. But is it safe? Is that pull easier than the other pulls earlier in the dungeon, or is that extremely deadly and we just haven't seen a wipe to it yet? I don't know.
So the spiders are the safest part of that pull, right? They're just one melee kick, and so we just assign one melee to each one of those. That's totally fine. The bats are multiple melee kicks, but what you typically do is you just use CC, and you're throwing CC on this. Now, assuming that you don't have to beat. Most of the time, you don't want to do those with the blueberries because you're really worried about dying to void pulse, especially if the void spawns get a little bit desynced, those blueberries get desynced, and then they double cast void pulse as opposed to going into the second void eruption. Adept, I don't think that pull is safe, but they make it look okay. I don't think it's safe though.
Yeah, maybe
So
it's
I
safer,
heard-
right? You got extra
Maybe I
mobs,
can
so extra
leak?
damage from your vigil. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm allowed to, but as always, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for allowance. I'm not sure if Perplex was prepared for SBG, in general. And I heard that there have been some talks to the direwolves, and they might have or might have not copy strategy that we've seen from the wolves. So that could be something we're looking forward to. I'm not sure if they're doing it. That's all I know. That's all I leak. But that could be very fun.
Well,
All right. Well,
The direwolves are
direwolves
particularly
running a
fast,
pretty standard
so-
comp at least.
Yeah, they had the fastest time in the dungeon, so.
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. If they
What
copy
was
their
it,
route, it's
15,
probably good.
22, was that it? Yeah.
I mean, I always copy Dratnos' routes, and that works out fine for me, so surely there's no difference here, right?
Yeah. Dratnos'
Have you ever
route
had to
definitely
ask
has
for forgiveness?
the invisibility potion into Nalash, where they do the double pull on top of the boss. That's definitely part of the Dratnos route.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a good pull. What can you? It's a good count.
It is a good pull. It's a great pull.
It's very time efficient.
Very scary.
Well, moments away from seeing if Perplex can finish this one off, or if Donuts tie it up, send us to a Game 5. We will see. They used to be, long ago, Donuts in Despair, but certainly no more Despair. And I don't know if there really was ever any much Despair with Donuts in Despair, because they've always been pretty good
Yeah.
since this name came up, so...
They're just trolls. They're modern day internet trolls.
Donuts and Trolls?
Like you.
Not the 1990s trolls with, the crazy hair and those plastic dolls, remember?
No, nothing like
Troll
that.
dolls?
Yo, who do you think's gonna win this?
No? Donuts.
I say Perplexed. I believe in the wolf's route. I'm sure they're going to execute
Goodness.
it perfectly.
I'm voting for Donuts, of course, as we get underway here. Both teams getting started with that pre-dungeon invis pot. into Stampeding Roar once the gate comes down. That's going to let them get this started off, and you can see Timber heading over to the left here. Stove as well for Donuts. For Perplexed, everybody's going right. So they've got a slight difference in which side they're sending their group versus which side they're sending their single player, which is it's the Feral Druid, right, for both teams that is going opposite side and grabbing some extra friends to bring into the first bowl.
All right. Oh, okay. So Ryson dropped that Windrush totem a bit earlier to allow all of his group to get that Windrush, whereas Timber just dropped it right there. Perplexed. Okay, look at what Ashine did. I was interested in how teams last weekend actually set up that pull. So he in-cap roars all of the little skitterlings. You have to be really worried about getting meleeed by the skitterlings. That's something that you need to know. And so Ashine in-cap roars the first one, typhoons the pack out of the way, and then runs on by. And I think that looks super sick from both sides. And now both of these teams are on to Sedana Blood Fury right about the same time. Bloodlust has been popped. Now we're watching the tanks for both sides. Divine and Yips are in the most immediate danger here on this pull, as all of this group-wide damage and a lot of these bone menders are focused onto them, and they need to make sure that they are rotating their defensives near perfectly. As you do see, Yips has wall available to him. Divine is going to be running out of defensives here in just a moment.
Yeah, spell block is down. No more charges of shield wall for Divine. This is going to start to be a pretty sketchy situation for Perplexed, but they have got the ritual bones dealt with, so they are chilling now. Very, very impressive first pull, but this Shine goes down, so that's going to be their battle res. All right, not sure what got him. Maybe a Shadow Word Frailty. Maybe it lined up right with the damage. Not sure.
Did he get knocked out by a tornado? Is that what I saw?
Oh, could be. Yeah, storming. Very nasty affix on this boss.
I blinked.
No counterplay.
I blinked and he died.
Perplexed actually gripping the spirit into the boss rather than using it to get it away from the boss, because they just want it nice and close so that they can cleave it down, and then they'll use another grip to prevent it from actually going in. But Sedana is already almost dead for Perplexed. Donuts a little bit behind on boss damage, although Donuts, to their credit, are sitting on an extra res. They also still need to finish off this Bone Mender that is still full health. Looks like this Bone Mender has just been free healing. Huh.
Now I'm down to take 5 seconds, honestly. From I'm down to take 5 seconds over the boss kill,
especially with the battle res, right? Like I think I'd slightly rather be Donuts with the timer, but the thing is, Donuts still have this Bone Mender here at half health.
I don't know about this Mender.
It may have gotten a heal cast off. I wonder if that might be intentional. Okay, no, they're kicking it this time. If you let it stay, you could re-dominate it later and maybe get damage out of it. I don't know.
It looks like they're just killing it off. The problem. Yeah. Or wait, maybe they're not going to go for the Invis Potion route. Look at Perplexed. So something that we saw the Direwolves do is they actually Invis Potion this area. Neither of these teams are actually going to be Invis Potioning here. They're going to be both fighting this trash.
Yeah, Smack goes down for Donuts, so that's going to be now even on deaths and battle reses for both teams, but Perplexed are now about half a pull ahead as they get that pull finished off. They're mind-soothing their way around the side here. They don't want these Exhumers. These Exhumers are quite slow, not giving much count and requiring quite a lot of kicks. And Perplexed are now going to be setting up to pull the boss and some trash here.
All right, I think Donuts, with that smack death, and then they just ended up killing off that trash pack a little bit slower, are taking it a little bit worse of this exchange. They dropped that Wind Rush, and now they're going to be mind-soothing through this area. This is very similar to what we saw from Perplexed. Perplexed on the left or on the right side of our screen here, they're not doing the double Dominator pack into this boss. Now we've seen some teams actually pull both of these Dominator packs into the boss, and that's pretty sketchy, but it's only sketchy if you can't make it to the first Soul Sever. Once the first Soul Sever happens, and players have to go kill off their possessed soul, it's mostly fine, because once they come out of this phase, they collect their soul, and those mobs are just sitting there stunned for something in the order of 20 seconds while you have a 40% damage gain, and that pack of trash just kind of dies. And what's happening for Perplexed is the exact same thing that's happening to Donuts on the left side of your screen. They're just trying to make it to that Soul Sever cast, and then they should be home free, because those Dominators are not going to be owning you anymore.
Yeah, they've made it to that Sever Soul now, and Donuts are going to be starting that DPS, whereas Perplexed already have that phase finished. These mobs are casting once again, but they're casting into some AoE stuns, and by the time those stuns expire, most of these mobs are dead for Perplexed. Very well done. Beautiful.
So, we got an Exhumed Spirit shackled off to the side. Now, we're probably just going to grip
That's
that
fine.
in here in just a couple of seconds. It's not the end of the world. They probably didn't mean to proc that, but with some comps, you would like to proc that for funnel, like a Destro Lock or something like that, but it's not the end of the world that they procced that.
Yeah, that spirit, I think it sometimes pulls when you pull the Exhumer that's right there anyways, so a lot of people like to just grab it so that that doesn't happen. And then, if you're pulling the Exhumer after the boss, what you can actually do is activate that spirit towards the end of the boss fight, and it will despawn when the boss dies.
Yes.
Oh, Perplexed here. Killing actually during the soul phase, that's not a problem. In fact, does that let them skip this Exhumer for free? It does. Look at that.
What?
That is so cool.
Holy
So
hell.
they were all
That's actually the most-
downstairs.
Free
Yeah.
Shroud! Wait a
Free
second.
Shroud? They drop a world marker to stack on so that they can clear Thundering when they all come out of their spirit realm as well. Unbelievable 700 IQ strategies from Perplexed there. Really love it.
Okay. I think that doesn't. I think that if you don't know exactly how that mechanic works, that doesn't necessarily translate to the audience. Can you explain exactly what happened with that Soul Sever, Dratnos?
So because because that Soul Sever cast happened at the end of the boss fight, they were able to walk past the spirit because they were in the spirit realm, right? They weren't able to pull the Exhumer. But they got a Thundering at the end of the boss fight as well. So they needed to clear Thundering, or they were going to get stunned because they were going to come up before Thundering expired. But they were only going to come up like 1 second before Thundering expired, so they were really smart about it. They placed a world marker, and they were all like, okay, we can't see each other, but we can see this world marker, so we're all going to just come up on this world marker, we're going to instantly clear our Thundering, and we're not going to get stunned. So Perplexed, really, really good management of that area of the dungeon.
I love it. I love that strategy. That's so smart from them. All right, looking at Donuts and Perplexed here, they're both pulling all of these spiders into this worm. This is that pull that Makes talked about before we started with this map as one of the most dangerous pulls to watch out for. Just look at those corpse spiders. If any of them get their necrotic burst off, somebody gets potentially stormed into the water, anything could possibly happen that would allow those spiders to get their cast off. If that happens, we're in a world of hurt. But it looks like Perplex is doing a great job of making sure that all of the kicks, the stuns, the AoE stops on those bats are all happening perfectly. And look at this. Perplex also rooted those bats mid-patrol. That way they're going to be able to pull them here in just a couple of seconds or get them whenever they want, as a Shine does release that root. Look at that. That's so sick.
Yeah, this is very, very good. Donuts have left behind 2 spiders to the side, on the other hand. So these are going to come into the next worm with them, which is fine.
Oh my God.
Timber does end up getting hit there. He's going to use his dwarf. Yeah. Here we go. It is big pull for both teams. Bats are involved just for
Timber
Perplexed.
died. We have Ankh.
Timber down to a spider. It's going to be Ankh.
You got meleeed there, which is unfortunate.
Oh,
we're in the water.
Oh!
Can wolves swim?
They can, but they can also get life gripped back up by the priest, so very good for Donuts that they have access to that. They still have a lot of trash here, Deads. So Perplexed have a bit of an advantage here. Perplexed probably 45 seconds of advantage at this point, if I had to guess. Maybe only 30.
Yeah, I think with how they sequenced the last ending of this dungeon, I'm feeling like they're maybe a little bit even further ahead. Maybe like a minute 15.
Well,
or so?
yeah, we'll see how Donuts decide to do this. So Smacked is walking around the side. So Smacked is actually going to grab these. Yeah, so this is going to be a difference in strategies between the two teams. Yeah, he's going to go Moonkin form.
He's
Wild Charge, get over,
15-second CD. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't... Oh, he needs a Life Grip, but Life Grip was used on Timber. Life Grip should be available, so he's probably just waiting for everybody else to be ready to come and get him. Oh,
okay.
And Smack's actually just coming back now.
Jumping in the water with this pack is actually very, very dangerous, and like the mobs will do weird stuff if you actually get in the water.
He's done it, though. They've reset. Okay. He's got to go grab him again if they still want to do this. They could just go boss now.
This is bad. This is really bad for Donuts. Actually, I think that they're losing... They probably lost 25 to 30 seconds with just that interaction happening.
So now Donuts are
not
basically obligated to do the same pull that Perplexed are going to do next, which is going to be 2 spiders, 2 bats, 2 blueberries, right? Donuts are slightly behind in count as well. Hopefully they don't need those spiderlings to equalize here. Hopefully that 0.3% is not important, because maybe their route requires those spiderlings to hit 100% count, because there are some spiderlings in that pull that disappear when this boss dies, so they will not get access to it if they do this and they kill the boss first.
What's going on Perplexed side? They haven't got inhale yet. Okay, they got their first inhale at 25% on the boss, or the second inhale.
Yeah, they're just murdering this boss.
Yeah, the boss hasn't moved, and wow, all right, that's wild for Perplexed. I couldn't tell if they high rolled. I think that's a bit of a high roll. I think that the boss has this weird thing where sometimes he'll sequence and just spam inhale, but sometimes he'll do this thing where he'll just not cast inhale, not move, and you just get infinite damage from your melee on the boss. And with the compositions that these teams are running, you really, really hope that the boss is not moving a lot.
I've heard that the way to do this is to just do a lot of damage to the boss. The more damage you do, the more likely it is that you're going to get less inhales. It does look like Perplexed are going to get this boss dead, but they're actually not that far ahead of Donuts, right? They're only 30% of a boss ahead. If this pull goes even a little bit wrong for Perplexed, that will open the door back up to Team Donuts. Here comes that Windrush Totem as they're getting ready.
Donuts have a graveyard of puddles on their side, too.
Yeah. Okay, but this is the pivotal pull now for Perplexed. The Spider Cast actually is going to go off for them on pull here.
Oh,
that's not great.
That's bad.
They've had to use a couple of defensives against that. And actually now they're going to be a little bit slower on getting this pull started as a result, it looks like. IBF is down. Stoneform is down for Ryson.
There's a chance that they wipe here. I think that if they... Oh, man. This is going to be very scary. They're hoping to not get a bunch of Void Pulses. So we were talking about this earlier. Basically, these Void spawns they're supposed to go Void Pulse into Void Eruption, but for some reason, sometimes they'll just go Void Pulse, Void Pulse, Void Eruption. And what we saw right there was a double. And Ryson dropped a Link to make sure that everybody's fine. Now we're in Ascendance. I think if we get another double here, we might be scared if we're Perplexed.
Yeah, the way these mobs work, right, is that they can't both cast Void Pulse at the same time. It's not allowed. So depending on when you pull them, if you pull them at the exact same time, usually they'll each only cast once before the Void Eruptions. But if you pull them a little bit desynced, often the one that casts first will cast again before its first eruption, right?
It's very dangerous. Perplexed, able to get through it.
Wow,
did a great job. Even with that necrotic burst going off on that spider, they just do a great job of recovering. They down those blueberries, and now they're just on their Azul. They do have one death advantage as well, so 5 seconds. On top of that, they have their Bloodlust available for them, whereas Donuts are committing their Bloodlust to this spider bat pull. And I mean, assuming that they don't full wipe here, Perplexed should be able to take down this series.
Whew. Yeah, Perplexed just have to hold on this boss. Now, it is a 23 Keystone level. This boss also does have Storming active. Perplexed have to be really careful with how they're placing these omens, too. You can see Wolf Disco knows that he's always going to be the target, right? He's always going to be the target of those omens because he's the only ranged DPS player. There's actually a little bit of an unfortunate ritual target here. They're targeting one that is walking right towards that omen, so they're all going to start taking some damage from that omen. Once they break that wall, though, they're going to be able to run through. But look at Wolf Disco. He's staying in the back, and he's going to be baiting one over there before coming through. Really heads-up play from Wolf Disco, who is kind of the most important positional person on this.
Yes.
If he places those omens well, so he's, again, edge of room, drop an omen, moving as it drops. And because he's moving as it drops, he gets to actually get a little bit away from it before it pulses that first little hit of fall-off damage. Now he knows he has to clear Thundering, comes in, clears Thundering, walks back out, because after this Malevolence, there's another omen, and there it is. And he's going to drop and immediately move. Beautiful, beautiful movement from Wolf Disco here.
He's also, he pre-moves it and pre-power word shields himself every single time for the hit to make sure he's not going to get dropped too low. It's actually really smart play from him, how he's baiting those omens. All right, and and what's 20%? It's falling fast. This boss is dead, man.
Yeah, no way Perplexed could wipe from here, and despite having a couple of unfortunate things go for them, especially in those upper finals, it looks like Perplexed are back on form. They have a nice one-death Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and Donuts put up an unbelievable fight here. Both teams we're going to see again in the Global Finals, but it is Perplexed who are going to take this game and this series 3-1 over Donuts.
That's right. Forget about Game 5. We have a 3-1 victory for Perplexed. So coming back, showing everybody they are the strongest team in Group B. and they'll get the win. That was a strong showing by Donuts, though, throughout the weekend. Direwolves looked good for a little while. EMPYREAN made it all the way to the lower finals. So definitely a lot of fun this weekend. There were a lot of good teams, a lot of close matches, but in the end, Perplexed are the last team standing. And like Dradno said, they and Donuts will be back in the MDI Global Finals. But for now, Perplexed, the champions of Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that dungeon was super, super fun. I mean, I generally really like Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, but I like it even more when our MDI teams pull it off. And every time we've seen it so far, they just go so big and so crazy. And I expected nothing less from Perplexed and Donuts, of course, as well. So really, really cool to see that. There was a lot that happened throughout the dungeon. Unfortunately, Donuts not coming through, but I feel like both teams are already safe here, so it was kind of just a little bit for like seeding, bragging rights, and prize money, right?
Right. Yep, that's right. Which matters a lot. You know, honestly, if you're the champions, you're the champions, right? The money, the pride, everything's there. Let's take a look at some moments from that dungeon, though.
Yeah, let's have a look at DK, who doesn't need a nerf. We love DK. Swag actually going so high on that pull. Then we saw this skip here, and you can, of course, also mind soothe that Exhumer and just walk past, but because they got stuck there down in that phase, they were like, let's not wait around, utilize that time, walk forwards, find that world mark, find our group, and actually save a few seconds, which was so important. Every second in the MDI counts. Now, here's where, unfortunately, Donuts lost a little bit of extra time. That skip not really working for them. Perplexed on the other side, deciding to just not do that and go for this big, crazy pull here. And you said it, there was a cast that went off before they even entered the room, and I thought, that's it. There's no way, after burning all those defensives, they're gonna die, it's all gonna be over, we're gonna go into 5th game, but somehow they were able to recover this. They got the void eruptions out of those void spawns, which was so good for them, and then going into Ner'zhul, they just had a big and substantial lead over Donuts, coming in first here as our well-deserved winners of Group B.
Yep, that's right. Looking at the numbers at the end, what stands out to you, Tettles?
The fact that Cryptix had 0 deaths is always pretty good, you know? The only player on his team
What does that
went
mean?
deathless. I don't know. I don't have any analysis on the numbers. I feel like both of these teams, their strategies were similar enough to where, like, Donuts were pretty bad on the back foot after having to kill that Bone Mender from like 80% to 0. I feel like that lost a decent amount of time. And then those shenanigans, like Mix pointed out, with Smacked and the disengage, I think that just kind of sealed the game for Perplexed. Overall, this was about to be expected, right? Perplexed was the higher seed coming into the weekend, and so it felt like Perplexed was faltering a bit, you know, coming into the upper finals. They lost in surprising fashion to Donuts. Donuts played them really close in the grands, and now I think that both of these teams have a little bit that they can improve on for globals in regards to consistency. I think that both of them can get a bit more consistent with some of their strategies. But I loved their meta reads, and I love that the fact that they didn't just conform to the exact same meta that we saw last weekend. And I think that those are some of the main points that I want people to take out of Group B, is that the meta is not just like one thing. It is pretty wide open.
Yeah, especially on the damage front, it feels like we saw a lot of different specs represented, even right down to Beast Mastery Entry, which is one of the last things I was expecting to see going into this weekend. But hey, it won a dungeon, so there you go. But so Donuts and Perplex join Echo and Sloth as our 3rd and 4th teams to qualify for the MDI Global Finals here. We have one more group next week, and then the last stand tournament, where all the teams that didn't make it through the groups have a chance to compete again. And you know what? You have a chance to compete too. Exactly. Check it out. Earn the Thundering Banner of the Aspects. Do a couple 15s on the tournament realm. You got until tomorrow to sign up, so time is ticking. Definitely go and get that done, because it's always fun, you know, when like you start M+ and the pull goes badly and your tank just like rage quits and leaves, and you just throw down the banner and you're like, you know what? Check it out. The MDI.
The banner also makes you glow a bit gold whenever you drop one of them, and you do like a little dance and you raise your hands above your head every single time somebody drops. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, you can also use it when someone in your key dies and just slam it on top of them. That's very satisfactory.
Yep. It's pretty much only for trolling, but it looks cool too. So there you go.
Maybe for hype.
Go.
That's
get
mostly
it.
for trolling.
Yeah. I mean, what's the point of a toy in an MMO if it's not used for trolling? Answer me that, right? Perplexed with a 3-1 victory over Donut. Slow and steady wins the race, unless your opponent is fast and steady. That's true. Wise
can't
words
argue with it.
from Dratnos. No, you can't.
I mean,
There's-
it is
there's
Dratnos,
no
right?
logical fallacy.
He's so wise.
Well, so let's
Can't believe you said that.
let's expand on that a little bit. Let's share some wisdom that we got from over the weekend, because it's time to kind of close things out a little bit. And we'll start with you, our guru, our guide, Dratnos. What do you have to say?
I guess I've learned that the talent trees really have, and the trinkets available, they have these optimizations in them that the best teams can find. And even if it's stuff that's weird, even if it's stuff that people aren't using on live, swapping in something like the gargoyle, swapping around your trinkets so that you get something that, it seems weird, and you're like, oh, this, a couple % single target, maybe not worth it over the course of the dungeon. But then when you think, okay, this skips a phase, right? We skip a phase on Shaw of Doubt, big worth. So I think it's really cool to get to see the teams coming in, not just with different comp ideas. We've seen all 13 different classes now. It's been so cool. But coming in with different ideas of talents and ways to make their kits do that little bit more to get the extra time advantage in the dungeon has been really great to watch.
Absolutely. Well, Tettles, what do you have to share over this weekend?
I feel like Destruction Warlock is going to start to see some more play. I feel like that's something that I learned, is that Warlock, now we've seen it, we saw Legendary playing it in Ruby Life pools, now we've seen Perplexed playing it in that Temple of the Jade Serpent. It seems like a spec that definitely has its uses, and something that whenever it's seen, it is certainly very, very potent, and I would expect to continue to see it, at least in some capacity, over the next couple of weekends.
All right. Well, Mix, I'll ask you what you think in just a moment. But before we get there, we do have to show our Group C teams, actually. Almost forgot to show you. That's right. What was I thinking?
I'm happy
Check out
to talk
Group
about
C.
them. Because
there you go. Go ahead.
In case you're curious about the next team, some teams are coming back that we saw before, notably Dismissed with the best MDI logo ever. I'm sorry, Mythic Meme Dream Team, but the duck wins. And then Monka, the team that nearly beat Echo last time in the Global Finals, also going to show up in Group C, is, I think, something many, many people are looking forward to.
Gargoyle meta right there. Monka was Gargoyle meta before it was meta.
Team Cheese has some notable high key pushers, MDI veterans, streamers on their team with Fim, Zatsy, Dranaco, Fragments, and Ricky. So I think that team will be quite strong, and I'm interested in seeing how they do. This is going to be their first time playing together. Fragments back in the MDI as well, under a different team. How is that going to happen? He was playing Havoc Demon Hunter in both of their time trial maps. Is he going to continue to just play Havoc in every single dungeon? I don't really know what's going to be the deal with that.
Havoc not that. We saw Cement Gaming whip them out this weekend.
I, for one, am rooting for the Thundered versus Thunderstruck Thunderdome matchup somewhere in that bracket. I haven't looked at the bracket to see if it's going to be possible, but that's my fingers are crossed. Well, we can look at the bracket.
Oh, we do.
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go.
Well,
all right.
So it's possible that it would take
It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be especially easy. So the easiest way I see is for one of them to win their first round, and then both of them to lose other than that, and then meet in match 9 or 10. But it could also be, of course, match 11 or match 12 if they stay alive in the tournament to those spots.
Thunderstruck is actually a pretty
semis.
Thunderstruck's a pretty quality team as well. It's also Lamike, Velo, Dr. J, Soda, and Yoda. So
many people were asking about the Dr. J team, right?
Where is the doctor? Somebody point me to the doctor. Don't worry, he'll be back. He's back next weekend. He's been playing a lot of Unholy Death tonight, I think. Really, really busting out the J chronic.
I want to see more Mage. I feel like this is a season where you can play some Mage. Love to see some. Maybe they've got it for a few dungeons. Maybe not.
All right. Well, we have seen things shift a little bit each weekend, and I'm sure there'll be more of a shift as we get into the third weekend of MDI. And speaking of that weekend, here are some pretty interesting stuff in there. Dratnos, I heard the reaction. Explain yourself.
23 tyrannical, sanguine, explosive, Naka defensive. Good morning, log on. It's time for some keys. You do /key in your group. Oh, wow, it's time.
Ooh.
GM, we're going to Naka.
Yeah, fly over there. Head to Marukai. It's time. Wowee.
Holy moly. That's the first one I saw too. I was like, wait a second, what is that?
I mean, that's waiting for us, right? Something to look forward to.
Yeah. That 22 fortified bolstering Algathar Academy is going to be very interesting as well. So like one of the big reasons that's going to be interesting is because like the birds in the Croth area can bolster, and I wonder if we're going to see like any weird ways to make sure that those Alpha Eagles don't bolster. Are we going to see some snapping? Because we actually saw a lot of snapping in Algathar Academy this week, but it was sanguine. Now, what is that situation going to look like? How is the Veximus poll going to fare on bolstering? You know, it's going to be quite close.
Something to think about as we look ahead to next weekend. We've seen in the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about how deadly that dungeon is, and it's still a +20, but it's going to be maybe a little bit less deadly than this weekend and previous weekends. A little bit.
To me, but 20 at least means not much
It's a
HP
20.
to actually deal with either.
Things could be worse. We'll put it that way. Yeah. That's
And then once again, we have that high Shadow Moon Burial Ground sitting in the bracket. Raging 23. I would love to not be one of the tanks that is taking the Void Slashes from the Ritual Bones at the start of this dungeon with those affixes active.
Just live, Forehead.
I can't.
Right.
I don't know how. It's impossible. There's just no way.
We'll
sounds like a
have
healing
to find
problem.
out next weekend, Dratnos. We'll watch the teams be able to perform it and pull it off. Surely they'll be able to do it.
Surely.
There you go.
I mean, if anybody can, it's Lamike and Skylark and
Skylark, yeah.
Fem and all the other tanks from Group C.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out, but not too long. Less than a week, in fact. It's going to start on Friday. Is when that's going to start. I didn't give Megs a chance to give her final take on the weekend, though. We checked out some other graphics, but now's your moment. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure I use that moment well, as always. Don't nerf Unholy DK, please. And I want to say thank you to chat for watching, and hopefully you put the Friday next week in your calendars. Make sure you're back with us then. And I'm very much looking forward to see Monka next weekend, as we just talked about. It was a very, very nice weekend this time. I loved it.
That's right. Well, it is time to close things out. That's right. How you doing down there? It's time to finish the show. Thank you for watching. Thanks to our production crew behind the scenes for making everything happen, for putting hilarious things on the screen from time to time. Thanks to all our players for showing us great dungeons as usual. And you know what's weird is being in front of like crowds of thousands is more comfortable than having everyone else in a webcam thing stare at you. Anyway, see you next weekend on MDI. Goodbye.